As we mentioned at the top of this newscast, a fierce gun battle has led to a standoff between law officers and occult members of a religious compound outside of Waco this evening.
We have a team report on this developing story, so let's begin with Debbie Johnson, who is standing by live near Waco. Debbie?
Bob, what we have at this time are 4 dead federal agents, 1 dead cult member, and at least 14 people wounded. Probably the number of wounded will be higher than that. The cult is something called the Branch Davidians. They're an offshoot of the Seventh-day Adventists, and their compound is east of Waco, about 15 miles. There's about 75 members. They moved here from Los Angeles back in the 1930s, descendants of this cult. Their leader is someone called Vernon Howell. He claims to be Christ, and the cult, we are told, is in possession of a virtual arsenal of weapons, including many AK-47s and AR-14 assault rifles. Now, the federal agents came today to serve a warrant on Vernon Howell for illegal possessions of weapons. That was about 9:30 this morning. That is when the firefight began. It lasted, we're told, about 45 minutes. Joining me now is Wayne Dolcefino. He talked with a news photographer who actually shot that gunfire exchange. Wayne, what did they tell you?
Well, Don Maloney from KWTX, him and his reporter thought there was something that was going to happen this morning out at the compound. They saw the helicopters, 3 of them flying overhead. Then they saw 2 gooseneck trailers loaded with federal agents getting ready to make the assault. Apparently, when they tried to serve the papers, that's when the gunfire started. Don Maloney said he was training his camera on the roof, and he saw at least 3 federal agents breaking a window, trying to go inside. He saw gunfire coming through the walls of the compound. 1 federal agent he saw went down. That was one of the agents that may have been killed or seriously hurt. The news truck was used as an ambulance. A truce was called temporarily, and that news truck was used as an ambulance to take 3 of the wounded federal agents out. Behind us, Debbie, of course, is the roadblock. In the last hour or so, we saw an armored personnel carrier come by here. We saw about a dozen patrol cars from all kinds of jurisdictions coming through here, and that's where it's all happening, right down there, folks, just down the road.
We understand negotiations are going on as we speak. They may continue, of course, with darkfall approaching into the night, but the federal agents have said that they are not going to storm this if at all possible. That is their main intent. They are going to try to negotiate an end to this, and in the meantime, the standoff continues. Back to you, folks.
Federal agents are killed in a shootout with religious cult members in Texas. And the FBI confirms it was a bomb that rocked the World Trade Center, and there's word it might have been common dynamite. This is the CBS Evening News. Good evening, I'm Connie Chung. 4 law enforcement agents are dead and at least 14 injured in a shootout with heavily armed religious cult members outside Waco, Texas tonight. Authorities were trying to serve a search warrant on the group's leader when gunfire broke out. One of the cult members was killed as well. CBS affiliate KWTX in Waco was on the scene and sent us exclusive dramatic pictures. We caution you, they are graphic. Vicki Mabry has a live report. Vicki?
Connie, federal agents prepared for the worst in dealing with the religious cult, which was known to be armed and violent. 30 ATF agents came with at least 70 state and local law enforcement officers as backup to serve the warrants on the group known as the Branch Davidians. Agents were looking for submachine guns and illegal explosives. Mid-morning, as the agents moved in, they came under a deadly hail of gunfire. After a firefight lasting more than 30 minutes, federal agents regrouped, going in to remove their dead and wounded who were transported, some by ambulance, some by helicopter, to hospitals in Waco, just 10 miles west of the cult's 77-acre compound. Agents were looking for the Branch Davidians' leader, 33-year-old Vernon Howell, who claims to be Christ and makes no secret of the fact that the 75-member group stockpiles military-type assault weapons in preparation for the end of the world. Howell claims his group is an offshoot of the Seventh-day Adventists. The Adventists say they cut off all contact with the group more than 10 years ago. For years, local authorities have monitored the group, which came from California to Texas in the 1930s. Sadly, now federal agents have learned what the locals long suspected, that the group calling itself God's Marines would not give up.
Now, Channel 13, Eyewitness News. Tonight,
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining us. A fanatical, scripture-quoting religious leader who moved to Waco to await the end of the world, instead may be to blame tonight for the deaths of several federal agents.
We've got a standoff that continues at this hour after 2 shootouts earlier today at a compound located 10 miles east of Waco in the community of Elk, which is where we join our Wayne Jolchefino and Debbie Johnson, who have been covering this unbelievable story. Wayne?
Yeah, Bob and Minerva, never before has the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Bureau lost this many people in a single operation, and the government was prepared for trouble this morning. 3 helicopters, 150 law enforcement officers, some of them from the Houston area, involved in the operation, but as one ATF agent told us tonight, it looked like they knew we were coming. Tonight, we are about a mile to the west of the compound where the standoff has entered its 13th hour. You could see the bullet holes in Don Maloney's truck. The Waco TV photographer was an eyewitness to the morning assault by federal agents on the Branch Davidian cult compound just east of Waco. More than 150 ATF agents had come here armed with search and arrest warrants. They were greeted with lots of gunfire.
We were pinned down. 45 minutes of gunfire, automatic gunfire. First 5-10 minutes was a job. Get the video, do your job, and then after that, you begin to wonder that, because bullets were flying over our heads, they were hitting the news unit, they were about 2 feet from our feet.
The gunfire took a heavy toll on the government agents. 4 dead, 14 wounded.
Our hearts go out to these brave agents who died today in the line of duty, and to their families. Today's events point up to the fact that federal law enforcement officers across America place their lives on the line every minute of every day.
Then came the standoff. All day long, reinforcements were brought in from as far away as Fort Hood. An armored personnel carrier rumbled down the farm road. Patrol cars came streaming by. Military helicopters came flying overhead. Inside the 77-acre, well-fortified compound is the leader, Vernon Howell, who claims to be the second coming of Christ. A Waco newspaper just this week called him the sinful Messiah. Howell, or David Koresh as he wants to be known, was apparently wounded in the gunfire. He may have as many as 150 followers with him inside the compound, many of them children. They all came here to await Armageddon.
The people inside are very aware of any outside movements and become very jittery when they see something that happens, or when they see a furtive movement that they don't know about ahead of time.
There was some sporadic gunfire this afternoon, Bob and Minerva, and then at 7 o'clock tonight, 3 members of the cult tried to make a break for it, getting into another gun battle with law enforcement officers. 1 cult member was killed, we are told, by the ATF. Another was captured. A 3rd was wounded and retreated back into the compound. And except for today's deadly events and an internal gun battle that took place about 5 years ago, Debbie Johnson, most of the folks who live around this cult say they're quiet neighbors.
Yeah, that's true, Wayne. The cult, actually called or known as the Branch Davidians, is an offshoot of the Seventh-day Adventist Church. They broke off from the church and moved out here from Los Angeles back in 1935. But despite the longevity of the cult in and around the Waco area, very few Waco residents that we spoke with had ever even heard of this cult before today. The peace of John Zanter's Sunday morning was shattered, literally, when gunfire erupted a half-mile down the road from where he lived. How many gunshots did you hear?
It was quite a few, you know. I couldn't really say how many it was, but he knew it was something that wasn't normal.
Despite the tragedy, Zanter says he doesn't mind having the cult members as neighbors.
If they mind their own business and we mind our own, they got a right to be there too.
Many Waco residents had never heard of the Branch Davidians before today, despite the cult's existence here since the 1930s. Had you ever heard of this group before today?
No, I have not.
And how long have you lived in Waco?
All of my life.
Others were horrified by the news.
It's kind of unreal. I mean, you know, it's being so close to Waco, and especially like a cult.
It's scary.
A Waco Christian radio station had been receiving calls throughout the day from across the state. All they could do was try to calm callers' fears.
We're just trying to reassure them that the world's not falling apart. I mean, with what's happened in New York and just a couple of days ago and now here, and then bombings across the world overnight, it would sound as though the message of this cult is maybe bringing some reality to people that perhaps we're at the end of the world.
Unfortunately, this was the end of their world for the 4 federal agents, and we should point out there was another victim. A 2-year-old cult member was also shot and killed in the gunfire. One other point, the local newspaper and an Australian detective hired by former cult members has been investigating this group back since 1990. We're told that information was turned over to local authorities at that time, but they were told that there was not enough information to pursue any investigation at the time. We'll continue monitoring the story as it develops, Bob and Minerva.
All right, and the Seventh-day Adventists, with whom their name has been associated, this sect has disavowed any connection with these folks. Is that correct?
Yes, indeed. As I mentioned at the top of the live shot, they broke away from the Seventh-day Adventist Church. It is an offshoot, but it is not in any way associated with that well-known organization.
Thank you, Debbie.
Channel 8 News crews have been monitoring the situation since it began outside the Branch Davidian compound near Waco. Robert Riggs joins us now with the latest. Robert.
Renee, the standoff continues. It's been 22 and a half hours since Sunday's bloody siege that left 4 federal alcohol, tobacco, firearms agents dead and 15 wounded. There is no sign of activity inside the Mount Carmel compound where the religious cult is holding off literally an army of police officers, federal, state, and local. They live inside a heavily fortified complex. They are believed to have homemade bombs and powerful machine guns that they outgunned the federal agents with yesterday. The complex contains 2-story barrack-style buildings, and it's overshadowed by 2 towers, watchtowers, that are 3 and 4 stories tall. I understand snipers from the federal agents knocked out some of the cult's gunmen that were manning those towers yesterday. We have not heard this morning from the fanatical leader of the Branch Davidians or his 70 followers. 33-year-old David Koresh, in a radio interview last night, said that after reading his apocalyptic message from the book of Revelations, he would start releasing children that are inside the compound. It's believed that 8 children have been released. We're not certain as to how many children are inside. 2 of the children that were released were toddlers. There have been news reports that Koresh has a harem of 15 wives and that there have been charges that he was having sex with underage women inside the cult. Throughout the night, Channel 8's Dave Evans has been here and has this report.
At daybreak here, it is quiet at the compound, but negotiations reportedly continue by phone between ATF agents and the leader of the Branch Davidians, David Koresh. Overnight, law enforcement officials from across the Southwest brought in more firepower, including a half-dozen Bradley fighting vehicles, a bomb squad, and dozens of new police and federal agents to replace those who've worked here almost 24 hours. At about 3 in the morning, the Branch Davidians released 2 more children, bringing the total to at least 6 turned over to authorities. This after a Dallas radio station released a statement from Koresh.
Men they don't stop and think. They don't stop and listen. Sometimes a crisis has to happen so the people can stop and say, hey, really, what's going on?
Earlier on Sunday night, it was an emotional ATF agent from Dallas, Ted Royster, who told reporters of the loss, 4 agents dead and 14 injured.
Our hearts go out to these brave agents who died today in the line of duty and to their families.
At the compound this morning, there are several injured, at least 2 or perhaps 3 Branch Davidians dead, and up to 20 children locked inside. At this point, the negotiations continue, all in the hope that it can somehow end peacefully. Dave Evans, Channel 8 News, near Waco.
Armored personnel carriers belonging to the Texas National Guard have been brought to the scene. There are more powerful units off scene being prepared. We are now waiting for the next move. Hospital emergency rooms are preparing for the worst, and calls have gone out for blood donors. Renee?
All right, thanks a lot, Robert. And we, of course, will continue to check in with you throughout the morning.
This is News 8 Midday.
The main problem we had, I don't believe, is that we were outmaneuvered or outplanned. The problem we had is that we were outgunned.
Federal agents respond to yesterday's shootout as the standoff with a religious cult leader and his followers continues near Waco. Good afternoon. The latest on that story tops our news at noon.
6 people died yesterday, 4 of them agents of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. Law officers tried to execute a search for illegal weapons But more than 26 hours after the initial gunfight began at the Mount Carmel religious compound 10 miles from Waco, cult leader David Koresh shows no signs of giving up. Channel 8's Robert Riggs is at the compound post with the latest. Robert?
Renee, the standoff continues between a fanatical religious sect called the Branch Davidians and with hundreds of law enforcement officers. We're now entering the 26th hour of a deadly siege. Off in the distance, through the mist and haze, you can see the compound called Mount Carmel. It's heavily fortified. They have homemade bombs inside, machine guns. There are approximately 70 followers of the radical sect inside. Phone negotiations continued through this morning with cult leader David Koresh. They have stayed open through the morning and also through the night. Last night, he released 6 children that were inside the compound. It's unclear how many children may still be inside. He appealed to a Dallas radio station, KRLD, to run his messages quoting apocalyptic scripture from Revelations, and in return, he released those children after 2 deadly shootouts on Sunday. Law enforcement officers involved in the raid complained to Channel 8 privately that top-level officials in Washington at the Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms Agency rejected their request to use armored personnel carriers for the assault. SWAT teams ran into a hail of heavy gunfire when they entered the Mount Carmel compound. A lengthy investigation into gun charges led to the raid, but it was apparently the worst-kept local secret. Sources say the cult may have received a warning call a half hour before the raid. SWAT teams rode inside 2 gooseneck cattle trailers covered with tarps and pulled by pickup trucks. Large caliber machine gun rounds fired through walls from inside the buildings dropped some officers before they could get out of the trucks. ATF agents complained they were not armed with fully automatic weapons and did not have stun grenades. Today, the compound is surrounded by hundreds of officers. Agents wearing camouflage gear rotated shifts at mid-morning, while heads of their law enforcement agencies, dozens of agencies, plotted strategy. An ATF spokeswoman defends the attack, saying it was planned to save the most lives.
Yeah, they had bigger firearms than we had. They were able to shoot through doors, and due to that, you know, a lot of our agents were hurt.
Those agents that were involved in the firefight are described as being very emotional. Other agents have come in from around the country who have been involved in shootings to counsel them. Channel 8's Sonia Van Sickle is standing by live where she's been attending that ATF briefing. Sonia.
Well, Robert, as you say, the press briefing was very brief this morning. The negotiations are ongoing and have been all night long, and this morning between law enforcement agents and cult members. There have been no real changes, though, other than, as you mentioned, 2 more children were released around midnight, bringing the total of those released from the compound to 6. We hear there were some shots fired, they believe, around 1 or 1:30 this morning, apparently from the compound, but since that time, all has been quiet. Now, during the briefing, Public Information Officer Sharon Wheeler told news media that the heads of all law enforcement agencies have been in a meeting all morning. Now, they are planning today's strategy and the strategy of subsequent days should that be necessary and should this continue. She says right now, members of a special peer support system are meeting with the ATF agents from yesterday's gun battle.
In that program, these peer support people come in, they sit and they talk with the agents, they let these agents hear about the experiences they've had, they let the agents know that they're not alone, and let them be able to vent those feelings, because right now a lot of those agents that were involved in this shootout yesterday are very torn up and very emotional, which is understandable.
Now, Wheeler says the agents who are online now were brought in from other areas to take over. As for the children released overnight, Wheeler only said that they appeared in good shape. They looked to be about 2 years old and another 6 years old. She would not comment on whether or not they appeared afraid. They are in custody of Child Protective Services. The next press briefing here is scheduled for 3:30. I'm Sonia Van Sickle reporting live from Waco. Robert, back to you.
Sonia, in talking to law enforcement sources, they say this is a massive logistics headache, just trying to work out using the same radio frequencies between dozens of police agencies that are here, and it's unclear how long the standoff may last. In Wyoming and Colorado, for example, standoffs with similar radical sects have lasted up to 3 weeks as they waited it out. There's been a mobilization of military and other police resources which started overnight. Channel 8's Dave Evans has that report.
It was just after midnight when Branch Davidians released 2 more children, toddlers, bringing the total to 6, all in good physical condition. Let go since the siege began early Sunday morning. The release came after a Dallas radio station played a statement on air from the cult's wounded leader, David Koresh.
My Father, my God, who sits on the throne in heaven, has given me a book of 7 seals.
Look, if they're going to kill us, they're going to kill us, aren't they?
They said they wouldn't.
We want to be able to present our doctrine. Look, we want to teach the 7 seals.
While negotiations between Koresh and ATF agents continued on an open phone line, dozens of police and federal agents streamed in overnight. At least 6 Bradley fighting vehicles, bomb squad units, and SWAT teams to help in a possible assault here. Now, more than 200 officers surround Koresh and at least 80 of his followers. Inside the compound, at least 2 Branch Davidians are dead and an unknown number injured. According to an ATF agent in Washington, negotiations at this point are difficult because Koresh and his top followers continue to ramble on that open phone line for hours quoting the Bible. Still, that agent says he continues to hope it can all end without further violence. Dave Evans, Channel 8 News, near Waco.
Negotiations continue with David Koresh, the man who has told his followers that he has the biblical secret to when the world will come to an end. Thus far, overnight, he has released 6 children. And we have reports that his mother, who lives in Tyler, is on her way here to help in negotiations. This is Robert Riggs live reporting from outside Waco.
All right, Robert, thanks very much. Now, again, the death toll in yesterday's gun battle stands at 6 people dead. Waco, the standoff continues.
Negotiators are still attempting to persuade David Koresh and his followers to surrender.
They remain inside their heavily armed compound about 10 miles from Waco. Channel 8's Robert Riggs is at the police command post and joins us with a recap of what's happened.
When this morning federal authorities said that phone lines and phone negotiations remained open through the night and this morning with David Koresh and his religious cult. Approximately 70 of his cult followers are held up in a heavily fortified compound called Mount Carmel. And off in the distance here, through the heavy rain, you can see a command post where federal authorities, there are approximately 100 agents around this compound, are monitoring the activities inside it. From our vantage point, we have seen no sign of activity, no movement in there. They have blackout curtains over the windows. Overnight, there were 6 children released from the compound after a radio station broadcast messages from the cult leader. ATF sources who were involved in the raid tell Channel 8 News that they are disgusted and very unhappy the way the raid was conducted, that they had asked for armored personnel carriers, but that the whole operation was micromanaged from Washington, and they were denied that request. In defense, a spokesperson for ATF out of Dallas said this morning that they tried to plan to save as many lives as possible inside. We'll have continuing updates through the day. I'm Robert Riggs live from Waco. Yes, got a question there?
Robert, one question. Tell us more about the armored personnel carriers. Are those being moved in today?
Last night, Fort Hood began moving approximately 10 Bradley fighting vehicles owned by the Texas National Guard into this area. These are fighting vehicles that you may remember from Operation Desert Storm. They're heavily armored. They carry approximately 6 crew persons inside. They have a 25mm cannon, which is extremely powerful. However, you do have a problem of getting everyone trained under federal law. The military cannot go in on a civilian police operation. I believe they can drive the vehicles but can't operate the guns. So it's still in question what will be done in that regard. We are told that at this hour the leaders of dozens of police agencies are plotting strategy. Quinn?
All right, obviously quite a bit more to watch.
This is News 8 at 5.
He was talking about Armageddon, and he really believed it. He showed me scriptures and stuff, you know, but I never knew that he thought he was Jesus.
As family members plead with David Koresh to surrender, the cult leader releases more children. But Koresh and his followers continue to hold federal agents at bay near Waco. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us. I'm Gloria Campos, in for Chip Moody.
Just over an hour ago, there was the first movement all day from the fortified compound. Channel 8's Robert Riggs has been at the McLennan County Command Post all day. He joins us now live. Robert, what's happened out there?
John, there are now a total of 10 children free. 4 were freed within the last hour. In the distance, you can see Mount Carmel, the compound where the sect called the Branch Davidians lives. Approximately 70 people are in there. We didn't know how many children exactly are in there. Still don't know. Throughout the day, federal authorities say they've been having telephone negotiations with David Koresh, the founder, leader of that took over the cult within the past 2 years. After telephone negotiations and releasing tapes on a Dallas radio station last night, he had released 6 children overnight. Now it appears there has been a dramatic breakthrough in negotiations. The religious cult's fortified compound remained quiet until this afternoon. At 3:30 p.m., following telephone negotiations, 2 women suddenly appeared at the door to one of the buildings. They hurriedly prepared a maroon sedan. They loaded 2 children and their belongings for a short trip to freedom. They rendezvoused with a federal ATF agent driving a white sedan. One of the women placed the baby in the waiting agent's open arms. The children were then shuttled to a second checkpoint. The toddler, wearing a blue blanket sleeper, appeared to be 12 to 18 months of age. As officers transferred diapers for the infant, the 2 women returned to the compound. A red van then took the children to freedom. A young girl in the front seat appeared to be 4 to 5 years of age. Then, minutes later, a second release occurred. 2 more girls, estimated ages 6 and 9, were also freed, bringing the total number of children released since last night to 10. This is encouraging news for hostage negotiators that the children are being freed. We had expected that perhaps some of the women might also come out with them. The question was being asked here, how could a mother of these children hand them over to these agents and go back inside? But perhaps that was part of the negotiations with David Koresh, a way to save their lives. Throughout the day, we have been in touch with some of our sources with the Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, who expressed concern, disgust over the planning of the operation that was conducted here yesterday. Privately, they tell us they had asked for armored personnel carriers to make the assault on the compound. Instead, 2 loads of them went in, pulled by pickups, inside gooseneck cattle trailers with tarps pulled over. It's not even clear if they had any armor. Many of them were forced to take cover as they took fire upon entering the camp. They say that they were outgunned, that their high-powered ammunition, M60 machine guns, were used by the defenders. Some compared this to the Alamo. Now, earlier today, an ATF spokesperson says the cult had more firepower.
Yeah, they had bigger firearms than we had. They were able to shoot through doors, and due to that, you know, a lot of our agents were hurt.
The hospitals are bracing for the worst here. Emergency rooms have been bringing in additional personnel. This morning, a radio station started a blood drive for the Red Cross, expecting and preparing for the worst. However, it's unclear how long this might go on. It could last weeks, as it has in Wyoming and Colorado. But standing by at one of the local hospitals is Channel 8's Renee San Miguel with a report on preparations there. Renee.
Well, Robert, there were 16 ATF agents, wounded agents, brought here yesterday to Hillcrest Baptist Medical Center. 7 of them had to be admitted with serious injuries. That last report, they are all said to be in stable condition and are expected to recover. As you might expect, the ATF is not letting the media get anywhere near them or their families. The last of the family members of the wounded agents arrived here earlier this morning. They wouldn't let us talk to them, but Hillcrest officials during a press conference this afternoon did let us talk to the doctors who treated them and to the counselors and psychologists who are helping them deal with the emotional stress, the stress of being wounded in yesterday's gunfight, but also those who were standing next to their fellow agents when those agents were killed, the stress of having to deal with that as well. One other thing, interesting bit of information passed along at the press conference, Congressman Chet Edwards, who represents Waco, said he had first heard about the Branch Davidians cult when he received a letter from a former cult member last year. Thanks, Richard. Edwards said he fired his own letter off to the FBI after he received the 12-page letter in March 1992.
The communication I received was a letter from a former cult member who outlined in great detail some of the sexual problems, some of the situations in regard to the collection of guns there. and went into rather specific detail about his concerns of the situation.
But Edwards said he had received no response to his letter from federal authorities. He was there visiting with the wounded agents and their families and reported that their spirits were good. But hospital psychologists and counselors also reported a lot of anger.
I heard a lot of talk this morning about the feelings of helplessness that occur when people are in situations where they don't have a lot of control. They're being pinned down by fire and so on. So a lot of the anger is technically frustration. And I haven't heard anybody lay blame or talk about scapegoating kind of things so much this morning as I heard just as Chaplain Holland talked about, a lot of anger and general frustration about the whole situation. And this was like a war.
Hillcrest's emergency room director said the wounds suffered by the agents indicated the kind of firefight you would see in a war zone.
And all of us were astounded, if you were, at the number and severity of the wounds. We had people here that had 2 or 3 shots with obviously high-velocity missiles.
And by high-velocity missiles, he of course means bullets, large jacketed bullets, the kind that you might see used by weapons of warfare. That's the latest from here. I'm Renee San Miguel reporting live.
Channel 13, KTRK-TV Houston. We care about Texas. Now, Eyewitness News with Dave Ward and Sheriff Fryer. Marvin Zimler's Action 13. Bob Allen has sports and the weather with Ed Brandon. Now, Channel 13, Eyewitness News.
I don't think there's really anything they did wrong. Like I said, they had bigger guns than we did.
That's a spokeswoman with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms defending the federal officers who tried to arrest a cult leader. 4 ATF agents were cut down in a shootout with members of that heavily armed religious sect. Good evening, friends. He may have been wounded in that bloody gun battle, but cult leader David Koresh shows no signs of surrendering to federal agents.
Armed cult members remain holed up near Waco, having released several children throughout the course of the day.
We have a team report on the standoff. Let's begin with Wayne Dolcefino standing by live near the compound in Waco. Wayne.
Yeah, good evening, Dave and Shara. Plain and simply, it is a waiting game here about 10 miles east of Waco, but there have been some developments in the last hour. Some more kids released from the compound. There were 2 exchanges about 15 minutes apart, but we believe there still be some kids, perhaps as many as 24 kids, still inside the compound. A long day, a long night, another long day for lawmen, often spent in driving rain here outside of Waco as they simply surround this compound. It's in a chokehold. But the man who holds the trump card tonight is David Koresh, this 9th grade dropout who thinks he is the second coming of Christ. He clearly has the choice of ending this thing peacefully or in a blaze of bullets. They seem startled by the camera flashes going off around them. These young and obviously innocent members of a fanatical religious cult suspected of murdering 4 federal agents. 6 children released in pairs after a Dallas radio station played their leader's message over and over.
The children that we brought out last night all seemed to be in good physical shape. They seemed to be in good spirits, and these people were taking care of them. They're well fed.
Critics of this bizarre Branch Davidian cult say the kids were obviously victims of child abuse. But cult workers say welfare workers had previously been to the 77-acre compound near Waco and had given the kids a clean bill of health.
They were quite happy with what they saw, how the children were treated, how they dressed, what they wore.
I cannot confirm or deny any previous cases that the Children Protective Services may have worked.
There were signs the siege could become a long one. The government continued to pour men and machinery into the Central Texas countryside, but after what happened Sunday morning, the government may not be ready for a quick rematch.
Because right now, a lot of those agents that were involved in this shootout yesterday are very torn up and very emotional, which is understandable.
ATF officials spent the day responding to the critical question, what went wrong? Should they have waited for the cult leader David Koresh to come outside the compound, as neighbors say he sometimes did, instead of charging in broad daylight? We were outgunned, insisted the ATF, not outplanned.
From the holes in our vehicles and the holes in some of the helicopters and unfortunately wounds that were suffered by our agents, there was some very high power ammunition used, which, you know, is used in big guns.
No activity, Dave and Shara, in the last hour or so, other than law enforcement vehicles passing back and forth. A couple of more passing around a back road that leads into the compound, which is, as you can see, about a mile or so behind us. As I said, simply a waiting game, and it's approaching nightfall, the second night of this standoff. Back to you.
Wayne, of course, there's been a lot of speculation about the timing of this assault in the first place. It looked as though the cult members were ready.
Yeah, that's what the ATF thinks.
I think they were
David
tipped off.
Koresh. Yeah, David Koresh was saying that God told him that federal agents were coming. The ATF thinks the tip came from a more earthly source. Some have suggested perhaps it was the local media who had started some newspaper articles on this story. The ATF wouldn't comment on that, although those articles coincidentally started one day before this Sunday assault. But clearly they were ready, and the criticism for the federal authorities today is, why didn't you wait? Why was it so necessary in broad daylight when you knew women and children were inside to make the assault when you did?
Wayne, what has been the reaction of all of this to the people in and around the Waco area, the neighbors, so to speak?
Well, Dave and Shara, this is a quiet country. It's also a religious country, and Carlos Aguilar has been out talking to the folks who have very strong religious beliefs. How are they feeling about all this?
Well, at 5 o'clock we talked to area residents here, but on this report I'm going to show you what folks around Waco think about their religious beliefs and what happened here. Let me show you.
I mean, we didn't know what was going on. We didn't know that they were out there.
This reaction comes after the weekend's shootout with a religious group just east of Waco. Religious activity is not new in Central Texas. This is the heart of the Bible Belt, an area known for its extremely conservative stance, both political and religious. Here at Baylor University, 10% of its student body is studying for the ministry. And the students here on campus are quick to point out that there should not be any link between what happened on the outskirts of town and the religious training that goes on here.
I don't think there's any correlation between, there is a Bible Belt here in this center for religion, but I don't think the extremists that are out there have anything to do with what's going on now.
It's a completely different thing. I mean, it's completely different.
Others who are also disavowing any link to the Branch Davidians are the Seventh-day Adventists, who say the break with the religious outcast was so long ago and there hasn't been any ties since then anyway.
And we just want to make it clear that we're not part of that group. In fact, we are anything but violent.
A couple of Baylor University religious professors say it's unfair to say that folks here in the Bible Belt harbored this group, or that it's something linked to this Central Texas region's religious beliefs. Instead, that it's one man's doing.
I think that you will find them in all parts of the country and the world. It's not restricted to a Bible Belt.
Of course, the law authorities, the press, everyone is seen as a part of an evil system. And if they really believe, they'll fight to the death, for the cause of their Messiah. That's the terrifying part of it, I think.
Well, folks in Waco and around the compound here in small communities like Elk down the road here now aren't sure they want these folks for their neighbors. We'll update you later on in this hour should we need to. Dave, Sheriff?
Okay. Thanks, Bob.
Thank you. Well, there is grief in Houston tonight among the family and co-workers of slain ATF agent Steve Willis.
The 32-year-old Willis was a graduate of Katy High School, and reporter Chris Adams spoke with some of the people who knew him. Chris.
This 1979 yearbook shows a photo of Steve Willis. It reveals a slim, smiling young man apparently ready to face his future, a future now cut short. Today on campus, there was the spreading knowledge that one of their own is gone. 32-year-old Steve Willis became an ATF agent 3 years ago, assigned to the Houston office. His former English teacher and the school's receptionist look at his yearbook picture and remember the young man they knew.
I remember him as a quiet student, perhaps interested in music and girls, the usual things that the kids of the 70s were interested in. And
I think he was just a very nice boy, never in any trouble, and, we just didn't ever have any problems with him.
Willis's parents now live on this street in Houston. They declined to comment today. 4 other agents assigned to Houston were wounded in the shootout. Larry Shiver, Eric Evers, Roland Ballesteros, and Mark Handley. They're listed in stable condition. ATF Special Agent Donnie Carter said his staff cried when told about what happened.
We're doing the best we can, but we're hurt. We're a little frustrated, and we're just trying to do our job because we know the best thing we can do for Steve now is to do our job and to help take care of his family, and we know he would do the same thing for us.
Willis is survived by his mother, father, and sister, all of whom are said to live here in Houston. Back to you.
Okay. Thank you, Chris.
Well, the grandmother of David Koresh told Eyewitness News today that she never realized the cult leader thinks of himself as Jesus Christ. Jean Holub, who lives here in Houston, says that she knows Koresh by his real name, Vernon Howell. She says the last time she saw her grandson was last summer when he gave her a picture of his daughter and wife. Koresh was in Houston at the time buying guns at a local show. The 68-year-old grandmother made this emotional appeal.
We finally found each other. And for God's sakes, let's try to straighten this thing out and be together again.
Holub did know of the 33-year-old cult leader's strong religious beliefs. She says he often talked about Armageddon and predicted possible bad times in the near future.
Koresh's ex-wife's living in California with their 4-year-old child. 23-year-old Robin Bunns left Koresh and the Branch Davidian sect 2 years ago. She and the child now live in seclusion, and they want her to keep their identity secret.
He's a very difficult person, and he's very, very aggressive, and he gets very angry at times if things aren't going right or if they're not going his way. He can become very violent.
Bunn says she met Koresh while she was 14, while they were both members.
Now, Eyewitness News. With Dave Ward, Marvin Zimler's Action 13, Bob Allen has sports, and the weather with Ed Brendan. Now, Channel 13, Eyewitness News, tonight.
Good evening, friends. It has been over 36 hours now since federal agents first confronted a heavily armed religious cult near Waco. They were met by a hail of gunfire, killing 4 of the agents and wounding over a dozen others. Tonight, additional agents have arrived on that scene, many of them in combat gear. We have a team of reporters and photographers in the Waco area keeping us up to date on this developing story. For the latest, let us turn live now to reporter Alan Himberger. Alan.
Hello, Dave. In fact, the marshals moved in force tonight. We say marshals. We're not really sure what kind of agents they are. We know for sure that they are federal agents of some sort, probably ATF agents. This morning at news conferences, the ATF people talked about the problems they had out here yesterday. They said one of the reasons that they had 4 men go down was because they were outgunned yesterday. They were here today to make sure that wasn't going to happen again. Late this afternoon, there was more movement inside the compound. When the vehicles passed us, we could see that more children had been released. At about the same time, a Coast Guard C-130 transport landed at Waco Airport. It was carrying dozens of men, perhaps members of some highly trained federal strike force. They were loaded onto military buses. And then tonight, after 7 p.m., authorities enforced a total blackout on all the lights. A short time later, we were told that the FBI command post was moving about a half-mile away from the cult compound. Could the movement of the command post be part of the negotiations?
Probably is part of it. I couldn't tell you. I could not tell you. That's their situation.
That's your best guess.
That's my guess. Okay.
So do you see that? Then came a long line of cars and minivans, all carrying dozens of well-armed men. And as soon as those men came into the compound, authorities came out and ordered all of the media away. You know, during the daytime, of course, when there was light, we could see the compound from where we were located. But at nighttime, it's a different story out here, and Carlos Aguilar has that angle.
They just asked if y'all would comply and turn the lights off at this time. Okay. Okay.
Right after sunset, law officers went around to the more than 200 news media covering this story to make sure they complied with the blackout. Even though we were about a mile from the compound, we were being asked to turn out our lights.
They're afraid that possibly somebody from the other side over there in the compound, if they had ability to shoot at night, that they might just take a few pot shots, so just for security measures.
The darkness left the news media to make do without. But there was one Dallas TV station that had a working night scope camera that still provided an image for the watchful eye.
Well, the night vision scope, as you know, amplifies light, and in low light situations you can see things that you wouldn't be able to see with the naked or unaided eye.
This has been a tiring situation for the news media and the various authorities who have been on the scene since the Sunday morning shootout between federal agents and members of the religious group. Local law officers have been holding the line while the federal agents figure out what to do.
I was out till about 12:30 last night, went home, got some sleep, and came back at 7 this morning. I'm going to stay out for a while tonight, but we've got a lot of the local officers coming in from other agencies that are really supporting us, so that's giving us a break, so we really appreciate their help.
When we have had to turn our lights on to work tonight, we've done it behind our satellite camera so we wouldn't become targets. But what I am hearing from authorities here is that they might move the news media even further back should this go into another night. Carlos Aguilar, 13 Eyewitness News.
And in fact, Carlos was kind of prophetic in that sense, Dave. Just about a half hour after he finished that report, in fact, they came up and they told all the news media to move back. A couple of reasons possible for that. First of all, we were about half a mile to a mile away from the compound. Anybody familiar with weaponry knows that a gunshot can travel a half mile, a mile real easy. So for our safety, perhaps they pulled us back. You also heard Carlos talking about night cams here, so people can really see in the dark what those agents are doing up there, and perhaps they don't want to let everybody know the kind of operation that they may be involved with tonight. Dave?
Okay, keep us posted, Alan. Thank you.
We will do it.
Well, the leader of this Branch Davidians cult calls himself David Koresh, who took control of the group in the late 1980s. Members believe in the imminent end of the world and the second coming of Christ. When Koresh took over, the group became his own personal cult, as shown in an Australian TV interview last year.
Well, you know what they think of me? They think I'm the son of God. Do they? Yeah.
In 1987, the struggle for leadership at the Waco area compound turned to gunfire. Koresh and seven followers were charged with attempted murder, but no one was convicted. The events in Waco have several tragic ties to Houston. One of the ATF agents killed there yesterday, and the cult leader's grandmother both called the Houston area home, and Chris Adams reports.
Jean Hullab lives in Houston. While watching television, she learned her grandson, David Koresh, is leading the Waco cult.
I like to pass out. I started crying. I just couldn't believe it.
She talks about her grandson's love of music, his passion for religious theology, and his fascination with weapons. And she has a message.
For God's sakes, let's try to straighten this thing out and be together again. Be as a family. Because we can't have our family reunion without you.
On this street in Houston live two grieving parents who know their family will never be whole again. Their son, ATF agent Steve Willis, was killed in the shootout. They wait for his body to return. The slain officer had deep ties to the Houston area. He graduated in 1979 from Katy High School. Today on campus, word of his tragic death spread. His English teacher and the school's receptionist look at his yearbook picture and remember the young man they knew.
I think he was just a very nice boy, never in any trouble. And
it's very tragic. It's tragic when any young person dies.
The special agent in charge of the bureau where Willis worked talked about the emotions which tear at the dead man's co-workers.
Hurt, sorrow, pain, anger, frustration, you name it, we've had it heaped upon us. We are just overwhelmed right now.
The events in Waco seem to have overwhelmed just about everyone. Reporting, Chris Adams, 13 Eyewitness News.
And tonight, local Branch Davidians and Seventh-day Adventists are desperately trying to make one thing clear. They claim they are not fanatical cultists. Our Michelle Gilly continues our team coverage.
Doug Mitchell is one of a handful of Orange County Branch Davidians, a religious group that shares the same name and some of the same beliefs with cult leader Vernon Howell. But as Mitchell is quick to point out, there are lots of differences between Branch Davidians here locally and those that Howell controls in Texas.
Being Adventists, we certainly don't believe in drinking or smoking, in which evidently Vernon's drinking is not a church practice. We understand and have always taught that man's only to have one wife, and that's God's image, and therefore all this multiplicity of wives he has never been our doctrine.
Mitchell says his branch does not arm itself or teach secret doctrines like those taught in Texas. But Mitchell isn't the only person today distancing himself from the Texas cult. The leader of the Seventh-day Adventists in Southern California is claiming no ties to Howell or his followers. The Branch Davidians are a breakaway group of the Seventh-day Adventists. It was a split that occurred back in the 1930s.
I was shocked when I heard the news that anybody in the name of Christ would do what they did.
Doug Mitchell isn't surprised that Vernon Howell would do something like this. Mitchell says when he met Howell, he found him to be charismatic and able to influence people. In Anaheim, Michelle Gilly, Channel 9 News.
Channel 13, KTRK-TV Houston. We care about Texas. Now, Eyewitness News. With Dave Ward, Marvin Zindler's Action 13, Bob Allen has sports, and the weather with Ed Brandon. Now, Channel 13, Eyewitness News, tonight.
And good evening, friends. Right now, we just don't know. Despite his pledge to surrender over 7 hours ago, still no break reported tonight outside of Waco. Cult leader David Koresh apparently remains holed up in his heavily armed fortress, and we assume that negotiations with law officers continue. Our reporter Alan Himberger is there covering any and all developments, and he joins us now live. Alan, what do we know is the latest?
Well, I'll tell you what, Dave, what we know is that it's dark outside that compound and that there is no official word as to what is going on inside. Now, about 90 minutes ago, a Dallas radio station, KRLD, declared that the siege was over, and they did that because of the visual that they were seeing, streams of cars coming out from near that compound. However, they have backed off that idea that the siege was over, and in fact, the siege appears to be headed towards day 4. The siege began Sunday morning when ATF agents went to the Branch Davidian compound near Waco to arrest cult leader David Koresh on weapons charges. Before the shooting was over, at least 6 people, 4 ATF agents and 2 cult members lay dead. Yesterday, some children were released. Today, dozens more. Altogether, 38 children and 4 adults have come out of the cult compound. When the first children came out this morning, they brought with them a taped message from the cult leader. David Koresh promised to surrender once the tape was played to a national radio audience.
I, David Koresh, agree upon the broadcasting of this tape to come out peacefully with all the people immediately.
The children also brought out word that at least 7 bodies were in the compound, victims from Sunday's shootout. Federal agents have confirmed there are more dead inside the compound. But still, hours after Koresh said he would surrender, the waiting game goes on. Tonight, scores of police cars left the area of the compound, but no official confirmation that this siege is over. Perhaps it was just a shift change. Now, the word out here tonight, Dave, is that this has basically been a media party of speculation because we have gotten no official word from any kind of authority exactly what is going on. We can only assume that negotiations are continuing. That lack of information isn't just unique to this compound, as Wayne Dolcefino reports from Waco.
A police sniper peers from the roof as heavily armed lawmen guard the street around Hillcrest Baptist. The hospital is on emergency alert.
What I'm telling you is that you're going off of this campus.
Security is tight, so tight that ATF officers apparently didn't like the looks of this onlooker. His pickup truck parked nearby praised Jesus. He denied he was a cult member. He was later released. For hospital officials, like everyone else, it's a waiting game.
I would say that the mood is a mixture of tense and also people are very willing and ready to help.
Government officials aren't helping an awful lot with official information. Remember what they told us Monday?
The 3:30 news conference here has been canceled.
That's why today's briefing sounded so familiar.
They advise that they are still in a standoff situation at Mount Carmel. This press conference has been canceled.
The 8 o'clock media briefing was canceled too. A law enforcement spokeswoman telling us we shouldn't expect any more public comments for the foreseeable future. Maybe in 2 or 3 days, she said, if nothing changes. In Waco, Wayne Dolcefino, 13 Eyewitness News.
And maybe a good indication, Dave, of what's going on out here. A little while ago, probably about 45 minutes ago, a car full of law enforcement authorities came by and they hit their PA and they said no comment, and they were laughing and joking amongst themselves when they said that. So perhaps we can read into that the tension up there has been cut a little. We'll just have to wait and see. We will keep vigil outside Waco at this compound all night or forever, if that's what it takes. Back to you.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Alan. Well, there's a Houston area grandmother who's watching the events near Waco with a very concerned eye. Her grandson is that cult leader, David Koresh, although she knows him by his given name, Vernon Howell. Reporter Chris Adams is with that family and joins us now live. Chris?
Well, Jean Hullab is sitting right next to me. She's been watching the events here all day. Let me ask you, first of all, what's your reaction to today's event?
Well, I was hoped up when I found out that he might be coming out. And then, I don't know, it kind of let me down.
Did you actually believe he was coming out? Are you disappointed?
Yes, I am.
What do you believe your grandson rather, will do next?
I don't really know now. I don't know.
What about your activities this day? What have you been doing? What about family members?
Sitting right here, all of us watching TV and just hoping, and I've been sitting here praying.
Do you believe your grandson will try to martyr himself?
I don't know about that either. I never would have thought he would, but I don't know.
Thank you again, Jean Hull, the grandmother of David Koresh. Back to you in the studio.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Well, 4 years ago, Vernon Howell was termed an intense, charismatic man who will use force when it suits him. That, according to an assistant district attorney who tried to convict him on attempted murder charges. In 1988, Denise Wilkinson was a McLennan County prosecutor who helped to try Howell and 7 followers for the attempted murder of George Roden. Roden led the Branch Davidian sect until Howell's group stormed the cult's Waco compound, armed with high-powered weapons and thousands of rounds of ammunition. Wilkerson says Howell's forceful personality may have helped him win his freedom.
His testimony was so compelling to at least a couple of the jurors. They felt compelled to hug him after the trial was over, when the verdict was announced. I've never seen that happen before, and I haven't seen it since.
All 7 of Howell's followers were acquitted. The jury failed to reach a verdict in Howell's case, and he was never.
Federal agents brought reinforcements into Central Texas today after 4 federal agents were shot to death. The federal force is outside the compound where members of an armed, very armed religious sect are holed up after a bloody Sunday morning shootout. CBS News correspondent Vicki Mabry is at the scene of the standoff near Waco, Texas.
In the cold and rain of the Texas countryside, the standoff continues as federal negotiators attempt to talk cult leaders out of their fortified compound. So far, the only progress has been the release of 4 children this afternoon and a half-dozen others last night. They left the 77-acre fortress and were handed over safely to federal alcohol, tobacco, and firearms agents. But the children were inside the compound early Sunday morning when deadly gunfire broke out as 30 federal agents, backed by state and local law enforcement officers, tried to serve warrants on the group's leader. For 45 minutes, federal agents were pinned down, battling automatic weapons fire with handguns. With a ceasefire negotiated, agents went in to recover their wounded and their dead. The toll? 4 federal agents killed, more than a dozen injured. 2 members of the cult dead as well.
I don't believe it's that we were outmaneuvered or outplanned. The problem we had is that we were outgunned.
Agents were after Vernon Howell, also known as David Koresh, the charismatic leader of the 75-member Branch Davidian cult. Howell, who claims he is Christ and admits to being a polygamist, foreshadowed a potentially deadly confrontation in an interview with Australian TV 6 months ago.
They come in here with a gun and they start shooting at us. What would you do? Tell me, be realistic. This is America.
6 years ago, Howell engaged in a bloody shootout with the cult's former leader. The case ended in a mistrial. Now, Howell's father and grandmother are begging him to surrender.
If he done something wrong, he should pay for it. But I can't see him getting killed. I'd like for him to give up.
If he ever done anything in his life, I want him to give up because they're going to kill him.
Even though police have brought in reinforcements, they're hoping there will be no more bloodshed. There is fear tonight that with the release of additional children, the cult leaders may be trying to force a confrontation, saying to federal agents, "You wanted us? Come get us." Dan?
Vicki Mabry, live in Elk, Texas. Thank you. Stay here with us now for more CBS News, including Eye on America. Tonight, a corporate secret. Companies not putting away the money you will need.
You're watching Channel 13, KTRK-TV, Houston. Live at 5 with Melody Lawson and Alan Himberger. Now, live at 5.
Koresh refused to honor his promise and has indicated he will keep his promise to come out when he receives further instruction from God.
In the first news conference held since Monday, FBI officials tell why cult leader David Koresh said he reneged on his agreement to surrender yesterday, abruptly stalling negotiations. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the midweek edition of Live at 5. I'm Melanie Lawson. It was the latest twist in a standoff that grows more tedious and more incredible by the hour. And it was the first time we've heard directly from federal officials about developments behind the scenes there. Alan Himberger was one of the many reporters at that news conference near Waco. He joins us now live to update us. Alan, I know that you folks have been kept in the dark for many days, so I bet reporters had a lot of questions today.
They certainly did, Melanie. We were very happy to hear from those folks. As you mentioned, David Koresh, the cult leader, the Branch Davidian cult leader, is inside the compound. All is peaceful. The FBI made it very clear in the news conference today that they do not want additional confrontation. They do not want additional bloodshed. They are in this for the long haul. They are willing to wait out David Koresh and the 100 members of his cult that are inside that compound. And as David Koresh waits for his message from God, reporters finally got the message from the FBI and the ATF. The FBI and ATF broke 2 days of silence at noon today with an eagerly awaited news conference. The FBI explained that they thought the siege would end yesterday after a long, rambling Bible message from the cult leader David Koresh was played over a national radio network. But after waiting 2 hours for Koresh and his followers to surrender, they reestablished contact with the cult. Koresh said he had a change of heart.
In subsequent contacts with Koresh, he stated that he had received a message from God instructing him to wait. The negotiation team undertook efforts to convince Koresh to fulfill his promise and to surrender immediately. Koresh refused to honor his promise and has indicated he will keep his promise to come out when he receives further instruction from God.
The FBI and ATF said it didn't know for sure if Koresh had been wounded in Sunday's assault.
They say he was wounded. The negotiators believe he was wounded. The extent of his wounds are uncertain to us.
As for reports of dead bodies still in the compound,
interviews of people who were involved in the raid and interviews of the people who have been released indicate that there are some bodies in the compound. The precise number, we do not know.
Earlier today, a Huey helicopter flew by the FBI command post and picked up someone on the ground. Was this the final assault beginning? No, says the FBI. It was merely taking a survey of the situation. Now, the FBI indicated that they are in control of communications going into that compound and coming out, so the people inside cannot reach the outside world without first going through the FBI. It's all part of the negotiations, and for that part of the story, let's go to Carlos Aguilar, also live here near Waco.
Alan, that's correct. The FBI negotiators say they don't want a repeat of what happened before.
The greatest fear we have is that there will be further bloodshed in this incident.
There has been loss of life on both sides, and there are wounded as a result of Sunday's shootout between federal agents and members of the religious group. So negotiators are concerned about those still inside.
20 children, that's 20 children, 47 women, and 43 men inside.
Teams of negotiators are talking to the group's leader, David Koresh, and others.
There's been some contact with women but the primary negotiation has been done with 2 or 3 men to include Koresh.
But the communications is not always there.
If there's no contact, if they call us, we immediately answer. There's been several instances where we call them and they let it ring. But that's the basic way of communicating, is by telephone.
Still, the negotiators are being patient, saying time is on their side and that they don't have any immediate plans to move in.
We're not contemplating assaulting that compound at all.
Nonetheless, as you can see, some of the news media covering this story have literally erected scaffolding to keep an eye on the compound, but the FBI says they have placed no deadline on the religious group to surrender. They say they're going to wait them out. Back to you, Alan.
Okay, Carlos, safe to say that the news media out here is a lot more impatient than the FBI and ATF negotiators, and that is for sure. Now, the FBI and ATF took a lot of questions at that news conference today about what went wrong with that initial siege and raid on Sunday morning, the thing that kicked this thing off. We've got Wayne Delchifino right now who's covering that part of the story.
Federal weapons investigators infiltrated the Branch Davidian cult 4 months ago. An undercover agent, in fact, was with David Koresh inside the compound less than an hour before the failed Sunday raid. A raid apparently compromised by a phone call.
It is believed that prior to the execution of the warrant, a phone call was received which placed the occupants on alert. There is no doubt they were expecting our arrival.
Helicopters flying in from the west were meant as a diversion. 3 teams of ATF agents leading the assault. A team from the rear to take out a suspected arms cache of automatic weapons. 1 from the front, a 3rd hitting from the side, climbing to the roof to enter. The gunfire erupted, cult members firing wildly through the walls. Women and children, normally in prayer at the time, were instead in the line of fire.
When we went into this compound, the element of surprise was essential. The element of surprise was essential for us to get in. There are over 75 women and children. We have a fire discipline. We're law enforcement officers, so we can't fire without having a target and individuals.
The toll was heavy, 4 dead, 15 injured. But the ATF denies today there was a better way, denying reports that Koresh could have been nabbed during a trip away from the compound.
He hasn't left in months. He decided God had told him that he should stay there, not leave the compound.
Alan, since God's voice is the only one that David Koresh and his followers down there seem to be listening to, lawmen can only hope the next divine message is one for a quick and peaceful surrender. This is a live view from Sky 13, about 5 miles away from the compound, as close as the government will allow us to get. Any closer, they said, we would provoke gunfire. Alan, back to you.
Okay, Wayne, thanks very much. Now, you mentioned about the children who have come out of that compound. There have been conflicting reports of the number of women and children who have come out. The FBI and ATF says 18 children have come out and 2 women. The 2 women are elderly females. We are told they were in their 70s. As for what the status of the children right now, Melanie, we understand that they are in state custody, in the custody of CPS agencies here around Waco. Melanie, that's the situation from here. We'll be back a little bit later.
All right, Alan, and at this point, they're saying well over 100 people still inside the compound.
Indeed, over 110 people.
Unbelievable. All right, we'll check back with you in a few moments. Well, the way that the ATF handled that Sunday morning raid, as you heard from Wayne, is being criticized, also by a man who once led the elite military commando group known as Delta Force. Colonel Charles Beckwith questions when and how that operation was executed.
And I think that the operation to take down the cult up there on Sunday was a disaster. And they said after it was over, they were outgunned. Also, what confuses me is why they wanted to attack the compound. I don't know why they didn't go up there with a loudspeaker and announce who they were and ask the people to come out. And if they didn't come out, say at some point in time, we're going to have to use some means to get you out. But I think guns blazing is the poorest way to get people out.
Beckwith also questions why the ATF did not know how much firepower the cult had, if indeed they had an undercover agent inside there. Today, ATF spokesman defended that operation, saying the lost element of surprise was really the root of the problem. The family of Special Agent Steve Willis, the Houstonian who was killed in that raid, took some time out from making funeral arrangements today to talk about the man and his joy for living. Lisa Willis Corbin told our Christy Myers that her brother was an award-winning car racer, that he liked canoeing and he loved his work with the ATF. He volunteered, she said, for the tough assignments. She said she and her brother Steve were the best of friends, and when she couldn't find a date, he was always her backup escort to social events. And though she will miss him greatly, she says he died doing what he believed in.
I feel honored to have known him, very honored. I think he's just wonderful. I just love him very much. It's been, he's always been there.
From ABC, this is World News Tonight with Peter Jennings.
Good evening. We begin in Waco, Texas again tonight, where a man says he is still waiting for the word from God. The man, of course, is David Koresh, the leader of a religious cult who remains barricaded and heavily armed inside his compound. More than 100 of his followers may be with him, including women and children, and possibly because of that, federal agents now say they have no plans to storm the compound. Koresh says he won't come out until God tells him to do so. In Waco, here's ABC's Tom Foreman.
A law enforcement helicopter flew low over the cult's compound today to get a better look. Lawmen believe there are as many as 110 people inside, far more than originally suspected. They are suspicious of what cult leader David Koresh tells them, since he backed out of a promise to surrender yesterday.
He says that he did not fulfill his promise to leave immediately with his followers because God told him to wait.
Authorities are explaining in more detail what went wrong with the raid Sunday. It was to be a surprise attack to seize an arsenal of high-powered guns. Authorities revealed today that they had an undercover agent inside the compound. His information now leads them to believe Koresh was tipped off 45 minutes before the assault.
It is believed that prior to the execution of the warrant, a phone call was received which placed the occupants on alert. There is no doubt they were expecting our arrival.
Agents say they do not know who made the call. Questions have been raised about why local reporters were on the scene before the attack began, and whether they had been in contact with authorities or the people inside the compound. Those reporters say they were simply following up on a newspaper story about the cult. The FBI is investigating those claims. Particularly with all of those children inside the compound, the FBI is relying on negotiators to end the standoff.
We're not contemplating assaulting that compound at all.
They moved mobile homes to their command post today, indicating as long as Koresh believes God wants him to wait, they will too. Tom Foreman, ABC News, Waco, Texas.
The dictionary defines cult as a religious sect generally considered to be extremist or bogus. There may be 2,500 cults in the United States, most of which you never hear of unless something goes terribly wrong. Tonight, a closer look at how Mr. Koresh and other cult leaders exert such a powerful hold on their followers. ABC's John McKenzie.
He inclined to me when he heard my cry.
Psychiatrists say David Koresh, who often gave 15-hour Bible lectures, seems to have all the characteristics of the classic cult leader.
Charming, intelligent, very intense of purpose, superb interpersonal skills, the ability to win people's trust very quickly and to manipulate people.
Much the way Charles Manson did. He led his followers on a killing spree in Los Angeles. Or Jim Jones, who led more than 900 of his supporters in a mass suicide. Koresh, a high school dropout who memorized the Bible and calls himself the Son of God, attracted as many as 3,000 disciples. But why do these people follow him?
Because I heard there was something here that I wanted to listen to.
What do you think of David?
I think he's great.
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 16.
I love him as a brother. Do you believe he's the Son of God?
I hope he is.
We shouldn't underestimate how vulnerable people are to persuasion in the right context, under the right circumstances.
Koresh's followers would do just about anything he would ask. Robin Bunz of California was one of his 19 wives. Koresh is the father of her 4-year-old son.
He convinces you that it's okay, that he's doing them a favor by making them his wife because he claims to be God.
Koresh physically punished many of the children, often drawing blood.
Well, he spanked my daughter for between 30 and 40 minutes.
According to his former followers, Koresh had sex with girls as young as 13, allegedly with their parents' consent.
He slept with at least 4 or 5 minors. It's just the one minor that's actually given birth, but there may be more now.
They really give up their entire selves to the cult, and they're willing to give up their personal values as well. The leader then defines what's good, what's right, and what's bad.
And what goes on outside the cult soon has little meaning for those on the inside.
In the latter days.
John McKenzie, ABC News, New York.
In other news today, here it is slow going at the World Trade Center.
Robert Riggs is standing by live there now. And Robert, is there any late word on perhaps still some other waiting that's taking place over there?
There's no notification to get ready to receive anybody here, Tracy. This morning, federal agents came to this hospital and literally took it over. They told the emergency room personnel to get ready to receive at least 2 wounded cult members by 2:30 p.m. At this late hour, none have yet arrived. And tonight, the hospital staff is on standby. Heavily armed police SWAT team stood guard outside Waco's Hillcrest Baptist Medical Center. Federal agents from the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Agency, ATF, sealed off the hospital to treat wounded cult members. ATF agents alerted the hospital's emergency room to brace for severe trauma. The hospital put its disaster plan into effect at noon Tuesday. Extra personnel from surgeons to janitors await the promised surrender of the religious cult. 7 federal agents wounded during the deadly assault on Sunday remain in stable condition here. One of the surgical nurses who treated the casualties says the staff's mood ranges from tense to upbeat.
One of their main concerns has been the officers and their families, is what they've expressed. And then there's always that feeling of, gee, this could happen in my hometown, you know, and it's not something you like to think about happening.
Federal agents armed with assault rifles and bulletproof vests surround the hospital and patrol its hallways. Tight security measures underscore concerns that any release might trigger a violent reaction from the cult's supporters. There are reports tonight that as many as 10 cult members could be dead inside that fortified compound. As part of the hospital's disaster plan, they have expanded the morgue here. Tracy.
Okay, Robert, thank you. Federal officials had originally, or had tonight, said 10 people could be dead.
This is News 8 Midday.
But it's a very tedious process. Obviously, we're encouraging it very much, and the negotiators are working very, very hard to do that.
There's progress reported as the standoff at the Branch Davidian compound near Waco enters day 5. Another child is released. The latest on that story tops our news at noon. Renee is off. Thanks for joining us. An 11-year-old boy released from the compound this morning brings to 20 the number of children now freed since Sunday's standoff began. As for cult leader David Koresh and the others, there's still no sign of surrender. Channel 8's Robert Riggs is at the Waco Convention Center and joins us now live with the latest. Robert?
When the FBI says that cult leader David Koresh appears to have made a miraculous recovery. Koresh claimed that he suffered severe stomach wounds during Sunday's bloody shootout. The FBI says Koresh clearly controls who gets out of the Branch Davidians' heavily armed compound. Negotiations led to the release of an 11-year-old boy named Kevin this morning and 12-year-old Mark Anthony Jones late Wednesday afternoon. By Koresh count, 108 people remain inside, including 18 children and 47 women. The FBI says the religious cult's activity appears to be their normal routine, at least normal to their way of thinking. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, ATF, revealed that agents arrested a 62-year-old male member of the cult for weapons violations shortly before Sunday's deadly firefights. The U.S. Attorney opened a criminal investigation into whether the cult received a tip warning of the raid. And ATF officials confirmed that cult members wore black uniforms resembling body armor during the firefight. The FBI is handling the standoff as a hostage situation.
I think that children probably would want to leave. I don't know who else might want to leave. I think it's more of hostage. They're not people who like a kidnapping, a classical kidnapping that I can tell now. But I would say they're hostage to the circumstances.
Negotiators are waiting for David Koresh to hear a message from God to surrender. He broke that promise 2 days ago. Also, there are critical questions continuing about the handling of the operations and the raid, and there are contradictions in the ATF story. Yesterday, they said that they tried to capture Koresh outside the compound for several months of the investigation, but that he had heard a message from God and that he did not go out of the compound. Now there are reports that he was frequently seen out of the compound in the past few days before the raid. And the ATF admitted today that before the raid they did not have Koresh under constant surveillance. Also out at the compound, a criminal investigation has started into a body that was found there. Vince Patton is there with his live report. Vince?
Yes, Robert, that was one of the other surprise announcements this morning.
The leader of an armed religious sect is still holed up inside a compound just outside Waco 6 days after Sunday's shootout. He says that he's still waiting for a message from God.
But now, David Koresh says he resents any similarities being made between him and Jesus Christ. And for the latest on this continuing standoff in the Hill Country, let's join reporter Wayne Dolcefino live. Wayne?
The Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Bureau might have chosen last Sunday for the raid. The Associated Press reporting in the last hour that the tip came from the State Department, relayed from Australian relatives of some of the members in the compound, telling them that a mass suicide was being contemplated inside the compound. David Koresh asked for medical supplies this afternoon, and he got them. We are told they are sutures to repair some damage to his wrist. The negotiations have continued. The feds turning to biblical scholars for some help in trying to answer one of the burning questions of this 6-day-old standoff. What's exactly going through the cult leader's mind?
He indicates there is no intent on his part to order a suicide, nor does he contemplate suicide.
It remains one of the biggest fears lawmen have. that David Koresh will martyr himself and the 107 followers still with him at Mount Carmel, that he's convinced them he has the power of resurrection.
He has taken offense at the use of the term of being compared to Jesus. It's hard for me to characterize what position he takes. I believe it would be more accurate to say that he describes himself as a prophet.
A prophet who showed Sunday his potential for violence. Lawmen wearing yellow and black ribbons in honor of their fallen comrades today must continue to negotiate with the men suspected of ordering their killing.
The relationship is generally one of a bonding that has occurred at times. At other times it seems to be severed when we try to press for the release of other individuals that he does not want to have released.
But are the released children the FBI's best hand to play?
We are taking the opportunity to prepare a videotape of the children along with their individual photographs to be furnished to the families remaining inside the compound. We are doing this to help assure the families that their children are receiving proper care and are being treated with kindness.
But there may be another motive. Video of small children pleading to be reunited with their parents may cut into the loyalty of Koresh's followers.
I don't know what psychological warfare is.
Well, the feds indeed do know what psychological warfare is. The release of the children has slowed down to a trickle today. Just one 9-year-old girl released about 8:45 this morning. What's the condition of the children released so far? Eyewitness News reporter Carlos Aguilar has been following that. Carlos?
Is sending the children out with little bags filled with the kids' personal possessions and information on how authorities can reach their next of kin. And they say that the children appear to be okay.
We have been advised by the law enforcement officials to turn this into a briefing rather than a news conference.
So the officials from Children's Protective Services would not take any reporters' questions about the children. But a CPS investigator said the 21 youngsters released from the compound, who range in age from 5 months to 12 years old, are in good health, good psychological condition, and are showing a sense of family.
You have the older ones looking out for the younger ones. There's a lot of support within the family group. All the children are together. You see older ones reading to the younger ones. They're really enjoying the books.
At the news briefing was a 9th grade class from Waco High School. The students have been following this story and reacted to what CPS officials said about the children.
I don't think they were abused or anything like that. I think they were treated just fine.
And it sounds like, and even from me just standing here and listening, it sounds to me like the kids have been well cared for. But on the other hand, you have all those early stories where the kids were being mistreated. They didn't say anything, of course, about the sexual abuse.
And when reporters pressed for such information, CPS officials declined comment. Authorities are contacting the children's next of kin so they can get together. Back to you in Houston, Dave. Sheriff?
Okay, thanks, Carlos. Well, close to 3,000 family members, friends, and co-workers remembered ATF agent Steve Willis today. Willis, one of the agents killed during Sunday's shootout with that Branch Davidian cult near Waco, was remembered as a dedicated law enforcement officer with a bright future, and reporter Don Cobos has that story.
Steve, you made a difference.
That's how Second Baptist Church pastor Dr. Ed Young remembered Steve Willis. Young addressed close to 3,000 people who attended the funeral service for the fallen ATF agent. Willis, a graduate of Katy High School, was one of 4 agents who was killed Sunday during a shootout at the Branch Davidian compound in Waco. An emotional associate director of the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Bureau, Dan Hartnett, spoke about Willis, the hero.
He put his heart and soul into everything that he did. He is what makes ATF a great organization.
Many of us don't think about the awesome responsibility and risk that law enforcement agents take every day. Unfortunately, it takes the untimely death of a Steve Willis to make all of us appreciate the jobs they do.
Society as a whole needs to understand that police officers at every level are really committed to serve.
Law enforcement officers put their lives on the line every day.
This young man gave his life for his country and for them and for
everyone out here.
Steve Willis, the young man with an infectious smile, was remembered at his gravesite as a 32-year-old special agent who was dedicated to his work and to helping our community become a better place to live. Don Cobos, 13 Eyewitness News.
Cult leader David Koresh, federal agents, and the media all at a standstill near Waco once again this evening as the standoff is now well into its 7th day. But as the situation has made little or no progress, Koresh seems to have gained some support. Let's go to my colleague, Minerva Perez, who is joining us live near the Branch Davidian compound with the latest information. Min?
Well, that's right, Bob. There has been no movement here at the Branch Davidian compound in the last 24 hours. Also in the last 24 hours, no children have been released from the compound. And that's significant because for the last 3 days in a row, several children have been let go at one time. Now, 21 kids are now in the custody of Child Protective Services. However, 17 children remain inside as well as 90 adults. And according to some officials here, those adults are committed to stay there. Now, during negotiations today, Koresh asked authorities that one body be removed from the compound. It is believed that that person was killed Sunday during the raid, and 10 people are believed dead inside that compound. How or when that body will be removed is the nature of negotiations that are still ongoing. Wayne Dolcefino has been covering all the day's events today, and he joins us live now to tell us about it.
Yeah, Minerva, lawmen are increasingly worried that there may be people inside that 77-acre compound who want to leave but can't.
We are not treating this as a hostage situation as of this time. We have no specific information that they're being held against their will. The point we're making is that we have information that a number of people would like to go out, but they still look at Mr. Koresh as their leader.
It's been nearly a week since federal lawmen stormed the Branch Davidian compound near Waco, and the standoff now seems to be at a virtual standstill. The only positive news, David Koresh is now asking questions about the treatment his followers will get if they do give up.
If he is listening, we want to give him and his followers our assurance that he and everyone inside will be treated fairly and humanely if they come out.
The cult story continues to mystify. One of the newest questions, how did Koresh get the money to build that complex complete with a swimming pool and still have something left over for an estimated $100,000 in weapons?
Individuals who joined Koresh, when they joined him, they gave up all their personal goods and money and sold their homes, and the money went to Koresh.
The roadblock leading up to the compound has taken on the appearance of a small community. Reporters have been forced to set up living quarters along the farm road to keep a 24-hour vigil. Where else can you get fajitas served on a film can?
Beef fajitas. I got a brisket in there, got some ribs, got some chicken.
Oh yeah, I think we'll be here for a while.
Over at the compound, still a lot of tension in the air. Last night, one of the Bradley fighting vehicles apparently hit some power lines. It blew up a transformer, and folks on both sides thought for a while it was gunshots. Took a while, Minerva, to calm everyone down, but not much has changed today, and that's got to make the federal negotiators worried, because as you said, each day they were getting something, even if it was in the form of one child. Today they got nothing.
Thanks, Wayne. Well, there's at least one spiritual leader who came out today in defense of the cult group. He was here to question the ATF's actions against the group. Popular East Texas Baptist minister W.N. Otwell talked to the media today about the ensuing standoff and the people inside the compound.
They ain't involved anybody. Everything they've got is allegations. They don't have any. These kids come out, they brought them out of there, and the kids are in perfect shape. I mean, you know, there may be some problem, but there's nothing major. If they did, sure, they've already said it.
Otwell obviously hoping that the standoff ends peacefully and reminding everybody that there are still a lot of children inside the complex. And we'll be back later to update you later on in the newscast. Bob?
Thank you very much, Min, and thank you, Wayne Dolcefino. We begin this evening with a story of hope for a young Houston man. That hope coming from friends and family of slain ATF agent Steve Willis. We get the explanation now from Cynthia Cisneros.
Getting into trouble all the time and stuff.
It's been a long road for 18-year-old James Stanford. For most of his life, he didn't have much to look forward to. With his mother dead and his father gone, he had no direction and wandered aimlessly through a life of gangs and crime. He lives with his elderly grandmother and recently dropped out of high school to get a job and help support her. But James's future has taken a turn for the better.
I got so much on my mind now. I mean, I got a lot of opportunities in front of me, you know. especially since they're helping me, and that's you know, if it wasn't for them, I'd probably, you know, I'd probably still be, you know, looking for something, you know.
He doesn't have to look anymore. He has a newfound friend in David Grissett.
We brought some bread for you, just to help out.
Grissett met James at the funeral of Steve Willis. The alcohol, tobacco, and firearms agent died in last Sunday's ATF raid in Waco. Willis helped turn James' life around by becoming a friend and mentor. The positive influence was beginning to work, but when Willis died, James again had no one to turn to until he met Grissett, a co-worker and friend of the Willis family.
We look on it as something that Steve was in the midst of, you know, someone he was trying to help out. And unfortunately, it was not a job that Steve was able to see through.
Grissett brought some needed food. Groceries are hard to come by since James has no transportation. Grissett will work with the Willis family to help James with his future. James now looks forward to having a surrogate family and accomplishing his goal of becoming an ATF agent like his friend Steve Willis. Cynthia Cisneros, 13 Eyewitness News.
Federal agents and that religious cult led by David Koresh are still holding ground a week after that bloody confrontation began outside Waco. So let's go live outside of Waco right now, where Minerva Perez is standing by with the latest developments. Good day, Min.
Hi, Bob. It seems that the situation out here has taken a turn for the worse. There was talk that a 6-year-old girl wanted to leave the compound today and that she was convinced by Koresh to stay put. That's according to authorities. It's been a disappointing day for officials out here because of that. And also, it just goes to show you that there is still a stalemate going on out here. And for more on that, let's go to Wayne Dolcefino, who is on the other side of the compound live.
Yeah, Minerva, you're looking at a live picture of the compound. We are on the north side of the place, probably the best view we've had in days at the facility, in part because we have a special lens on the camera. What's the latest, you ask? Well, David Koresh apparently continues to complain to federal negotiators that his followers were only acting in self-defense last Sunday when they opened fire. Agents, of course, died in the raid. And his top lieutenant warned the federal government today that they don't know who they're dealing with, that David Koresh has powers they can't even begin to imagine. That should give you some idea how things stack up a full week later. A brilliant full moon provided an eerie backdrop for the sounds of the night. Across the blackened pasture, a rock and roll sermon for the Sabbath from David Koresh. It could be barely heard here at the roadblock, but next-door neighbors certainly heard it closely.
But it wasn't recorded music because, you know, normally you could tell, you could hear them talking, and then between the songs they was picking on the guitar and stuff like that.
Someone asked the other day where we engaged in psychological warfare. I believe it was their attempt to, in fact, engage in such practice against us.
Frustrating, disappointing, the words to describe the negotiations.
It seems that we have hit somewhat of a stalemate.
Negotiators say Koresh has grown more irritable, more evasive.
He then goes into a discussion of religious scripture, or he says, in fact, that the government caused the incident. He will then sometimes completely ignore it and go into another tirade regarding the facts and circumstances surrounding the raid, or and sometimes we'll go into discussion of his childhood.
Adding to the cult leader's frustration, his inability to get more airtime.
We have restricted access to those phones to the point where only we can call in to Mr. Koresh. He has expressed his desire to have another outlet for his information. He does feel frustrated by the fact that he cannot talk directly to the media.
David Koresh isn't dealing right now, so either are the feds. You might remember a couple of days ago, the cult members asked that a body in the compound be removed. 2 days later, it still hasn't. And late this afternoon, we saw trucks carrying floodlights heading toward the compound. Maybe, Minerva, that the feds are planning to give Mr. Koresh a taste of his own medicine. He gave them music last night. We'll see if tonight they give him a light show. Back to you.
And, you know, ever since that standoff started about 8 days ago, tensions around here have been high, not just with federal authorities, but the people who live here. Locals here just aren't happy with the situation. And knowing that, various churches held special prayer services today to help all these people who are concerned cope and bear with the situation.
In the name of the Father, and the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, amen.
St. Joseph's Catholic Church in Elk dedicated its morning mass to everyone affected by the 8-day standoff.
For those who lost their lives, those who are injured, those people who have loved ones still in there, not knowing their condition, we pray for them.
There's no doubt that life for this small community near the Branch Davidian compound has changed dramatically. Father Isidore's Mass was obviously intended to ease his parish's concerns.
All of a sudden, national and international attention is placed upon this community. The quietness, the serenity of our life, it's all of a sudden shaken. It's transformed.
You could see the tension the standoff has brought in the faces of parishioners.
I want it to be over with. I think that we and they have suffered enough, and I think that we need to get back to normal life here in our community.
The same message of prayer was being echoed at Waco's Columbus Avenue Baptist Church, where the sermon there was more an admonishment to David Koresh's followers.
Our trust is to be in Jesus Christ alone. We're not to put our trust in self-proclaimed messiahs or in self-proclaimed prophets like David Koresh.
And we'll be back with more developments on today later on in the newscast. Bob.
All right, Min, thank you, and our thanks to Wayne Dolce.
On the 9th day of that standoff in Waco, the leader of the heavily armed religious cult says that he's been preparing for war since 1985. And tonight he appears ready to battle it out once again with federal agents.
Well, the federal agents are hoping this standoff can be resolved without any more bloodshed. And reporter Wayne Dolce joins us live from near Waco with the latest on that. Wayne?
Yeah, David, Cheryl, let's take a look at the latest live picture we can bring you from another camera position of the compound. As you can see, not much activity this evening, but hours earlier, there was taunting going on from the cult leader David Koresh to the lawmen surrounding his place. His words, "Let's get it on." It was clearly a day when the prospects for a peaceful settlement to this 9-day standoff appear to grow dimmer.
He has made such statements as, "We are ready for war. Let's get it on. Your talk is becoming in vain. I'm going to give you an opportunity to save yourself before you get blown away."
As the cult leader warned of a holy war in the pastures near Waco, government tanks came rolling down the farm road. It was a day when both sides seemed to fortify positions for a possible violent reprise to the Sunday shootout 8 days ago.
He has indicated to us that he has sufficient firepower to blow up the Bradley vehicles, and in fact his words were, "We can cause those vehicles to go 40 or 50 feet into the air."
Thus the tanks, they're not armed yet, they'll serve as shields for the agents in the field. Just after sunrise, action at another location, a business called the Mag Bag, a corrugated metal building a few miles away from the compound. It was raided.
We had developed probable cause that there was possibly firearms, ammunition, possibly explosive materials, destructive devices in there. As I mentioned, when we went in and executed the warrant, we uncovered a small quantity of shotgun shells.
Trying to deal with David Koresh remains the dilemma.
We are now getting a message that it probably is much more than his just being a prophet, that he is probably the Messiah, and that he is here to fulfill the prophecies. As part of his religious philosophy, it's our belief that he believes that his prophecies will be fulfilled if the government engages in an all-out firefight with him in which he is executed.
It's not just a lengthy standoff, also an expensive one. It's estimated it's costing the government $2 million a day for this operation. Coming up later this hour, David Shara, Minerva Perez on the funeral held by cult members over at the compound earlier today. That coming up shortly.
It's day 10 of a standoff with a heavily armed religious cult near Waco, and today relatives from around the world converged on a Waco courthouse seeking custody of those children who have already been released.
For the latest on the situation there, let us join reporter Minerva Perez, who is standing by there live. Minerva.
Well, Dave, the latest out here is that there has been no progress in this stalemate, but it looked a little hopeful this afternoon when some cult members hung a white flag with a message from a window. Wayne Dolce, of course, will have more on that a little later. The focus today was back in Waco, where the fate of freed children was considered by the courts.
Back up.
21 children have been released since the standoff began February 28th. Most came out with messages from their parents listing relatives that might take them. All were placed in the custody of Child Protective Services as state law requires. To determine custody of the children, a court hearing was held so that interested relatives could present their cases. Grandfathers, grandmothers, uncles, and aunts came from all parts of the world to this crowded 19th District Court in Waco to lay claim to their loved ones. One woman from London also took advantage of media presence to make an impassioned plea to David Koresh, whom she blames for her niece's troubles.
And Mr. Koresh, if you want to preach a message, preach it to the world. We want to hear. Why do you have to get a group of people and take them from their family? Send them back to us. We want them.
Most of the family members refused to comment, but inside the courtroom, each vowed to give the children proper homes.
Look, we don't want to take youngsters out of the frying pan and put them in the fire. You understand? We'd rather be cautious.
The court decided to keep the children in CPS custody until officials can complete home studies of the relatives who want them. Placement may take a while, and there's a chance these children won't see their parents for a very long time.
When you're dealing with children, though, that's very sensitive.
Yes, ma'am. It takes, any time you deal with children, it's a special thing, and a whole lot more important than property.
And the children that are in CPS custody are said to be doing fine, but there are still 17 children inside that compound where there are unconfirmed reports of sexual abuse and mistreatment of children. Back to you.
Thank you, Minerva.
Thank you, Minerva.
Well, hundreds of law officers and journalists are holding around-the-clock vigil outside Waco, and today their eyes focused on something waving in the wind from that heavily armed religious compound.
Now let us go back now to the scene of that standoff and to reporter Wayne Dolcefino to tell us more. Wayne.
Yeah, Dave and Shara, the Fed sent milk into the compound for the kids today, but there's one thing that David Koresh desperately wants that the Fed say he'll have to come out to get, and that's a chance to talk directly to us, the media. This is the situation this afternoon over at the compound. Around noon, someone draped what looked like a white flag out a compound window. But it wasn't a surrender. It was apparently a response to a Dallas talk show host asking the cult to signal if they wanted help. David Koresh may want to talk to the press, but right now the FBI is doing all the talking.
What we have seen introduced, which we had not had before, is the use of profanities on their side. Not only by Mr. Koresh, but also by other individuals in the compound.
It's no accident the FBI has started labeling David Koresh as some kind of evil schizophrenic. If there is to be an assault, the government would like to erase the public sympathy factor.
Our concern was that there was not the proper perception out there regarding the threat level that existed.
There were new movements of military vehicles toward what they're calling Ranch Apocalypse, but the FBI says there's no plans to let the military take over.
We have sufficient firepower if we chose to completely neutralize this situation at any moment. We did not choose to do that.
It's now become the longest government standoff with a religious sect since federal agents tried to seize weapons from the Arm of the Lord group in Arkansas 8 years ago. Ironically, that's when the Branch Davidian leader claims he began preparing for his war, now unfolding in the pastures near Waco.
The question is historically, is there any insight that we could give as to how long this might go? That's the $64 question. I really wish I knew.
I think we all wish we knew the answer to that question, Dave and Shara. You're looking at a live picture now as the sun sets in the pastures around Waco of the cult compound complex. Today, the federal agents surrounding the place have been setting up their fortified sandbag positions, especially to the right of the place. No particular activity right now. Minerva Perez, my colleague, has the watch tonight. She'll have the latest at 10 o'clock. If something dramatic happens before then, we'll be sure to break in to let you know. Back to you.
All right, Wayne. Thanks, but no thanks was the message to the media today from federal authorities standing watch over the siege near Waco.
The warning came as that standoff reached its 11th day. And let's go live now to reporter Wayne Dolcefino near the cult compound with today's developments. Wayne?
Yeah, Dave and Shara, this bizarre cult saga is attracting people to the Waco countryside from all over the country. People who think David Koresh is being persecuted, people who think he is some kind of Satan, people who think this incident really is the beginning to the end of the world. Let's take a look at what happened on the 11th day. The hill that overlooks the valley leading to Ranch Apocalypse is now a gathering spot of sorts, a potpourri for religious thinkers. They've come here from across the country. But why?
Kind of warn people that God's going to judge America and the end of the world's shortly to come.
It seemed like the Spirit of God was leading to go here, and I've met nothing here but Christians.
The media is becoming a bigger part of this story. Some would say too big. A Dallas radio station suggests the cultists communicate through banners they hang out the window. They put out 2 in 2 days. Today, the radio host brought his Let Us Inside campaign to the site of the standoff.
What I want are the doctors to get in there, and I want their David Koresh's side. I want to hear David Koresh's side.
He loves this attention.
The FBI says the intervention isn't helping an already stalled negotiation.
They're now applying their efforts toward putting out banners and trying to divert attention from what is necessary, and that is to release the kids, the women, and let's get the male adults out there also.
David Koresh is no longer doing most of the talking. The self-proclaimed Messiah's top lieutenant is now taking a bigger role. But the FBI says Steve Snyder is just as difficult to deal with.
He is an individual that you have to say is totally committed to this operation, and that when he entered the compound, he willingly gave up his wife to David Koresh. That takes a lot of dedication.
While the tanks roamed the ground surrounding the compound, the feds confirmed raids in South Carolina and near Los Angeles. The government campaign against the Branch Davidian leader is clearly now a nationwide one. The FBI also announced the arrest yesterday of a cult member who apparently was involved in the shooting incident that started this all on Sunday, February the 28th, but who managed to get out of the compound before the standoff really ensued. He was arrested yesterday in Waco without incident. Lots of legal maneuvering today, Dave and Shara. Later on this hour, I'll be back with Minerva Perez with more on that.
All right. Thank you, Wayne. The situation near Waco is spurring all kinds of efforts now to end that standoff. Now a group of lawyers is asking for access to David Koresh and his followers to negotiate a solution to that 11-day siege.
Well, let's go back out to reporter Wayne Dolcefino for that story. Wayne?
Yeah, Shara and Dave, as you said, with the negotiations after 11 days at a standstill, it's easy to start wondering if federal negotiators can get the job done. As you said, a group of lawyers came to town today, suggesting the feds step aside and a neutral party take over. More on the legal maneuvering now from my colleague, Eyewitness News reporter Minerva Perez.
11 days have now passed in the standoff between ATF and the Branch Davidians. Negotiations have continued around the clock, but the only solid results we know of are the release of 21 children and 2 adults to the FBI, medical supplies, a funeral for a slain cult member, and milk deliveries for the Davidians. The standoff itself is stymied, but some lawyers with a group known as Cause feel the talks between cult members and federal officials could be helped by an independent negotiator. They filed a lawsuit to let that happen.
They've been duking it out. It's in a standoff situation. It just makes sense to bring someone more neutral in who is not as passionate.
Cause has recruited a number of high-powered lawyers to its side, including Houston defense attorney Dick DeGuerin. He's also been hired by David Koresh's mother. Bonnie Haldeman pushed for the lawsuit brought by Cause.
If you look at the content of their press statements where they say, you know, gee, the negotiations are going fine. We were able to get the sheriff from McLennan County to get in a case of milk. And then you see a banner hanging up there that says, God help us. I mean, that doesn't sound like negotiations are going very well.
To show how an independent negotiator can help, Cause cited the Ruby Creek incident in Idaho last year, where the Weaver family barricaded itself. 3 people died, and it wasn't over until an independent negotiator intervened.
Where the government stays in complete control and access to communications, we can state that the record has not been so good.
Cause members say that their way isn't the only way to end this standoff peacefully, but they say that going the legal route with legal counsel to talk their clients out of the compound may work. They have seen it work before. Near Waco, Minerva Perez, 13, Eyewitness News.
And right now, Dave and Shara, they're doing it the FBI way. Sunset here on the 11th day of this standoff. My colleague Chris Adams will take over the watch now. He'll have the latest at 10 o'clock, but if something happens before then, we'll certainly break in.
Wayne, we've heard that cold front headed through Texas is just about upon you now. Is the weather changing going to affect the situation out there at all?
Well, the FBI said today that it's not going to affect their strategy. It's expected to get, after it starts raining, to get down to about 23 degrees here, Dave and Shara. As you see one of those McClellan County Corrections buses coming through here. It's been bringing back and forth trustees. You're taking a look at some of the tents. You know, the media has to make preparations for what's going to come here in the next 24 hours. Some of the tents we've been setting up. In order to cover this story for the folks back home, we have to have a photographer out here 24 hours a day, eyes open, looking at that compound a few miles away, and as it's going to get cold here in the next couple of days. But the FBI says it's not going to change their strategy.
Federal agents near Waco today refused to allow the mother of cult leader David Koresh and her attorney to enter the restricted area around that 77-acre cult compound.
Bonnie Haldeman today told Eyewitness News that she loves her son and she wants to help.
Let's go now to the scene and reporter Wayne Dolcefino. Wayne.
Yeah, Shara and Dave, on day 12 of this cult standoff, it is becoming increasingly clear that if the federal government actually has a strategy to end this stalemate, that part of it is making sure that David Koresh has absolutely no outside direct contact with anyone on the outside world, including his own mother. Bonnie Haldeman knows her son is in serious trouble. Flanked by her attorney, Houston lawyer Dick DeGuerin, she made her attempt today to try to see the son who claims to be a messiah. She made only one comment to Channel 13.
Well, I know that David would like some legal counsel, and I hope that there's some way that he can get that message to us so that we can do something for him.
Attorney DeGuerin did most of the talking.
I feel like he needs some advice that he can trust from somebody that's not trying to kill him, and I'm going to go out there and see if I can get in.
They made it only as far as the first checkpoint. Only law enforcement officers and reporters can pass through here. And after 45 minutes, DeGuerin, Haldeman, and someone described as a family friend were turned away. It's been nearly 2 days since David Koresh has even talked with federal negotiators. Attorney DeGuerin hoped to send him a message through us.
You fellas can help if you can get the message that he needs to contact the FBI. They haven't been in contact with him since Tuesday, and ask to see his mother and me.
This afternoon, Attorney DeGuerin went to federal court looking for help, but so far nothing. Back here at the compound, some news. Talk that some men in the compound, Chris Adams, might be wanting to come out.
Well, Wayne, none of the cultists nor their children have left the Branch Davidian compound in almost a week. None of the men have left at all. That may be about to change. A dozen days into the standoff, there are signs of movement, but little real progress. Authorities have talked to more than 50 cult members. Most often, they negotiate with Steve Schneider, who early this morning offered this.
Schneider said that 3 adults wanted to come out, and they didn't say why.
Although authorities talk with Schneider, they say wounded cult leader David Koresh is still very much involved.
There have been quite times when Schneider goes over to and talks to Mr. Koresh for advice or opinions or whatever.
Today, ATF officials announced they've issued a warrant for this man, Branch Davidian Paul Fata.
Fata is wanted for intentionally, knowingly, and willfully conspiring with others to manufacture and possess unregistered machine guns.
Fata was away from the compound at an Austin gun show during the shootout. He's since been heard frequently on a Dallas radio station. Also today, 7 mayors from the Waco metro area gathered to try to salvage the region's reputation.
If you take the incidents that have resulted in violence, in killings, there are many cities that have a far worse reputation than we do.
That may be true, but for now, when many people think of Waco, they think of a long, messy standoff that shows no real signs of any ending anytime soon. Currently, we continue to see if anyone is, to watch to see if anyone is released from the compound. Wayne Dolcefino will be back in about a half an hour with an update. Back to you.
But as we told you earlier this hour, a promised release of 3 people from that cult compound up near Waco apparently has not happened, at least so far. Another frustration for all of those hoping for some kind of movement in day 12 of this continuing standoff.
Let's go back to near Waco now and our Wayne Dolcefino. Wayne.
Yeah, Sharon, Dave, the weather out here tonight sort of reminds me of what it was like when this thing started on Sunday, February 28th. We went through a period of a couple of days of nasty weather. The weather becoming the real enemy here tonight. It's going to be really tough for the several hundred lawmen who were surrounding that facility. They're going to be exposed all night long. We've had lots of very cold wind and rain. As you said, Dave, and correctly, we have no confirmation yet that anyone has been released from the compound. As you saw in our report earlier tonight, we did see some movement in the compound this afternoon, some folks walking around, but with the visibility the way it was very difficult to see exactly what activity they were engaged in. And no one has passed this checkpoint, and we've been monitoring it all the time. No one has passed this checkpoint resembling 3 members of the cult. As we told you also earlier, David Koresh's mom tried to get in here today along with Houston Attorney Dick DeGuerin. They were turned back. The feds aren't allowing anyone to have direct communication with David Koresh. But obviously the question on day 12 is, Do the federal negotiators really have a strategy to end this thing? Just how long will we be here? Yesterday, the FBI spokesman told us that was the $64 question, probably worth $128 tonight, and it's getting worth more and more all the time. That's the situation out here tonight. Chris Adams will be back at 10 o'clock with the latest. Of course, if something dramatic happens, and we must honestly tell you we don't think that's going to happen, but if something does dramatically happen, of course, we'll break into our programming and let you know.
They haven't even talked with Koresh for, what, a couple of days now?
Yeah, 2 days ago, Tuesday afternoon at 5:30, Dave Koresh broke off Direct Talk's Dave, saying he had a splitting headache. May have something to do with the 2 injuries he has, the 2 gunshot wounds. The FBI now thinks he really does have 2 gunshot wounds. He has not been talking since then. Steve Schneider, his top lieutenant, has been doing all the talking. We told you yesterday that Steve Schneider was so dedicated to David Koresh that he actually gave him his wife. Schneider has been doing all the talking, although he has been heard talking to Dave Koresh to get some advice from time to time. So Mr. Koresh still is very much in this thing, but he has not talked directly to anyone in 2 days. Obviously, that is not helping the negotiations. Day 12, we're still here.
All right, Wayne, stay with it. Try to stay warm and dry.
Thanks.
There was movement today at that cult compound near Waco. A woman was released. Federal officials say that she's the mother of 4 children who were released earlier in that now 13-day-old siege.
Let's go live to reporter Wayne Dolcefino at the scene. Wayne.
Yeah, Dave and Shara, the superstitious have never considered the number 13 to be a very lucky one, so I guess maybe we shouldn't be surprised that on day 13 of the standoff, it did not end. It was a day, though, when pleas from the cult leader's family intensified.
Are you all right? I hope you are. But please put out a banner so I'll know this thing's about to kill me. I'm pleading and begging.
The tears on Jean Hollop's face speak for themselves. To federal agents, David Koresh is a killer, a cult madman. To her, he's just the grandson she calls Vernon.
I want to talk to you, honey. Please hang out a banner and maybe I can see it if you hear me.
The press will get it to us.
Because I'm going to help you as long as I can walk. Do what's right and get out of that place. Prove yourself innocent.
But like yesterday, attempts by family members to intervene were rejected by the FBI.
We're not letting anybody get in that compound. We've got enough problems with what we've got in there. We don't need to add to it.
Bring him out by somebody close to him who's willing to brave whatever dangers there are, if there are any, and she's not really afraid of anything her grandson will do to her.
The cult leader's aunt thinks family intervention could bring Koresh out.
I think he's afraid to come out. I mean, I would be with all these people around me with all the guns, and I mean, you know, he knows he's in a lot of trouble now.
For the first time in a week, someone actually left the compound. A fatigue jacket covered 34-year-old Kathy Schroeder's face as she was driven past reporters. Her husband had been killed in the February shootout. Her kids had been released last week.
She is advised that she is anxious to be reunited with her children.
But with 106 people still inside the compound, the questions remain. When will it end? Why does the government seem so powerless to end it?
We don't feel impotent. I think clearly the situation could be resolved tactically whenever we want to. And I think clearly the Bureau and ATF is thinking of all of the lives that are in that compound and trying to get that resolved peacefully without any further loss of life.
Also lingering questions, Dave and Shara, about who provided the tip to the cult members before that Sunday raid in February. The ATF continuing to deny that any of its agents in Dallas leaked the raid plans to the media on the day before the raid. Chris Adams will have more on that and an update on our situation. Day 13 coming up at 10 o'clock. We'll let you know if something happens before then. Back to you.
Okay.
The anticipated release of more people from that cult compound near Waco has not materialized tonight. The latest setback on a weekend where little of the news has been good.
Now, the members of that Branch Davidian group are now saying they want to be called something else. And tonight, the feds in another arena appear to be turning up the heat.
For the latest, let's go to reporter Wayne Dolcefino standing by live outside Waco. Wayne?
Yeah, Minerva and Bob, after 15 days of watching and waiting, you find yourself trying to analyze the meaning of even the littlest signs. Tonight is clearly no exception. The newest banner hanging from the cult compound may be a foreshadow of events to come. The FBI broke negotiations, it reads, "We want press." It was unfurled shortly after siege commanders painted a pessimistic portrait of their 15-day-old talks with cult leader David Koresh.
It always has to be on his own terms. He does not want to appear that he has been coerced in delivering anything. So we're dealing with an abnormal negotiating situation.
There were stepped-up low-level flights by the military helicopters today. Apparently practice runs for the evacuation of wounded that would come in the aftermath of any planned federal assault.
We're constantly testing and making sure that we have the appropriate plans to respond to any situation.
And for the first time, a tank was seen dragging portable floodlights toward Mount Carmel. Tonight, those lights have been trained on the besieged compound and turned on.
We are not at that stage yet where we feel it's necessary to set a deadline. This is still, our way of thinking is we still want to settle this matter peacefully, if at all possible.
Maybe so, but gloomy signs are everywhere as the standoff enters its third week. Stepped up security at the checkpoints, and the passage of the entire weekend with no new releases. No children have been freed in 9 days. And Koresh is talking now like the 17 who remain are his seeds and will not be coming out.
Does it appear that he's using the children as pawns and a protective shield to prevent the authorities from coming into the compound? I think that's absolutely correct.
Looking at a live picture of the illuminated compound now, occasionally we see a light flickering from that second-story window where the banners have come from. We thought for a while it might be Morse code, but our Morse code experts say there does not appear to be any particular pattern to the lights. We'll continue to watch it throughout the night. Bob, Minerva, back to you.
Thanks, Wayne. In a sense, the people of Waco are also under siege. Normal life there held hostage to the crisis. With the government stymied, the cult members holding firm, the people of Waco are seeking help from a higher power, as Chris Adams reports.
Today, the frustrated people of Waco called on God to negotiate a settlement to the siege.
God answers prayer. He respects prayer. This is in our Bible. We believe this. That's why our presence here today.
So they filled the pews at the First Presbyterian Church for a non-denominational prayer service. Even the youngest here are pleading for an end to the violent standoff.
I was going to pray for peace in Waco, and just so everyone would be united. I don't want any more disasters to happen in Waco.
While praying to God, one man of the cloth has a blunt message for cult leader David Koresh.
I would say to him, look, friend, in all sincerity, you need your head examined.
As this struggle drags on, the people of this community continue to hold on to hope, while the people inside the compound continue to hold out. Reporting from Elk, Chris Adams, 13 Eyewitness.
Federal agents in Waco today said they want to talk less about Scripture and more about the possible surrender of cult leader David Koresh and his followers from that compound near Waco.
Let's join reporter Wayne Dolcefino for the latest on day 16 of the standoff. Wayne.
Yeah, Shara and Dave, as you said, David Koresh may think he's the Messiah, but FBI agents made it quite clear today they have grown tired of listening to all his religious lectures during the negotiations. Not a big surprise because they've been listening now for 16 days.
They released 2 people in the course of a week, and at that rate, we'll be here for over a year.
We didn't need the daily press briefings from federal officials to get the message things have clearly bogged down here. The cult was even sending SOS messages via Morse code to the media last night. But the FBI says they haven't broken off negotiations. They're just trying to focus them. Long discussions of religion are out. As one siege commander put it, we're not here to be converted.
Frankly, what we've tried to do is get away from the continuous biblical 7 seals conversations. We're trying to get into substantive issues that will lead to resolving this and getting everyone out safely. In terms of breaking it off, we've got people at the phone 24 hours a day. They know how to reach us, and we're more than willing to talk to them.
Last night, bright floodlights were trained on the compound. It was meant to blind the cultists and protect federal agents.
I think it's an accumulation of just too many people looking out those doors with weapons in their hand. I don't want to get into the types because of that gets too close to the tactical area. We've seen long weapons and we've seen handguns.
The feds continue to bait cult leader David Koresh, hoping his thirst for media attention will be the thing that brings him out.
Once he gets into the legal system, he has access to the press and he can spread his word, which I think is one of his main reasons to exist.
But that piece of cheese has been left out there for 16 days, and Koresh hasn't bitten yet. Yeah, Dave and Sherry, since we joined you folks last at 5 o'clock, there was some activity over at the compound. 2 people were seen walking outside. It is not clear whether they continued to walk outside or whether they walked back in. Talked to an FBI spokesman before joining you on the air, and they refused to comment on exactly what was happening. They said they'd give us some indication tomorrow morning at the daily briefing. So it is unclear as we join you now whether or not there have been any more people released from the compound. We are watching very closely the road as we are on here live to see whether or not we see anyone inside any of the cars that look like they may have come from the compound, but so far nothing yet. Back to you.
The darkness falling now on day 16 of that cult siege near Waco. It's still a game of wait and see for the federal agents and the media, waiting for a conclusion to this standoff.
Wayne Dolcefino's joining us once again now. Any word that they're planning to turn those floodlights on again tonight, Wayne?
Haven't seen him yet. As you mentioned, Shara, the sun, if we really had any today, is setting, but we do expect to see it tonight. We thought originally last night that it was being done to annoy or try to turn up the heat on the folks inside that cult compound. The FBI, though, told us today it was clearly a defensive maneuver. Apparently, in the last few days, lots and lots more of the cult members have been opening doors and windows and pointing out guns, handguns, sometimes rifles with scopes on it. And so by shining those floodlights on the cult compound, it offers some protection for the federal agents who are all around the ground, although keeping a pretty safe distance of about 250 yards away from the place.
How much longer do you think this is going to last, Wayne? Does anybody guessing on that?
No, I tell you what, Dave, there was a really, I guess, wishful thinking rumor last night. A lot of people believed it was going to happen last night, especially when we saw the lights go on, we saw increased security. Most of the crews who've been keeping a 24-hour vigil anyway, a lot of people stayed up all night, kept all their crews on alert. It didn't happen. It doesn't really sound like it's going anywhere. The FBI growing impatient, although it doesn't sound like they're ready yet to make the assault. There are still 17 children and there are still 40-some-odd women in there. It's really hard to say. I will say that in the last hour or so, as we mentioned at the top of the show, saw some activity, some folks walking around the compound. The FBI, which has not been particularly helpful in disseminating information, will not confirm for us that there have been any more releases. We probably won't know till tomorrow morning. But as the FBI guy said today, we had 2 people released in 1 week. At that rate, we'll be here a year. Back to you.
Very quickly, Wayne, it is believed that Koresh and his followers are able to hear and monitor radio and television news reports, so they're kind of keeping track of what's going on?
Yeah, they do, and in fact, the FBI says he watches the briefings every day, and in fact, most of the briefing, if you watch it very closely, isn't really intended for us in the media and for the folks watching at home. It is intended for David Koresh. There are subtle nuances and sometimes not so subtle ones. They are talking to him often during those news conferences. Okay. Haven't done any good so far.
Right. Thanks, okay. But up first this evening, at long last, in the 17th day of that standoff with a religious cult, federal agents met face-to-face with the Branch Davidians.
It is the first real sign of movement in negotiations that have dragged on for over 2 weeks now. For the latest on today's events, let's turn to Wayne Dolcefino, who is standing by live near Waco. Wayne.
Yes, Sharon, Dave, the talks haven't produced any direct results yet, specifically the release of any more people from the compound, but federal officials say it was a start. For the first time since her release from the cult compound Friday, we got a look at a shackled Kathy Schroeder. She's being held without bond as a material witness to the bloody February shootout that triggered the now 17-day-old standoff. She ignored the shouted questions from reporters.
Are you scared?
Do you have anything you'd like to say to your family at all? Will your treatment encourage others to come out?
The time and the period away from her friends has had an effect on her.
In what way?
Well, she, as everybody, draws strength through friendship, and she's not with her friends. She's isolated.
His tongue is the...
David Koresh is now reported to be too weak to move, his wounds worsening. The FBI commander today was talking like that was kind of good news.
We've been told that the only reason they broke their word on when they were coming out that last time on, I believe it was March 2nd, I believe, was because Koresh hadn't gotten the word of God. If Koresh is dead, it's going to be tough to get that word, and I would assume they would start moving out.
Koresh did bless the face-to-face meeting apparently held Monday, 60 yards from the compound between lawmen and 2 cult members. It was the first face-to-face since the shootout in February.
I think at this stage we view any meeting as a successful meeting, and we're hopeful that it will lead to something better.
It was an attempt to get the bogged-down negotiations back on track.
It's not helpful to either side, if you will, to have no negotiations going on. I think it's in our best interest, both sides, to try and get this thing moving.
What's the mood now inside the compound after 17 long days?
I don't get the sense that we're exhausted, we're tired, we want to get out of here immediately. How can we work it out? I think that will come. It clearly will come. It's not like we're going to go away. I mean, they're going to wind up coming out of that place, period.
The cult leader may be growing more ill, but he apparently hasn't lost his power of persuasion.
Do I think David Koresh still has a hold on these people and that they will basically do what he tells them? The adults, yes.
The 17th day, we'll update you at 10 o'clock sooner if something dramatic happens, but quite frankly, Dave and Shara, we don't expect that tonight. Back to you.
Well, it's back to a wait-and-see mode for hundreds of federal officers involved in that 18-day-long standoff with a heavily armed religious cult up near Waco.
Officials are hoping for a second face-to-face meeting with the Branch Davidians. Let's join reporter Wayne Dolcefino now for more on a new development, Wayne.
Yeah, well, Shara and Dave, no sign of that face-to-face meeting yet, but we're told the negotiations are intense tonight as lawmen try to secure the release of at least some of the people in the compound. But dramatic news on the legal front. One of the ATF agents who was wounded during that Sunday shootout in February is now accusing the local Waco newspaper of tipping off cult leader David Koresh to the raid plans, leading federal agents into an ambush. The newspaper today categorically denies it. One day before the failed Sunday raid in February, the Waco Tribune-Herald newspaper started running a series about the Branch Davidian cult. Now a wounded ATF agent, 29-year-old John Reisenhuber, claims the newspaper also tipped off cult leader David Koresh of the impending raid.
He feels a great sentiment towards his comrades and particularly the families of the deceased agents.
At the federal courthouse this afternoon, 19-year-old Oliver Girafis was ordered held without bond. The feds claim they recorded threats by the Australian. His lawyer says Girafis didn't fire on that Sunday and relayed a message to the compound.
Police come out peacefully. They're treating him okay, and everything will work itself out. Just no more bloodshed. Nobody else get hurt.
The FBI says as many as 30 people still inside the compound may now want to leave as long as they get some legal assurance about their treatment. But pictures of cult member Kathy Schroeder shackled at the feet may have set back the talks. The latest plans by the feds may include using loudspeakers to play messages from relatives to those inside.
Almost without exception, their personal appeals to those inside the compound. We care about you. We love you. We want you to come out before you're potentially harmed. We do have a concern that what we are sending in there is not being received by everyone inside the compound.
The negotiations, we are told, are focusing on those 25 or 30 people who may want to come out of the compound. We were also told by the FBI today that David Koresh isn't going to come out anytime soon, and that he also insists that all of the children who remain, all 17, are his children, and they won't be coming out either. We'll update you if anything changes. Dave, Sheriff?
Federal agents up near Waco say they are now in a duel with cult leader David Koresh, who's still holed up in that heavily armed religious compound.
Koresh is challenging officers about his biblical beliefs. For the latest on that standoff, let's turn to reporter Wayne Dolcefino once again live near that compound. Wayne?
Yeah, Sharon, Dave, back to the war of words again today. The message from the government is a simple one. David Koresh is some kind of madman, and his followers should stop following him. Clearly, the message was meant for the Branch Davidian flock, but after 19 days, you have to start to wonder if the strategy will ever work. Even at 4 in the morning, our camera captures government armor keeping the watchful eye. But surrounding the compound is one thing. Getting the people inside out has clearly become another.
We are completely confident that no one is going to exit the compound unless Mr. Koresh allows them to leave. As far as we're concerned, they're pawns of his in some major game that he's playing.
A deal to free up to 30 followers was so close that school buses were brought in to bring them out. But the cult leader killed the deal. The buses left empty.
He gave a very thinly veiled excuse, saying that he had to go to the restroom and never would come back to the phone.
So the Bureau went back to the war of words, trying to find a way to convince the flock to overthrow the man who thinks he's the Messiah.
We're very concerned as part of Koresh's grand scheme that he would like to see a large number of his people die. If he really truly cares about those people, send those people out away from harm's way.
This afternoon, there were faint sounds coming from the compound. The government said it might use loudspeakers to try to make sure the flock was receiving the messages it was sending in. And speaking of messages, the cult leader's grandmother wants a tape from her lawyer to be also played at the compound, fearing the government will censor the message she's prepared.
She has a message to her grandson. In essence, you want to cut to the chase and find out what the message is. Basically, it's, come out, Vernon. Your story cannot be told while you are in there. All the information that the United States is getting every day comes through the government.
Coming up at 10 o'clock, Dave and Shara, was it a case of government revenge or simply an accident? We'll show you what happened to a car owned by a Waco newspaper that was abandoned over at the compound the day of the shooting in February. It's the same newspaper, of course, that's been accused by a wounded agent of being the one that leaked the raid plans to the cult. We'll show you it at 10 o'clock.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Federal agents near Waco say negotiations with cult leader David Koresh took a turn for the better today, but they're still not sure when this nearly 3-week-long standoff will end.
Wayne Dolcefino's joining us live from the scene with word that Koresh is apparently now waiting on more than just a message from God. Wayne?
Yeah, Shara and Dave, after 20 days out here, federal negotiators have learned not to put a whole lot of stock in what David Koresh says. But if the doomsday prophet is telling the truth this time, this thing might actually be over sooner rather than later.
You better watch out.
David Koresh may be finally starting to get the long-awaited message from God, something everyone here has been waiting for.
He is relaying to us that certain events have occurred which he takes to be at least a sign or signs have taken place, and he believes that other things are in motion that would fulfill his desire to have a sign.
What is the sign? It's apparently coming from the heavens.
He gave us an indication with regard to certain astrological things that were going on. I won't be more specific than that, but if these things came to pass, we're talking in terms of days, not weeks.
The cult compound was certainly hearing voices last night. The feds, using loudspeakers, were playing tapes of phone conversations they've had with Koresh for all to hear.
The loudspeakers we positioned outside the compound are being used to allow all the persons inside to hear the government's offers for a resolution to the standoff.
This morning, a change of attitude after a phone conversation.
He indicated that it was his desire to get this matter resolved. He asked for a little more time. He has no intent of committing suicide. He believes that he has a message to get out, and he realizes that if he's killed, his message will not get out. We view that as the most positive conversation that we've had with David Koresh since March the 2nd.
Of course, March the 2nd, Dave and Shara, was the day David Koresh said he was going to surrender. He didn't, so we'll see if he's telling the truth this time. Let you know.
As we told you earlier in this newscast, cult leader David Koresh says that he's now waiting not for word from God, but for an astrological occurrence before he'll surrender and end his now 20-day-long siege.
Well, joining us now live is astrologist Betty Ramsey. And let us ask you, Miss Ramsey, could this weekend's vernal equinox be what he's waiting for?
Well, this happens once a year, Dave, and this does tie things in on a national and international level. But the most important thing that's going on is not that vernal equinox. Instead, it is a planet of change and transformation and a planet of rules and regulations. And they're in aspect to one another in the sky. And that's more likely what he's talking about.
When they're in aspect with one another, what does that mean exactly?
That means that the planet of transformation and change, which is Pluto, is in a hard aspect or an action aspect to Saturn, which is rules and regulations and authority figures. So I'm sure he's looking for some type of change in authority.
Mm-hmm. When would this come about? If he were to use this as a reason for surrendering, when do you think it would do?
It is going to be exact in the sky this evening in about an hour and a half.
Tonight?
Yes, and that information is available to anyone at your local magazine stand through astrological books, or if you buy an astrological calendar. So that information is public knowledge.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us and shedding some light.
Thank you.
Federal agents have stepped up their verbal assaults against cult leader David Koresh as the standoff drags on into day 25 near Waco.
Agents also dispute the claims by recently released cult members that the ATF fired the first shots during that Sunday shootout last month.
As he has from the very beginning, our Wayne Dolcefino joins us live from at the scene near Waco. Wayne?
Good evening, Dave and Melanie. The sun, as you said, is setting on day 25 of the standoff. The feds are hoping nightfall will mean the talks can get going again. There's been nothing but silence from the compound all day long.
It's right on schedule.
Winston Blake dead. Winston Blake dead. Livingston.
That's why you need to know the 7 seals. Then you can see exactly what I'm talking about.
It's the government's biggest fear that the schedule Livingston Fagan talks about is the schedule for the final bloody battle being orchestrated by David Koresh.
He still has this, moving toward, I think, an agenda toward an artificially created Armageddon.
At the courthouse, cult member Kevin Whitecliffe talks of a holy war.
It's a government thing. It's God's government versus our government and the governments of the world.
The new moon apparently makes this some kind of high holy day for the Davidians still inside the compound. David Koresh isn't taking FBI phone calls.
So yes, we are put off. We thought we were working toward a resolution. What we get today is we're not even going to talk to you. This is not, to me, taking progressive steps toward getting this issue resolved.
Another unresolved issue is who shot first back on February 28th, the cult or the ATF. Released cult members today were claiming it was the government, so was Kathy Schroeder through her attorney.
The reason that she's willing to come out now and say that is because it's already become public through other people who've been released.
The government tells a different story.
When we came into the compound and our agents exited the vehicles and we went up to the door, we announced our office loud and clear, and the door was slammed in our face, and we were immediately met by gunfire from numerous places and windows in the compound.
That debate obviously will be fought out eventually in court. Dave, Melanie, back to you.
All right, Wayne, thank you.
Eyewitness News reporter Wayne Dolcefino has this bizarre story now from near Waco. Wayne.
Yeah, David, Melanie, good evening. For days, the FBI has been telling us they have the cult compound completely surrounded. We are in total control, was the quote. Well, apparently someone at the Bureau forgot to get the message to 24-year-old Louis Alaniz. Described today by the Bureau as some kind of religious fanatic, Mr. Alaniz made it past, as you said, all the FBI checkpoints and right into the compound.
In this case, the individual was determined to get in there and did not care about how much peril he put his own life into. He is not a follower of Mr. Koresh. He was described as a religious fanatic by his own mother. We have requested that they release him, that it's not his fight. He is apparently there for reasons not associated with what is going on, and we believe it's time for them to release him.
Louis Alaniz made his move just before the nightly federal light show.
You need to learn it. What do we need to learn? 7 seals.
Released cult member Rita Riddle over at the federal court says we'll see what God has in store. Davidians like Ophelia Santoyo, who have come out, remain fiercely loyal to David Koresh.
She left because Mr. Koresh told her to. I think she loves Mr. Koresh. She has a deep admiration for Mr. Koresh. I don't think they've changed a bit.
The cult leader continues to hold most of the cards here. The most important one, the 17 children still in there with him.
I can't believe that a father would want his children to go through that. If he really cared about those kids, why don't he release them? They obviously can't be participants in any gunfight. I mean, you're talking about most of these kids are only 2, 3, 4 years of age. Is he playing us for a fool? It sounds like he's making a fool out of himself. But we have a number of alternatives, and they may not necessarily be pleasant for those inside the compound.
For 2 days, the FBI commanders have been calling David Koresh all kinds of names, but for 2 days, the negotiations have gone simply nowhere. Day 26. David, Melanie, back to you.
All right, Wayne, thank you.
Thanks, Wayne.
This is the latest footage out of Waco, Texas, where the Branch Davidians religious cult and federal agents are in the 4th week of an armed standoff. Across the country, law enforcement have been wearing ribbons like this. The black is in memory of the 4 ATF agents killed by the Branch Davidians. The yellow stands for hope. Hope that the standoff ends before any more blood is shed on either side. Our correspondent, Brian Karam, is in Waco right now. Brian, we've been on the trail of Paul Fata, fugitive from the compound. What's going on there and what's new in his case?
Well, John, ATF agents tell us that Paul Gordon Fata may be somewhere between Southern California and Las Vegas, Nevada. They thank America's Most Wanted viewers for giving them the tips that may lead to his capture. Meanwhile, we are in the 27th day of this standoff. The heavily armed Branch Davidian cult shot it out with ATF agents on February 28th, killing 4 ATF agents in the process. They're holed up in a compound that's about 2.5 miles behind me. ATF agents today said nothing new in the case. Koresh still doesn't say he's going to give up. He's still waiting, he says, for a sign from God. Meanwhile, during the day today, we've seen helicopters buzzing the compound numerous times. It's been going on off and on all day long. Also, earlier this afternoon, we were able to see a very large Army tank clearing some debris from the area. ATF officials say they need a clearer line of sight so they can see the compound much better. And also late this afternoon, a cult member himself was seen hanging out of one of the cult compound windows. But so far, ATF and FBI agents, despite this activity, still say they intend and believe this will be a very long siege.
Back to Fata. Did he help Koresh make that mighty arsenal in there?
Yes, ATF agents tell me today that they believe he may have been the mastermind in putting together this arsenal. They believe he helped put together homemade machine guns, helped to turn existing semi-automatic weapons into automatic weapons. There's believed to be a method lathe inside the compound. They believe that Fata helped put together this arsenal, and also that he not only helped put it together, but helped teach these people how to use these firearms. They point to the fact that he was gone the day before the shootout with ATF. They say he was at a gun show with his young son at the time.
Do they think his son is on the run with him?
Yes, not only do they believe that his son is on the run with him, but they believe that Fata now knows he's being tracked by federal agents, so he's hiding out and having his son run errands for him, and they are now looking for both of them as we speak.
Thanks very much, Brian. Let's hope that our viewers can help ATF agents close in on Fata. He may still be driving his 1984 reddish-brown Toyota. If you've seen Paul Gordon Fata, call our hotline right now. Now, it's been almost 2 weeks since anyone's seen Fata, so he could have changed his appearance dramatically. He may have grown a beard, so keep your eyes.
Another day, another attempt by someone to get past federal agents and into the cult compound near Waco. The latest attempt, this time by a woman, failed. Eyewitness News reporter Wayne Dolcefino, though, got an exclusive interview with the woman as she was placed under arrest.
She walks slowly through the fields east of Waco, grasping a large cross. She's come here, like many others, in search of something. Call them zealots, even fanatics. The Branch Davidian compound is attracting them like a magnet. 2 nights ago, Louis Alanese ran through checkpoints to go see David Koresh.
As far as we know, he intends to stay. Whether he does or not, I can't honestly tell you, but he still is in there.
Others are trying to follow in his footsteps.
Yeah, God's made a way for me to walk in, and I believe David knows it, and he's been listening to the same music, maybe only different, but the sound is the same.
Karen Wisdom says God talked to her at a Waffle House.
I am here because I have been chosen to be here. Now look, why? That's a God thing.
Her planned midnight voyage was interrupted by the ATF.
In terms of a perception of Koresh, I don't sense, personally anyway, any sense that it's positive by the huge majority of people. I think he's recognized for what he is.
Cult leader Koresh was said to have a head and stomach ache today, and the conversations with the other adults inside the compound said to be going nowhere.
We're talking about the kids and trying to at least get them to think in terms of some parental responsibilities versus a blind allegiance to old Dave.
During the day, tanks were seen moving out more debris, knocking down trees. Agents want a clear shot if it comes to that. Near Mount Carmel, Wayne Dolcefino, 13 Eyewitness News.
The federal agents up in Waco are now seriously worried that month-long standoff with David Koresh and his people will end in a gun battle, just like it began 28 days ago.
This evening, Koresh has one more follower on his side. As Wayne Dolcefino reports, during the night, a second person slipped into the heavily armed cult compound.
It is somewhat embarrassing, but...
Embarrassing because a second person has now slipped past the small army of feds and right into the compound.
Obviously, we're having to strengthen the perimeter. We won't go into what we're doing, but we are expanding on the control of the outer perimeter.
And is Dave Koresh hiding more than weapons in there? Lawmen suspect drug making too. Texas National Guard helicopters were even used for surveillance during the February raid.
They did an infrared overflight of that compound prior to the raid commencing.
and identified a hot spot that was consistent with a methamphetamine lab.
A small red car is no match for an M1, but the bus was the biggest obstacle for FBI snipers and our cameras. The Bureau spent the day clearing the battlefield, fearing the early days of April may bring bloodshed.
We are required to prove that David is not Christ, which is an impossible task. I don't believe there's anybody out there in the world that can prove to his satisfaction that he's not Christ. He looks for the lonely, the lost, the unloved, the innocent. These are the people he's brought into his fold who will do anything that he orders them to do. We believe that for him, it would be a marvelous achievement if he could get a substantial number of his people killed.
The FBI has to be clearly worried about what's shaping up here, a self-proclaimed Messiah and the upcoming holy days, especially Good Friday. Near Mount Carmel, Wayne Dolcefino, 13 Eyewitness News.
It's been a month now since the world first learned of David Koresh, a heavily armed religious zealot who claims to be Jesus Christ. When the federal agents tried to raid his heavily armed compound, it became the bloodiest day in the history of the ATF. And to this day, federal agents are still trying to defend their motive amidst new reports that they are to blame for the fatal consequences. Here's Wayne Dolcefino.
1 month after the bloody morning in February, the ATF is still on the defensive. The Sunday New York Times criticized both the raid's planning and execution, and Newsweek magazine reported that some of the agents who were shot may have been shot by fellow agents, by so-called friendly fire.
That theory is ridiculous, and the only thing I can think of more ridiculous than that is that Vernon Howell thinks he's the Lamb of God, when all he is a cheap thug who interprets the Bible through the barrel of a gun.
Realizing public support will be vital before another assault, the FBI is starting to make its case that David Koresh may be too dangerous to just wait out.
We are concerned that he's perhaps going through a mental decompensation and that he is, in fact, becoming more delusional. So as he becomes more and more withdrawn and more delusional, we're still very much concerned that he may force his followers to do things that are not rational.
A state trooper's car carries off the latest person to try to break into the compound. He was arrested near the woods close to Mount Carmel.
The good news is the numbers did not go up last night.
And the Bureau identified the guy who made it in 2 nights ago as Jesse Amen, who came from California to hear the words of the rock and roll prophet from Waco. Near Mount Carmel, Wayne Dolcefino, 13 Eyewitness News.
That standoff near Waco reached day 30 today with few signs from cult leader David Koresh that he may soon surrender.
Authorities have reestablished phone contact with Koresh, but they say there's no sign that what they are saying is having much effect, if any. Let's join Eyewitness News reporter Wayne Dolcefino live near Waco. Wayne.
Yeah, David, share some interesting developments in the last hour. We saw what appeared to be an FBI agent walking up to the front door of the compound, knocking on it. The door opened, and we presume a conversation began with someone inside. It has gone on for quite a period of time, and it appears to be the first face-to-face negotiations for some time. Who the FBI agent is talking to, we do not know, but it is a positive sign as we enter the second month of the standoff.
Talk is cheap. Nothing has happened.
No one has left the compound in a full week, but no one else has gotten in either. Helicopters using spotlights are now patrolling the pasture land around Mount Carmel at night. And during the day, armored vehicles continue to clear the battlefield, often coming very close to the compound's front door.
While we were clearing some property near the front of the compound, a bunch of the kids were lifted by adults and put in front of the windows.
FBI agents delivered milk and cheese to the compound and in return got a videotape of the children still inside.
16 children and 2 adults were depicted in the video. They seemed relatively healthy, although the factual circumstances of what's going on in that compound in terms of water, food, cooped up, it can't be healthy. So I guess what I'm saying is there's a little bit of a contradiction between the appearance and what we know is happening in there.
For days, the FBI has been talking about that face-to-face they would like to have with David Koresh. If indeed that is what is happening, it would be a very positive sign. More likely, it is Steve Schneider, the cult lieutenant, who has been doing most of the talking the last few weeks. But if we get some clarification, and it's unlikely tonight, we'll let you know. Most likely, the FBI will give us the news of who was talking to who tomorrow morning. Dave, Shara, back to you.
In Waco today. Houston attorney Dick DeGuerin had 2 meetings with his client, cult leader David Koresh.
Those meetings were held despite fears by federal agents for DeGuerin's safety. And reporter Wayne Dolcefino joins us now live to give us the latest on that. Wayne?
Yeah, David Shara, cautious optimism, the watchwords from the FBI this evening during those marathon meetings going on between David Koresh and his newfound Houston lawyer Dick DeGuerin. The real question, will it be a real breakthrough or just another disappointment?
I'm not his public relations man, I'm his lawyer, and I think the truth will come out in court.
He may not be a PR man, but he'll be called a miracle worker if he can bring the rock and roll prophet out.
He has been given authority to enter inside the compound. He has done it willingly on his own. We have, in fact, counseled against that. We did not want to get outsiders involved and, in fact, give them the opportunity to, in fact, have a hostage.
Dick DeGuerin had come to Waco once before with the mother of David Koresh.
Well, I know that David would like some legal counsel, and I hope that there's some way that he can get that message to us so that we can do something for him.
But he was turned away by the feds when he tried to go to the compound. After 31 days, the FBI figured it was time for a change in strategy.
We have given him no marching orders. We do not control him. He is solely there as counsel to Mr. Koresh, to represent Mr. Koresh in the best fashion that he deems necessary, to give him the advice he believes will assist Mr. Koresh in making the decision to leave the compound.
I'm glad that it's happened. I've made some progress. I will say this, they're anxious for the truth to come out, and I'm sure that in a court of law it's going to come out.
After a 2-hour session Monday, DeGuerin was escorted through the roadblock to another face-to-face meeting with the cult leader this morning. Before a 3rd session, he was clearly optimistic.
They want to tell their story. My client wants everybody to be safe.
Shortly before 5:30, a Bradley armored vehicle came across the front yard. Attorney DeGuerin seen walking towards it. From another vantage point, it was obvious that Attorney DeGuerin just waved to the Bradley to let them know that he was okay. Then he went back inside, so those meetings continue. David Shara, he's now been in there about 4 hours and 10 minutes. Certainly that is a positive sign. We'll see what happens later on tonight.
All right, 4 at 10. Thank you, Wayne.
Thanks, Wayne. As we told you earlier, there is guarded optimism outside that cult compound near Waco tonight as a second day of talks continued between David Koresh and his attorney.
Let's go back live to Waco now and Wayne Dolcefino for an update on what else has been happening today. Wayne?
Yeah, Sharon, Dave, those marathon meetings between David Koresh and Dick DeGuerin wrapped up, about 20 minutes or so ago. They met for a total of 6 hours today, but we're still not sure what it all means.
I think it's progress that I've been allowed to meet with my client and to reassure him that the court system, as I know it to be, will treat him fairly.
As Dick DeGuerin carried on his mission to end the standoff, the cult leader's grandmother kept her vigil outside the checkpoint. She's been there just about every day.
Well, I'm glad somebody got in there. You know, I'm glad he got in because I feel like I will know something. I'll know if he's okay or you know what, but I feel better about it.
The FBI isn't eavesdropping on the DeGuerin visits, but they've been told the cult leader is no longer rambling religion.
It is not one of proselytizing on the part of Mr. Koresh to his counsel, but it is conversations that are dealing with the substance. That is, how does the system work, and advice regarding what his rights are under the criminal justice system.
But at the federal courthouse, Branch Davidian Kevin Whitecliffe continues to warn about the coming of the end of the world.
All hell's gonna break loose. For the wicked. You better read your Bible. What does it say in the Bible about that? Find it in Zechariah 14.
And remember Karen Wisdom, who told us God talked to her in a Waffle House and told her to come to David Koresh?
I kept asking God, are you sure? And he's going, yeah. And I said, well, you got to prove it to me, you know. And he goes, okay.
Wisdom may be the winner of the Standoff sweepstakes. Most unsuccessful attempts to break into the compound. She was arrested again this morning, Dave and Shara. Count it, the 3rd time. 3rd time's a charm in this case. This time she has been charged by the state with interfering with the duties of law officers. Back to you.
Okay.
Federal officials surrounding a religious cult compound outside Waco are hoping that a Houston attorney will soon be able to convince cult leader David Koresh and his followers to surrender.
Attorney Dick DeGuerin spent a third day talking with his now infamous client, and Eyewitness News reporter Wayne Dolcefino joined us live with the events of day 32. Wayne?
Yeah, David Sherry, you know the old expression, if at first you don't succeed, try again. That's the motto for the feds today as they continue to hope that Houston lawyer Dick DeGuerin can find a way to get the rock and roll prophet and his people out.
I hope my efforts are successful, but I don't think that the FBI is going to allow this to go on forever now.
Dick DeGuerin went back into the cult compound this afternoon for his fourth long meeting in 2 days with the cult leader. But each time he's come out alone. Still optimistic, but perhaps now more realistic.
I'm going to have to meet several times with David. We have very substantive, important matters that we're discussing, and we're making real progress.
We want nothing more than for Mr. DeGuerin to succeed in his enterprise here today. We do not want to have to get down to a tactical situation. We do not want to be forced in that by Mr. Koresh.
Cult Lieutenant Steve Schneider has also been allowed a phone conversation with his lawyer, but that's where it stops.
We do not want to get in a situation where we have 100 different attorneys going into that compound. We could be here till next fall.
If these attempts fail and we find
relatives of the cult members still inside welcome the new initiative, but want the FBI to stop blaring lights and all kinds of sounds at the compound at night.
Well, people are scared. People are very frightened. They're very tired. They haven't slept. They've been bombarded with terrible sounds, and that's very unstable. We've been extremely worried about the psychological ops damaging the children irreparably.
Just about 6 minutes ago, Dave and Shower, Dick DeGuerin walked out of the compound's front door, waved to FBI agents, part of the ground rules, letting them know that he is okay. He's supposed to do that every couple of hours, and then went back inside. He has been in there now for this afternoon meeting about 3 hours. Hard to tell whether that's good or bad news, but so far, no movement yet for anyone to come out.
Wait, are they still blaring that noise at the compound all night long?
Did it last night, Dave, but not quite as much as they had done in nights before. But I don't think the FBI plans to stop that psychological warfare. They have broken off all telephone contact with David Koresh while Dick DeGuerin gives it his best shot. The FBI says they want nothing to distract David Koresh from talking to his counsel because they're hoping he can talk some sense into Mr. Koresh and get him to come out and end this thing.
But they're still trying to keep him up all night.
Yeah, still doing that because they still want to play that card, because if Dick DeGuerin fails, the obvious question is, what do we do next? And that's going to be a very interesting question.
All right, Wayne.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Wayne. Well, this continuing standoff is now catapulting DeGuerin into the international spotlight, courtesy of a phone call from Koresh's mother. This is really nothing new for the attorney, but depending on the outcome of this case, he may become even more famous than his legendary mentor, Percy Foreman. Eyewitness News reporter Deborah Wrigley has the story.
How would you describe this? What kind of case is this?
Well, it's different. Every case is different.
But how is this
It's more different than others.
So just who is this man to think he can get in the middle of a standoff that's outlasted the siege of the Alamo? The answer, Dick DeGuerin. And in legal circles, that name means a lot. A few cases you might recall: the murder trial of Hurley Fontenot, a high school principal accused of killing his romantic rival. Verdict, not guilty. The case of model Barbara Piotrowski, who says her former lover tried to have her killed but paralyzed her instead. DeGuerin got her a nearly $30 million judgment. And a bit of trivia, DeGuerin and his brother Mike are both Percy Foreman proteges, but they spell their names differently. Dick prefers the French spelling, which means of war. And according to his peers at the courthouse, he's a fighter.
I think that if I were involved or accused in a crime of violence, Dick DeGuerin is the first guy I would talk to try and see if he would represent me. So I think the choice of Dick DeGuerin couldn't have been better.
Dick used to go off and do his own investigations. I mean, you're getting a good lawyer with Dick DeGuerin who puts everything into a case.
And even in a world of super egos, we didn't hear one critical opinion. As for envy,
yeah, I mean, think of all the work he's going to have to do on this case if it goes to trial. I mean, he'll have to do an enormous amount of work. Have to live in Waco, too. That's punishment enough.
Deborah Wrigley, 13 Eyewitness News.
Well, near Waco, federal officials have doubled their efforts now to get cult leader David Koresh and his followers to surrender. 2 Houston lawyers are now negotiating for the end of that 33-day standoff.
And for the latest, let's turn to Eyewitness News reporter Wayne Dolcefino joining us live from near Waco. Wayne.
Yeah, good evening, Dave and Shara. Seems like we start with a question every night, so tonight's question has to be, are 2 heads better than 1? Or does David Koresh have a timetable that simply no one can change? Every few hours, they come out and wave, but Houston attorney Dick DeGuerin and Jack Zimmerman keep going back inside for more. Their marathon sessions began at 10 o'clock in the morning. Before going back in this morning, DeGuerin had requested a doctor for the ailing cult leader David Koresh, but the FBI said no.
Our goal is not to treat everybody in there and make them happy. Our goal is to get them out. There's plenty of medical attention just a few hundred yards away, and that will all be provided for when people come out of the compound.
They're 2 of Houston's most persuasive lawyers, but the FBI still thinks David Koresh has a definite timetable for what he's planning here, a religious one.
The other members in the cult, or the group, have indicated at various times that, that Passover was key to them. They computed 15 days after the new moon.
That would make D-Day sometime between sundown Tuesday and sundown Wednesday.
Does it mean it's time for resolution, or is it time for armed confrontation? I'm hoping it means it's time for resolution. It's time for him to lead his people out, like what occurred at Passover, and lead his people to the promised land, on to a new beginning.
Just in the last couple of seconds, Dick DeGuerin and Jack Zimmerman came out of the front door of the compound, I am told. They were walking back toward their car, should be passing through our checkpoint in the next 10 or 15 minutes. They were in there, Dave and Shara, a total of about 8 hours. But according to the FBI ground rules, they want these conversations to end every night before sunset. We're getting pretty close to that. Of course, they came out by themselves, so there's no indication yet whether or not they've made dramatic progress. Probably won't know for an hour or so yet. Back to you.
Wayne, any idea why, or any more speculation of why there is this correlation with Passover?
The Davidians like to follow the readings of the Old Testament, although there are some biblical scholars, Shara, that think that the Last Supper that's referred to, Jesus' Last Supper, was actually a Passover dinner, although their calendar, as we said in the story, is slightly different. One other point, the FBI says during the negotiations they found that David Koresh is very flexible about his religious beliefs, so Passover for him, he might decide, is today or tomorrow.
All right.
Okay.
Thanks, Wayne.
Thanks.
Okay.
I'm out near Waco today. The FBI says it is waiting for cult leader David Koresh to make the next call. Wayne Dolcefino reports federal officials are also again answering allegations that commanders led ATF agents into that deadly ambush 34 days ago.
We had a complete observation of the outside of that entire compound from the undercover location down at the end of the road. There was no activity by anyone outside the compound during that time frame and until the raid team arrived to indicate that there was anything going on, to indicate that they were gearing up for any type of a hostile response.
As the ATF's intelligence chief fielded fire in Waco, out at the cult compound, it was very quiet, except for the occasional passage of an armored patrol. The FBI calls it a cooling off period.
There are no planned face-to-face meetings as of today. If he wants to talk to us, he merely has to pick up the phone and talk to us.
2 Houston attorneys spent 8 hours Thursday trying to talk the leadership out. One of them, Jack Zimmerman, talked to us today about the experience.
I got to tell you, these people were extraordinarily polite. They were gentle people. They were courteous to us. They treated us like we were guests in their home, which we were. I think the people who have come out have indicated that it's a different lifestyle. And I would agree with that.
I love my grandson.
With the legal effort now on hold, the cult leader's grandmother is renewing her efforts to get inside.
It's time to bring in the family and see if the family can help end this thing. It's past time.
No one here is really expecting any new drama now until perhaps Tuesday. That's the beginning of the Davidian High Holy Day of Passover. So day 34 ends much like day 1 did, waiting for the cult leader to make his move. Near Mount Carmel, Wayne Dolcefino, 13.
And out of Waco, where it's day 35 of the standoff, and today it brought out protesters who simply don't like the way the federal agents have been handling the situation. Members of a self-described militia clashed with locals during a protest today, carrying unloaded weapons and demanding entrance into the Davidian compound.
Are y'all from Waco?
No. We're from
You shouldn't even be here.
Oh, we shouldn't. You mean what they're doing here? What they're doing here is not our concern. Is that what you're saying?
That's right.
Oh, well, you're stupid.
Or unless you're part of a cult.
Those protesters call themselves the unorganized militia of the United States, and federal agents said today they demonstrated why they call themselves that. Meanwhile, the agents are still hoping Koresh will emerge from the compound sometime during the Passover holiday. But as Koresh has constantly proven, his holy days don't always coincide with the real world. Another marathon session in Waco today as two attorneys spent hours talking with their clients inside that cult compound.
Federal agents hope that tonight's movement would trigger actions toward an end to the standoff. But as Wayne Dolcefino reports, it appears that cult members are settling down instead for their holiest of days.
Just as an FBI armored vehicle sped by, Cult Lieutenant Steve Schneider and another man walked out the compound's front door. They appeared to exchange a few words. Then they embraced. The man walking away out into the open, lifting his hands in surrender. He's identified as Jesse Amen, one of the two outsiders who snuck into the compound during the last 10 days. All the Davidians, it appears, are staying put, at least for the start of the Passover celebration.
Right now, they believe that there is a higher law that they must follow, that is a high holy day obligation. I think that it'd be pretty clear that were we not on the eve of Passover, that they'd be out by now.
Houston attorneys Jack Zimmerman and Dick DeGuerin spent 6 full hours in the compound during the day. But again, they left alone.
We're more convinced than ever that this is going to be resolved peacefully, and more convinced than ever that the depth of the devotion to their religion is very important to everyone in there.
Passover traditionally begins sundown Monday. The FBI says it's all ready for a mass surrender, but prepare too, just in case David Koresh decides to renew violence in the name of the Lord. Outside Mount Carmel, Wayne Dolcefino, 13 Eyewitness.
Up first is a religious season of freedom. What cult leader David Koresh has been waiting for. Passover begins at dusk this evening, and there is hope that the end of this long siege may not be far behind.
Eyewitness News reporter Alan Himberger is at the scene near Waco. He's joining us now live. Alan?
Dave and Shira, they are certainly hoping that this Passover season marks the beginning of the end of this siege, that's for sure, but really no one knows. How that religious holiday plays into David Koresh's teaching is just still anyone's guess.
We're frankly still up in the air as to even when Passover begins to David, whether or not it begins tonight, the next day, or the next night. And then when it ends, there's some confusion as to whether or not it's 7 or 8 days.
Traditionally, the Jewish Passover begins at sundown tonight with observances inside family homes. Tomorrow night, Jews will come together for a Seder. Rabbis don't believe Koresh follows any calendar but his own.
He's neither Christian, he's neither Jewish, he is Koresh.
Rather, the rabbi believes Koresh has his own interpretations that may have been influenced by Jewish conservatives.
I think he's been in Israel, as you know, a number of times, and I believe that he's been talking to a lot of people, and I think possibly some of that is influencing him in whatever he's teaching or professing to teach.
Some conservative Jews believe there have been signs that the Messiah may soon come, but the rabbi isn't sure the Messiah will come from Waco.
He's a religious leader, if we could call him that functions completely autonomously. And when he decides the moon is right, then that's when Passover begins.
And what about the feds? Are they willing to stand by for another 8 days before taking the next step?
There are so many things that could happen between now and then that could change that. But at this point, I would say probably with an underlining of leaving our options open.
Now, what those options are, the FBI is not saying. What you're looking at right now is a live shot from the other side of the compound. The FBI still insists, of course, that they have endless patience to bring this siege to an end with no further bloodshed. Now, we did not have anyone coming out of the compound today, Dave and Shira, but we did have one man come out of the compound last night. And coming up a little bit later here on Eyewitness News at 6 o'clock, Wayne Dolcefino will join you live from out here near Waco and tell you what we know about the man who came out yesterday.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Alan.
Thanks, Alan. Well, no one really knows whether Passover is the event that's going to prompt a surrender by cult leader David Koresh and his followers.
Let's check in with Wayne Dolcefino as the start of that religious holiday approaches, and we understand that you have some surprising information for us tonight, Wayne.
Yeah, I certainly hope it is the beginning of the end, Dave and Cher. We're about an hour away, according to my watch, from the start of the traditional Passover season. It has been a very quiet day at the compound, something we might get used to. During this long observance, the Davidians may celebrate Passover from 3 to 8 days. But before we leave you tonight from outside Waco, I want to tell you more about the guy who came out of the compound and surrendered last night. He was one of the 2 fellows who had snuck in earlier. He calls himself Jesse Amen. We watched Jesse Amen Sunday hugging Cult Lieutenant Steve Schneider, then walking out into the open and lifting his hands in surrender. Today, the FBI was asked about stories. The uninvited guest at Mount Carmel didn't leave on his own, but was thrown out because he was too crazy, even for David Koresh and his zealot followers.
We have no way of knowing whether that was the reason, although if you spend about 2 minutes talking to Amen, you realize God knows what he's been doing in there that long. His father's name is, quote, Lord Lightning, Amen, unquote. Swear. And he has brothers named David, Jacob, and Abraham. He supports himself by picking fruit and other odd jobs.
Bizarre he may be, but Amen is one of the few people who've spent any time with the cult since the siege began.
The question is, did Mr. Amen give us some clue as to when this might end? And no. Mr. Amen made no sense about anything that he discussed with us.
In many ways, David Scherer, it is that kind of story. The folks in the jail here in McClellan County sent Mr. Amen's fingerprints to Washington today to find out whether that really is his true name. He's facing charges of interfering with officers, also being held as a material witness, probably at least until this standoff comes to an end. Back to you.
All right, Wayne. Another day and yet another frustrating delay from cult leader David Koresh.
The federal agents near Waco today have revealed that David Koresh's latest timetable appears that any surrender is still at least a week away.
Wayne Dolcefino joining us on day 38. Wayne?
Yeah, Sharon, Bob, you ever get the feeling that you're being sold a bill of goods? You get the feeling here outside Waco tonight that cult leader David Koresh over at that compound is getting a pretty good laugh. He's bought himself some more time, but when asked by the FBI, this self-proclaimed Messiah couldn't say for sure when his holy day of Passover begins.
So they've kind of resolved it to be beginning sundown tomorrow and ending sundown on the 14th. I don't have any other happy news to report for you. This is just another date in a long series. I'm just nervous if they start bringing up Christmas. That's about.
Funny, maybe, but the way the standoff is now stretching out, it may not be too far-fetched. David Koresh and his followers seem in no rush to end this thing. The Passover stuff may be just a stall, and the feds may not be able to force it to an end.
As you all know, we've got a bunch of kids in that place. And the alternatives that we've got are somewhat limited. Short of going tactical, I'm not quite sure what it is that we should do. It's like your Sabbath, so here go the rockets and the red glares. I don't know what else to do other than be at least semi-respectful of their observances.
No one knows quite what to expect after sundown Wednesday, but the lines of communication, for what it's worth, will remain open.
We've made a tentative arrangement where we're going to be talking to each other every morning.
You heard the collective groans of reporters, Bob and Shara, but what about the folks who call these cult members their neighbors? They've got to be downright angry by now after 38 days. Alan Hemberger coming back a little later this hour with their story. Back to you.
All right, Wayne. Thank you.
Well, out near Waco today, cult leader David Koresh and his Branch Davidians are finally observing Passover, and federal officials say the Holy Week could, underline could, end next Tuesday. But Wayne Dolcefino tells us that as time passes, so do the clues that exactly what happened in that cult compound 39 days ago.
The Feds say Kathy Schroeder fired on ATF officers back in the February shootout. Her lawyer says she was hiding under a bed. For the government, proving who shot and who didn't is getting harder with each passing day.
Obviously, it's going to be a tremendously difficult task due to the fact that we've had a siege situation for 38 days or whatever it is. But I don't think it takes takes too much to figure out that we're going to have some significant problems with forensic evidence.
The FBI has made matters worse every time its armor moves cars and debris around. It may clear the battlefield, but it's troubled Texas Rangers who were in charge of the shooting probe.
We had ample photographs. Our scientists have indicated that they can put those vehicles back within 1 inch of where they were located.
And inside Mount Carmel, David Koresh's religious calendar has bought so much time, the place could be spick and span by now. Fingerprints and hands wiped, any illegal weapons dismantled. And the FBI was on the defensive after a news story suggested federal negotiators may have inadvertently tipped the cult to a vital cleaning tip.
The one statement that caused people concern was a statement to the effect that one of the first things we would do would be to collect shell casings on the outside. They have counsel, as you've indicated before. Mr. Martin is a Harvard graduate in there, and I'm sure they're very much aware of what evidence would be incriminating against them.
The siege marches on, and with it, evidence disappears. Prosecutors can only hope some of the flock sings. Outside Mount Carmel, Wayne Dolcefino, 13 Eyewitness.
More than just tempers are flaring these days at a cult compound near Waco. Federal agents used a new method last night in their standoff with cult leader David Koresh and the Branch Davidians. Eyewitness News reporter Wayne Dolcefino has the latest on that 40-day siege.
FBI agents were busy disrupting another night of sleep for the Branch Davidians with its sound war when it happened. First a diversionary flare, then a lone spotlight illuminating the windows, then another flare. Agents had spotted someone trying to crawl out a window. Were they trying to escape, gather rainwater, or test FBI defenses? For the Bureau, it didn't matter.
We do not want people out there, particularly at nighttime, where we cannot see what they have in their possession. And if our people believe their lives were threatened, they would probably be authorized to take fire on those people.
The incident triggered an angry phone exchange.
This conversation caused anger on the part of Mr. Koresh, following which we hung up on Mr. Koresh because of his abusive language. Does Jesus Christ use four-letter words? David Koresh regularly uses four-letter words, and some of them are a little longer than that.
And for those who hoped the end of Passover would mean an end to this, the FBI relayed what it claimed was a message from the cult's #2 man, Steve Schneider.
He's never understood what the big deal was about Passover. They also said, which was disheartening to us, that they never made such an agreement with their attorneys.
Schneider's attorney, Jack Zimmerman, told me by phone from Houston that as far as he's concerned, nothing has changed. His client has assured him of a peaceful exodus from Mount Carmel after Passover. Near Mount Carmel, Wayne Dolcefino, 13 Eyewitness.
Some tense moments this afternoon at that cult compound near Waco. A cult member apparently set off a flare out in the yard of the compound, and that set off a flurry of activity by the federal agents there.
To find out the latest, we join Eyewitness News reporter Wayne Dolcefino. Wayne?
Yeah, Sharon, Dave, 2.5 hours after the incident, the feds still aren't telling us what happened, but something did, and it may be a sign of the growing tension here. We'd seen people walk out the front door of the compound and linger before. It had happened, in fact, twice during this day. But this time, the man clad in a white shirt kept walking, clutching what seemed to be a white flag. Seconds later, we watched as he appeared to bend over to the ground. Then we saw the red smoke. At least 3 flares were set, maybe as many as 6. Within seconds, FBI armor was seen moving on the compound. Turrets positioned what seemed like only feet from the front windows. Then they pulled back. There's been no official explanation, but it followed a day of tough talk by the FBI.
I work midnight to 8, so and I'm the chief noisemaker.
The roar of the FBI noise machine. Critics suggest it only a noise. That's right.
At least it keeps them awake. They said, some people said, gee, you're irritating them. Well, that's a shame that we're irritating them. They're irritating us.
Playing it during the so-called religious holiday for the cult is meant clearly as an insult, part of a growing strategy to taunt David Koresh and his followers.
They display zombie-like qualities. We hope they come to their senses. Surely someone in there must realize that the end is coming, and it's in their best interest to get out. We're going to get them out of there, and they're going before the bar of justice to answer for the murder of federal agents.
Another banner unfurled this afternoon from the compound. It talked about Revelations, the end of the world. Day 41 on this Good Friday. The standoff continues. Back to you.
Okay. Day 42 of the siege near Waco brought new communications from cult members on this Easter weekend. They sent a message to federal agents saying, and I quote, "God is angry at the FBI."
Now the feds are trying to figure out exactly what that message means, and activity around the compound is being stepped up, as Wayne Dolcefino will attest as he joins us once again live from near Waco. Wayne?
Yeah, good afternoon, Bob and Merver. A quiet day for the cultists over at the compound, although federal experts have been busy today around the country trying to analyze what David Koresh gave the FBI yesterday. Was it the message from God he had promised? It turns out the FBI gave the cult permission to light those thick red smoke bombs Friday. It was supposed to represent 7 canisters of incense being lit in commemoration of the crucifixion of Christ. Last week, cult leaders called the Easter holidays pagan rituals. Now it seems they are indeed holy days to the Branch Davidians. While he was outside, cult Lieutenant Steve Schneider also delivered a 4-page letter to the feds.
The letter is speaking as if God were speaking. If it is the message from God, then we have to know what the heck the message is. The letter is threatening and cites 6 biblical passages. The gist of the letter, like the biblical passages, conveys messages of a powerful, angry God empowering his chosen people to punish and harm those who oppose them.
Brief excursions out the front door of the cult compound continue today, and the feds don't like it.
It seems to be that they are more emboldened in their attempts to come out and test the control of our perimeter.
Armored vehicles served as cover today for agents who are now stringing wire around the compound.
It represents what we believe is the next logical step to completely control the compound.
Tomorrow we begin week 7. Bob, Minerva, back to you.
And counting. Thank you very much, Wayne.
And our Wayne Dolcefino has been there 42 days since the beginning of this standoff. The Easter prayers being said around the Waco area today are prayers for a quick end for the now 43-day-old cult standoff. Federal agents held a private service for the fallen ATF agents, but like every other day, they spent today keeping a watchful eye on the compound.
Holy Week has come, Holy Week is almost gone, and Wayne Dolcefino is still outside that compound. Nothing has changed, Wayne.
No, Bob and Minerva, the feds were officially silent today, so we don't know for sure what the Branch Davidians were up to inside the compound. But if they were listening on this Easter Sunday, maybe, just maybe, they heard the prayers of their neighbors. State troopers blocked the road to Bethlehem Baptist Church. It sits in the no man's land between the government's roadblock and the Branch Davidian cult compound. For the first time in a long time, Pastor Lee Matthews could greet his flock.
We haven't been able to get back to our home in approximately 5 Sundays now.
It was a special Easter for the children of the congregation, who hadn't seen their holy place in a while.
Oh, Lord, over a month now. I hope today will be the last day. Maybe hear our voices and they'll all come out, I hope.
But no one has come out all day. It's anyone's guess how the Branch Davidians are treating this most holy day for Christians. They're in the midst of their own Passover celebration. The feds now have the place surrounded by barbed wire, completely. But the armored patrol continues. And the roar of an Army helicopter often drowned out the words of the minister who led reporters in Easter prayer. The setting, the ditch along the side of a farm road, which has been our home for 43 days. So the holy day was just another waiting day here outside the compound. The cult leaders have promised their lawyers they will surrender after Wednesday, but no one here, Bob and Minerva, is counting on it. Back to you.
Wayne, how are you holding up?
Doing just fine. Getting a little hot out here, though. It feels like summertime, and maybe we'll still be here come summertime.
Well, there's really no reason for optimism after all. I mean, Koresh has said, what, about 6 or 7 times he was coming out?
Yeah, it doesn't seem to stay on track very often, does he?
No. All right,
thanks, Wayne.
And happy Easter, Wayne. Thanks.
Thank you.
Well, near Waco, federal agents have received another letter from cult leader David Koresh, and it appears now that the Branch Davidians are waiting for some sort of natural disaster before ending this armed standoff. Eyewitness News reporter Wayne Dolcefino has more on this 44-day-old siege.
It's good, it's the truth, but the truth hurts. What's the truth?
It's so simple, it's hard to see.
Like many other cult members, Norman Allison faces charges of trying to kill federal agents. But it hasn't shaken his faith in David Koresh.
They believe he is the second coming of Jesus Christ. We believe those people inside the compound are willing to die for that belief.
The cult leader apparently believes the feds will die for their assault on his compound. That's the gist of the latest letter from God delivered to the FBI.
This second letter was again written as if God is speaking through Koresh with continued threats that if we do not listen to Koresh, we will be devoured by fire or destroyed by other means.
With Passover nearing an end, what's the cult leader waiting for now?
He's looking for certain natural disasters to take place. He believes that these will be a sign from God. Certain cataclysmic events to take place, either fire, earthquakes, or other events of that nature.
When will he come out, do you know?
Operation!
Friday's South Texas earthquake excited the cultists, but just briefly. The only other news from inside the peach-colored buildings, another teenager is pregnant.
We do not have her name, but we do have our suspicions with regard to whom is the father.
Despite growing reports to the contrary, an FBI commander insisted today that the White House has not overruled any FBI suggestions for ending this thing, even if that includes another assault. But after 44 days, the obvious question is, what's the government waiting for? Near Mount Carmel, Wayne Dolcefino, 13 Eyewitness.
The FBI is keeping a close watch on the Lake Waco Dam tonight. The feds are reacting to threats of sabotage made by cult leader David Koresh. The siege at the Branch Davidian compound is now into its 45th day. And as Wayne Dolcefino reports, Houston attorneys are back trying to negotiate an end.
The Houston lawyers were off to the FBI command post tonight to make what could be a key phone call to cult leader David Koresh.
If things go as we hope they go, there will be one more face-to-face meeting where we get all the details worked out of exactly how the coming out is going to happen, and then we'll all come out.
DeGuerin's mission, try to convince the cult leader his best chance for revenge against the ATF will come in court.
The more that we learn, the more we're satisfied that this was extremely poorly planned, poorly executed, a mistake from the very beginning. But the details of that are going to have to come out in court.
They claim they're now down to the particulars of surrender. A peaceful outcome, says DeGuerin, is the only option.
It's folly to try to storm a building that has hundreds of people, including women and children in it.
FBI commanders insist they can't be patient forever, but they are keenly aware of the problem those pregnant women and all those children present.
What price do you put on a human life, particularly an innocent child? David Koresh knows that those children are probably his ace in the hole with regard to any protection that he may have.
So the FBI is still playing the best cards they have right now, the two men who'll eventually be the government's chief adversaries in court. Near Mount Carmel, Wayne Dolcefino, 13 Eyewitness.
Now for the latest out of Waco, some immense frustrations for federal agents there who are trying to end the standoff with religious cult members, now in its 46th day. And the attorney for David Koresh spoke with his client this morning.
Eyewitness News reporter Wayne Dolcefino joining us live from that cult compound. Wayne, what's Koresh's latest excuse?
Well, Dave, he seems to have a bunch, doesn't he? Tonight, we're live outside the federal command post about 5 miles away from the compound. It is here, perhaps as early as tonight, that top ATF and FBI officials will meet to decide their next move. And that, as you said, David Koresh has broken his promise to come out again. For nearly 2 weeks, they were considered the best hope for a quick, peaceful ending to this now 46-day-old standoff. But after calling the cult leader this morning, Houston attorneys Dick DeGuerin and Jack Zimmerman relayed the latest reason instead why David Koresh isn't ready to surrender.
David has been working day and night, composing a manuscript that will be delivered to me, upon which he will then come out.
The book writing, Koresh claims, has been ordered by God. The end of the world put on hold until it's done. But in a 3-page letter given to DeGuerin to relay to us, the cult leader warns again of danger looming here in Waco.
I was shown a fault line running throughout Lake Waco area. The earthquake in Waco is something not to be taken lightly. It will probably be the thing needed to shake some sense into the people.
He thinks he's the second coming of Christ, the Son of God. And he writes like he's not man, but in his own words, a bizarre beast.
Speaking the truth seems to have very little effect on man. I was shown that as soon as I am given over to the hands of man, I will be made a spectacle of, and people will not be concerned about the truth of God, but just the bizarrity of me in the flesh. I want the people of this generation to be saved.
How long will it take this self-proclaimed Messiah, this ninth-grade dropout, to write his own version of the book of Revelations? Even his own lawyer can't say for sure. So the big question tonight here is, what will the FBI do next? My colleague Chris Adams is back over at our normal viewing spot near the compound. Chris?
Wayne, this is the third time this particular standoff has been predicted to end. But it seems that whenever the government meets David Koresh's demands, he simply dreams up some new ones. Last week, he told his attorney the siege would end following Passover. Well, Passover is over, and we're all still here. Soon after Passover's end, a violent lightning storm raged over the Branch Davidians' compound, washing it in an eerie glow. But the electrifying event was still not enough of a sign for cult leader David Koresh to call it quits. After this latest in a string of disappointments, federal authorities are scrambling for new options.
I wouldn't put us back at square one. We still got negotiations going on and attempts to do other things to get them out.
But if it's not square one, it's certainly not far from it. Witness how the FBI responds when asked if this thing's going to drag on for weeks.
Well, for weeks. Now, that's a new twist to the question. I'm not limiting it to how long it'll last. I just don't think it's going to last for a prolonged period of time, and I'll leave it at that.
Today, cult members could be seen peering out of windows, watching frustrated federal authorities who seem to have about had it.
There's not an inexhaustible amount of patience on the government's part.
The government says cult members are losing sleep, their nerves are frayed, and their conversations agitated. But they still have what's been described as Koresh's ace in the hole, 17 of them, in fact.
The question, though, has been constant throughout. We've got to do it in a way that we think will put the fewest number of those children in peril. And that's the issue that we're looking right in the eye. Yeah.
The FBI declines to say whether they'll wait for Koresh to finish his book, but the feeling around here is that eventually someone is going to have to pull the plug on this thing. If Koresh won't, the FBI will have to. Dave, Mel?
All right, thank you, gentlemen. We appreciate it.
Well, one of the religious scholars who Koresh wants to review his manuscript is right here in Houston. Dr. Philip Arnold, the executive director of the Reunion Institute, a think tank on religion. Dr. Philip says he specializes in apocalyptic groups and their interpretation of the Bible. Today, he warned against any other armed attack on that compound near Waco, saying he believes Koresh's interpretation of the Bible includes the right to defend themselves against government forces.
The prophecies predict that the government forces will invade them. At least this is what they believe will happen. And so we don't want to fulfill those prophecies for them.
Dr. Phillips believes that Koresh will come out peacefully after he has completed his religious mandate.
Day 48 of that cult standoff near Waco has everyone asking the question, how fast does David Koresh write? Federal authorities parked outside the Branch Davidian compound circled it with their tanks. Cult leader David Koresh says that he will not come out until he finishes writing a manuscript about the 7 seals mentioned in the Bible's book of Revelations. So far, his work on just the first of the 7 seals has taken several days.
Mr. Koresh does not have any more than a 9th grade education, so he does not write very well. So everything will have to be rewritten. So I figure 4 or 5 months tops. We really have no idea how long it's going to take.
At the road leading to the compound this afternoon, members of a group from Indiana were taken into custody by authorities. They say that they wanted to get inside the compound to give baby food and other supplies to the
Houston man who 3.5 weeks ago managed to make his way into that Branch Davidian compound near Waco this afternoon walked out of the compound. 24-year-old Luis Alinas is seen here leaving the armed compound about 3:15 this afternoon wearing a T-shirt that read, "David Koresh, God." He was immediately taken to the McLennan County Jail by the DPS. This man is the first person to leave that rural fortress in nearly 2 weeks. And as Chris Adams reports, up until that man decided to leave, the only news out of Waco is just how little real news there is.
This is undoubtedly the most photographed, tank-tread, helicopter-encircled piece of rural real estate in central Texas. But that doesn't mean there's a lot going on here. There certainly hasn't been much progress recently.
We can't say that the negotiations have been truly that effective.
On day 49, the FBI may have seemingly unlimited patience, but the public does not. It's true the hills overlooking the compound are still something of a T-shirt selling tourist draw. But at public parks and other places around Waco, patience is a thing of the past.
I think it should have ended a month ago. You know, they should have went right back in when they had the chance to not let this man just keep doing what he's doing.
With stories about Los Angeles, the standoff in Ohio, and just other things to think about, most people think David Koresh is not much of a story anymore.
Well, I know I'm tired of seeing it, you know. I imagine everybody's tired of seeing it.
It's pretty clear lots of news organizations feel the same way. This is what's known as Satellite City. It's where most of the media has camped out while doing this story. When we first got here, we were all lined up elbow to microphone. Since then, it's gotten a lot easier to find a parking space. But there is at least one person who hasn't tired of all this. Until he does, the rest of us will just have to keep counting the days.
And that's his ultimate game, to keep it going one more day. I don't think he can think beyond that.
Reporting from near Waco, Chris Adams, 13 Eyewitness.
I'm Dan Rather in New York with Vicki Mabry in near Waco with an update on the 51-day standoff outside Waco, Texas. Early this morning, armored vehicles entered cult leader David Koresh's compound and began punching large holes in the walls. Koresh and about 90 of his followers are believed to be inside. So far this morning, one man is believed to have left the compound, all others believed to be still in it. It is not clear, however, exactly what is going on or has been going on. About 45 minutes ago, one of the federal agents' tanks punched a hole in the front door of the compound. Earlier, agents jumped out of the back of another armored vehicle and began tossing tear gas into what appears to be an underground bunker where most of the cult members are believed to be holed up. The wind is up outside the compound and much of the gas apparently was dispersed. Right now, you're looking at a live picture from outside the compound. About all that can be seen is damage done by the tanks and other armored vehicles. The FBI says it'll hold a news conference in about a half hour. CBS News will be standing by for further developments, and of course there'll be a complete wrap-up on your local news and on tonight's CBS Evening News. For now, with Vicki Mabry near Waco, I'm Dan Rather in New York.
This has been a CBS News special report.
This is a CBS News special report. John Roberts at the CBS News headquarters in New York. Some 6 hours after the FBI launched an operation trying to bring the 51-day-old standoff at the Branch Davidian cult compound just outside Waco, Texas to an end, the compound has been enveloped in smoke and flame. Vicki Mabry has been standing by in Waco, Texas for the entire duration of the standoff. She joins us now live. Vicki, what can you tell us about this fire?
John, just about 5 minutes ago, we saw tanks continuing to batter the compound, continuing to put gaping holes into the walls of the structure. We saw what looked like white, wispy smoke coming out, which usually is indicative of tear gas. The FBI has told us that they are using non-lethal tear gas to try to flush cult members out. And then suddenly, out of one of the second-floor windows, flames burst forth. And as you can see, it looks like at this point like the entire compound is just engulfed in flames. This all started at about 5:30, 5:45 this morning, when negotiators called second in command Steve Schneider and told him that if people did not come out, they were going to start pumping in that tear gas. About a half hour later, when no one came out, the tanks began to batter the compound, starting with first with just the window, moving on to the front door, moving to other walls, pulling out entire sections of the walls. And as they made those holes, they began pumping in the tear gas, pumping it in further and further. That, as I said, started at about 6 o'clock this morning. It is now noon our time, and the entire compound has just now gone up in flames. We are trying to wait for the fire department to come. FBI sources have said that they were prepared with ambulances. They were ready to medevac out all 95 cult members they believe are still inside should they be injured, but we don't know if they were prepared for this type of action at all.
Vicki, in one of the close-up pictures we saw as you were speaking, we saw at least one cult member coming out of the front door of the compound. Obviously, this was not part of the FBI operation, the FBI plan.
This is definitely not part. We just got finished with the morning briefing about an hour and a half ago. They said what they were making these holes for is to pump in that tear gas. They said they were not trying systematically to tear the building down, but they were going to tear down farther portions of it and try to push the cult members into a central area that they could then make a really concerted effort to pump the tear gas in and try to force them out. But certainly a fire was not part of their plans at all.
Vicki, shortly before the fire started, as you mentioned, we saw one of those T-60 tanks with its snout pointed inside the building, putting tear gas into the area, as it has been doing for the past 6 hours. Is there any word on whether or not the fire was somehow connected with that tear gas operation?
John, we absolutely don't know if it's connected with the tear gas operation or if it has something to do with what cult members possibly are doing inside. FBI told us during the morning briefing that they were fired upon heavily by cult members. Each time one of the tanks would make an assault on the building, they said 12 to 15 rounds would be fired at them every time that happened. We don't know what the cult members are doing inside, so we have no way of knowing if it was something the FBI did or something cult members did that started this tragic fire.
Is there any movement, Vicki, among federal authorities to get close to the building to try to help out in potential rescue operations at this time?
At this time there would have to be, but John, from our position, we're about 1.5 miles away, and from our position we can't tell right now exactly what's going on.
Vicki, this might be asking you for a little bit of speculation, but is there a possibility that the fire was set from within? Perhaps the Branch Davidians saying, we're not coming out, we're going to burn the place down.
That is possible, and I am told that there are no signs at this point of any people coming out of the building. We have cameras that face several sides of this huge compound. It sits on 77 acres. We have cameras on several sides, and we see no people at this time making any move to come out of the compound.
Vicki, as I said, while you were speaking with us, we had a close-up of the front door area of the Branch Davidian compound. We saw what appeared to be one cult member leaving the compound. We have reports that another one has jumped from the roof. That could potentially be the same person. 95 people believed to be inside this building, 17 of those 95 people children. Some 37 people have left the compound since the standoff began 51 days ago. And we seem to see people in this picture, Vicki, which is about 2 miles behind you, I would imagine, standing around in front of the building. There appears to be, those are agents that have made their way to the front of the building?
Most likely those are agents, and the one we believe who jumped from the roof was an agent. We believe that federal agents had made their way onto the roof of the compound.
Is there any sign of any firefighting equipment at this point? How long is it expected to take to get there?
At this point, we have not seen any firefighting equipment on the scene. Don't know how long. It should come up this road. There really are only 2 or 3 roads that lead up to E Ranch Road, which is the road that the compound is on. We have not seen anyone come past here at this checkpoint.
Vicki,
I don't know if they're coming in other sides, but really there should be someone coming through this way. At this point, with the magnitude of this fire, they need to be surrounding the compound on all sides.
Vicki, briefly, if you could, bring us up to date on the events that led to this morning's operation.
There are a number of helicopters coming in, and John, I'm sorry, I did not hear your question.
I said briefly, if you could, Vicki, could you bring us up to date on the events that led to the operation this morning?
What has happened, we understand, is that during the entire 51 days of this siege, FBI agents have been sending plans to Washington. They were non-specific about where in Washington, but naturally to their superiors at the FBI and also at the Department of Justice. They say that their plans were not vetoed. That may be a matter of semantics. Their plans were not accepted, so they had to wait and continue the negotiations as David Koresh and his followers continue to stall and continue to put them off. Finally, sources tell us over the weekend, Attorney General Janet Reno agreed that firing tear gas in there in non-lethal doses that would still be safe for the children inside would be an acceptable plan. They decided to go ahead with that operation this morning. They said if there was rain, it would be called off. There is no rain. As you can see, it's a beautiful sunny day. They went ahead with the operation beginning just before 6 o'clock this morning, and now it's turned into a tragedy.
Vicki, throughout this 51-day siege, we seem to have seen David Koresh engaging in a number of delaying tactics. First of all, it was give me access to the radio, then I'll allow some people to leave. Then it was after Passover, the siege will be over. He was in the middle of writing his interpretation of the 7 seals. Did the FBI just see that as being another delaying tactic and said it was time to try to bring this to an end?
Yes, they did see that as just another stalling tactic. As you said, March 2nd, he said, if you play my 58-minute tape on national radio, then I will come out. On March 19th, he said, oh, just give me a few more days. We're planning to come out. We'll surrender peacefully. Then he wanted to see an attorney. He and Steve Schneider wanted to see attorneys. The attorneys were allowed to go in. As a matter of fact, they were the only outsiders allowed to go inside the compound and talk with them face to face. That went on for 5 days, 1 week. And now today we are told in the briefing that David Koresh and Steve Schneider said, well, basically that really was just a delaying tactic. After that, it was Passover. The attorney said they believed that they would come out after Passover. Once Passover was nearing the end, David Koresh and Steve Schneider said, we never had any agreement that we were coming out at the end of Passover, and we want to write our interpretation of the 7 seals. David Koresh then told federal agents that he was working on those 7 seals, that he had taken 3 full days and nights writing just the first seal. Federal agents say you have to keep in mind that David Koresh is a 9th grade dropout. He says he doesn't write very well. He wanted Steve Schneider's wife to type each part of this manuscript. He wanted Steve Schneider to edit each part, and Steve Schneider said this morning he had not even started on the editing of the first seal. So federal agents had joked, kind of half jokingly, half seriously. They had said at this rate it could be 5 to 6 months before this is done. Finally they got the confirmation, they got the go-ahead from Washington to go in with the tear gas and the tanks that would batter the compound.
Vicki, at the regular FBI briefing just outside of Waco this morning, Special Agent Rick said that this was going to be another waiting game today, but a waiting game engineered by the FBI. They believed that the Branch Davidians had gas masks, which would allow them to remain immune from the tear gas for a period of up to 8 hours. They were prepared to wait it out. They said that they were not assaulting the building. Obviously, something has gone very wrong.
They continued to stress that they were not assaulting the building, but they continued, even as he was speaking, to push gaping holes in it. And just probably about a half hour ago, we noticed that one entire side of the compound had been completely demolished. Now, they say that this compound is very poorly constructed. Cult members actually built the compound themselves. It's built out of wood. I imagine with the strength of these tanks, it does not take very much. If you're trying just to poke a very concentrated hole in it, I'm sure it does not take very much for a wooden building to be completely toppled by an Army tank.
And Vicki, obviously by the pictures that we could see of the compound, it has gone up in flames quite rapidly, indicating perhaps that the construction was fairly open inside. Again, we want to repeat that there are 95 people believed to be inside that compound, 17 of them children. Vicki, we heard Special Agent Ricks this morning in his morning briefing say that he believed that there was some underground lattice work underneath the compound, perhaps as small as crawl spaces. We see in the picture, I should point out, a man walking out of the compound with his hands over his head. Is there a possibility, Vicki, that some of the people inside the compound are actually underground in shelters and may not be in the thick of things as we see this compound burning down?
There is, as you said, one person who has come out with his hands up, and there is a possibility. Agent Rick said it is like a basement, but mostly it is like a crawl space. But supposedly, cult members have been using this underground area for target training. So it is possible that some of them have gone down underneath, but with the construction of these buildings, it's going to collapse in on the crawl space or basement, no matter how deep it is. So that is not a safe area for them to be at all.
Vicki, is there any assessment by the FBI as to what the cache of weapons inside the compound is and whether there is the possibility of explosions that might be connected with this fire?
One of the things that got the ATF started on an investigation of this was that a box being shipped to the compound by UPS broke open. and inside they found hand grenades, and allegedly UPS alerted ATF that there were hand grenades going there. Now, federal agents say that they know that the Branch Davidians have at least $100,000 worth of weapons inside. Most of them, they believe, purchased legally, but also some converter kits purchased that change semi-automatic weapons into fully automatic weapons, which are illegal. And one of the things they've been very, very concerned with throughout these long 51 days is that the entire crime scene is being altered, which would include those weapons being reconverted back to their legal form, thereby destroying part of the evidence in this case.
Just want to point out that in the foreground of the picture that you're seeing, just behind the bus, we saw a man walking out with his hands over his head. There he is again. He appeared to stoop down for a moment, perhaps try to surrender to federal agents who are quite near the compound. There he is walking up to the back of what I believe to be a Bradley fighting vehicle being taken into custody by federal authorities. Vicki, at the beginning of this siege, David Koresh was boasting, saying, don't send in armored personnel carriers, don't send in armored vehicles. We have the weaponry here that would knock a Bradley fighting vehicle 50 feet into the air. Is there a worry at this time that some of that ordnance might be contained within the compound and might lead to an even further escalation of the fire that we see in this picture?
Absolutely, and of course it's entirely possible that that is what has caused the fire already. And ATF agents who were involved in that initial firefight say that they did hear this type of sounds associated with extremely heavy weaponry, perhaps 50 caliber machine guns. And ATF does know from some of the autopsies and some of the shrapnel that was removed from some of the injured agents, they do know that some of those injuries were caused by hand grenades. So it's entirely possible that it is the weapons that are inside that are causing the fire. At this point, we just don't know.
We appear to see what I believe is a federal agent dragging somebody across the ground just in front of that Volkswagen van in front of the CEV, the combat engineering vehicle. We do not know if that is a cult member or if it perhaps is a federal agent.
Or if it were perhaps as an agent. We don't know at this point.
Perhaps might have succumbed somehow to the smoke or the fire. The FBI was very clear this morning, Vicki, in saying that it was using CS tear gas, a non-lethal form of tear gas that was being pumped in by the CEVs and the M60s, and that they were not using the pyrotechnic form of tear gas. Is there a possibility that that would rule out completely this fire being started by the tear gassing operation?
John, at this point, it's just so very hard to say what has caused the fire, and it's also hard to determine what exactly they are using. It's become clear over the course of these 51 days that David Koresh and his followers still have batteries inside. They have battery-powered radios. They listen to the press briefings. So a lot of times, the things that are said in the press briefings are intended somewhat to inform the press, but also very much to speak to David Koresh as another means instead of just negotiating with him over the phone. But some days they were just very, very belligerent about his attitude, hoping, I think, that they would anger him. Other days they were very kind and very conciliatory in the way they talked to him. So it's really hard to tell. I hate to say if they're telling the truth, but it's hard to tell if all of the information is getting out to the public and to the press.
For those of you just joining us as we cross the half hour, this is a CBS News special report. Just to reiterate what has happened, about 6 hours after the FBI began an operation at the Branch Davidian compound, a tear gassing operation designed to try to bring out the cult members. Over the course of a number of hours, suddenly a fire has broken out. The entire Branch Davidian compound is being consumed by flames and smoke. Vicki Maybury, who has been waiting out this standoff with cult leader David Koresh, the FBI, and the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Department, is joining us live via satellite from Waco, Texas. And Vicki, we just wanted to say that apparently fire trucks are on their way. They have been dispatched. They have to travel some 10 miles to the compound, but it appears at this point as though when they get there, there is not going to be much left of the Branch Davidian compound.
Not going to be much left, John, and the other problem is there is not running water up there. There are no fire hydrants up there. Cult members have been using wells and a pumping system that pulls the water up, and then they bring it into the house quite often by buckets. This is not going to be fighting a fire the way you would do it in, say, an urban area where there is a fire hydrant on every corner. That's just going to make the job even tougher once they do get here.
Again, just some information to pass along to our viewers. Since this standoff began at the end of February, some 95 people have stayed with their leader, David Koresh. At least 17 of those people are children. Some 37 people have left the Branch Davidian compound over the course of this siege. This morning at about 5:55 Central Time, the FBI and Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms began a tear gassing operation. They were sending in CEVs, those are combat engineering vehicles, M60 tanks, and Bradley fighting vehicles, to try to douse the entire compound, to saturate the inside of it with tear gas. CS tear gas is how the FBI described it, a non-lethal, non-pyrotechnic form of tear gas. It's not the same type of gas that you have seen in riot control in countries like South Korea, where an officer would fire an incendiary device at a crowd. It would then explode and start sending off the gas. This was just gas that was being pumped from the snout of vehicles that was being poked into holes that they had breached in the Branch Davidian compound. So they had tried that operation for some 6 hours. They had gone back again at about 1 o'clock Eastern Time, 12 o'clock Central Time, for another go at trying to saturate the inside of the compound. Shortly after that, white smoke was seen appearing from the roof ridge in the central part of the building, just above the front door. It was believed at that time that it might be just tear gas that had been escaping. Then suddenly, from one of the second floor windows, flames started to erupt. Within about, there we see the pictures of the initial fire getting underway. The smoke was coming from the roof line there. You see it breaching a second floor window. Within minutes after that, the entire central part of the Branch Davidian compound was in flames. And within about 5 minutes after that, it appeared as though the entire compound itself had been engulfed. We have no word on the state of the 95 people inside. We have seen 2 or 3 people come out of the compound, one person being dragged across the ground by what appeared to be a federal agent about 5 minutes ago. However, no confirmation on whether or not that was a Branch Davidian member or if it potentially was a federal agent who was injured in the fire and all the smoke that is going on there in Texas. Vicki Maybury, who is joining us live from the compound, she has been there for the past 51 days. Any sign of emergency vehicles at this point?
John, this road is still very quiet, but we have seen a series of cars go by with flashing lights on. Inside, we believe, were heavily armed ATF agents and possibly some emergency medical assistance. We also see the helicopters that have been flying over for several days, all the way during this entire standoff. The helicopters have been practicing. They said they've been practicing runs from the compound to several hospitals in the Waco area. We have seen them leaving the area. We have not seen them coming in and have not seen them landing and picking up anyone.
A bulletin from the White House at this hour. A White House spokesperson says that they do not know what is happening at the cult compound. They do not know what caused the fire. They have seen the pictures, but they have no further information. And as you can imagine, FBI agents and ATF agents on the scene are probably wondering exactly what happened. Our correspondents on the scene have not got any confirmation as to how the fire started. So at this point, everybody appears to be in the dark as to whether or not this fire was caused by the tear gassing operation or if it was deliberately set inside by Branch Davidian members. Vicki Maybury, I know there wasn't a lot of contact with David Koresh other than his request to write his interpretation of the 7 seals of the book of Revelation shortly before this FBI operation took place. Is there any word on what his state of mind has been in the last couple of days?
No word on what his state of mind has been in the last couple of days, but I can tell you what it's been like, what agents say it has been like over the course of this entire standoff. They say they start out almost every conversation, they say, with references to biblical texts, and they finally have been able to try to get him away from that. They said sometimes he is very belligerent and very hostile on the phone. Other times they have said that he has been seemingly nearly in tears, talking about what a terrible childhood he had and how everyone else had a better life than he did, but then he would wind it up by saying, but that's okay because I'm the Lamb of God and I am the one who holds the key to the 7 seals, and it's all, you know, in his hands at this point. They say yesterday, one of the things they did during the day was to clear away all of the debris and all of the old cars from in front of the compound, and we believe that was in preparation for the operation today. One car that they had left there in particular was a souped-up black Camaro that seems to be David Koresh's pride and joy. Finally, yesterday on day 50, they cleared that car away, and they say he was absolutely the most violent on the phone that they have ever heard him. And they do say that he has on many occasions used 4-letter words, which FBI said did not sound very godlike to them.
When the FBI was in contact with the Branch Davidian this morning, they had said that they were going to launch the operation, that they started about 7 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. At that point, Vicki, we had heard that the Branch Davidian member that they had been talking to, Mr. Schneider, was extremely upset about the tone of the conversation, extremely upset about the scope and the tactics of the FBI operation, slammed down the phone, refused to talk to anybody. It seemed that during the operation, at least, the phone connection between the Branch Davidian compound and the FBI was cut. About 8 o'clock, a little after that Eastern Time, we saw a banner being hung out of the window saying, "We want our phone back again." Does the FBI have any idea as to whether or not the Branch Davidian wanted to resume negotiations in this?
John, just a minute, let me interrupt you because right now we do have a whole convoy of emergency vehicles coming up this road, leading up there. This looks like probably the fire chief and fire marshals, and we have, at this point, 2 fire engines. That was 2 emergency vehicles preceded by what looked like 2 fire chiefs' cars. I can tell you that we also have more coming up the road in just a minute.
Mm-hmm. Again, back to what we were talking about before we saw the fire apparatus go by, was there any word from the FBI that the Branch Davidian members were prepared to resume negotiations, asking that their phone service be restored?
What they said was when they first called in and said, okay, if you don't come out, we're going to start pumping tear gas in there, they said Steve Schneider immediately slammed down the phone, and in fact, they believe what he did was throw the phone out of the front door, and they think that may have severed the lines. After the tank started to batter the building and the tear gas started coming in, he did, as you say, got more emergency apparatus coming in, including at this point, that was 2 additional fire trucks, that is followed by an ambulance, and that is followed by another police car coming in, following up this convoy. I'm looking down the road now, and at this point, we don't see any more.
Vicki, I know that you have been on the air with us since this fire broke out, but are there any reports coming to you from our producers there in Waco, Texas, as to how many people have come out, whether or not the FBI has taken people into custody? We saw one picture where it seemed as though one person was surrendering. Do we know if that's all that has come out, or have there been more?
As far as we can tell, I am told that one person came out with his hands up, and that, as you said, there was another person who appeared to be dragged. We don't know still if that was a federal agent or if that was a member of the cult.
We should point out to you that in Washington, a spokesperson for the FBI says they do not believe that any incendiary devices were used in this tear gassing operation. Special Agent Ricks, in his morning briefing earlier today, made a special point of saying that they were using a non-pyrotechnic form of tear gas, a form of tear gas that did not have to burn to ignite and then create the gas. They were using gas from canisters that were mounted on the snouts of the CEVs, the combat engineering vehicles, and the T-60 tanks. They were poking holes into the Branch Davidian compound. As we seem to have learned in the course of this day, the compound itself, which was built by cult members, was not tremendously constructed, so every time those tanks would go into the side of the walls, they would take out gaping holes as opposed to just poking in a little hole. But the tear gas that they were using was called CS tear gas. It is a non-lethal, non-pyrotechnic form of tear gas. So a spokesman for the FBI in Washington says, as far as they know, no incendiary devices were being used during this operation, which may indicate that the fire was not started by this tear gassing operation, but perhaps by a Branch Davidian cult member inside. As Dan Rather always points out during these situations, What is just as important as what we know is what we do not know. At this point, we do not know how the fire was started. All we do know is that there were 95 people believed to be inside the Branch Davidian compound. 17 of those people are children. And this is one of the reasons why, Vicki Mabry, the FBI has not moved until this point.
Yes, and someone asked in one of the briefings probably about a week ago, they said when ATF first went there on the initial raid, they knew that there were 38 children inside. Now, during the first week or two, 21 of those children were released and were put into foster homes. But the question is, why did ATF go in knowing there were 38 children? And why has the FBI held off so long now that there are 17 children? The answer that we were given by federal agents is that ATF had planned and thought that they could completely secure everyone inside. They thought that they knew where the children were, they knew where the women were, they knew where the men were, they knew where the weapons were inside of there. They thought they would be able to go in, get the women and children into a safe spot, get the weapons sequestered in one area, get the men sequestered in another area. They certainly did not plan for this raid to go down the way it did. So the FBI, being concerned, they say, about the safety of the 17 children that David Koresh would not allow to come out, had decided that they were going to take the tactic of trying to negotiate, trying to wait them out, trying to see if maybe their water would run out, if maybe their food would run out. But maybe we should talk about the food and the water now. We have heard that the Branch Davidians had stockpiled the food and the water, and that David Koresh has been saying he's been preparing for Armageddon since 1985, that he expected something like this was going to happen one day. He laid in supplies, we are told, of MREs, the military ready-to-eat meals. He also, we know, went shopping at the Sam's Club in town, where we have been told the Branch Davidians would spend $6,000 or $7,000 a month, and that they shopped at a food co-op where they bought several $100s a month worth of food. So apparently they have large supplies of food inside. As for the water, as I said, they have wells. Occasionally we would catch glimpses of people coming out. Perhaps they were going to the wells, or perhaps they have an elaborate pump system inside so they could still get the water in. But we do know that each time it would rain, there would be people coming to the window with cups and with pots, trying to reach outside and gather the water in. So it's really hard to tell how long they could have outlasted the FBI, but the FBI says they were finally becoming very concerned about the psychological damage of the bright lights at night, the sounds being pumped into the compound all night long, and just what danger the children could be in inside. And also some former cult members who have since left and appeared on different TV shows have said that there were suicide plans made in there. David Koresh has steadfastly denied that each and every time the FBI has asked about that, but former cult members say yes, they were told how to commit a mass suicide. So there was concern about the children, and at this point it appears that the compound is just burning almost completely to the ground, with really, as we've seen, only one person coming out, and that one person was not a child. So at this point it's very hard to tell how the children are doing inside there.
We see another figure in the foreground of our picture, the lower right-hand side of your screen, a person waving. It appears to be a federal agent who was involved in what was a quick response rescue operation, perhaps calling over some more help, perhaps directing in the firefighting apparatus that has been brought in from about 10 miles away. We have word from Washington now that a White House spokesperson says the Justice Department has confirmed, and we do not know how they have confirmed this at this point, that cult members set the fire that is consuming the compound near Waco. Seeing as how, Vicki Mabry, the credo of the Branch Davidian cult was preparing for the end of the world, and that it has been said many times in the past 51 days that David Koresh and his followers have been seeking some kind of confrontation. Is it any surprise that when push came to shove on the FBI side, that the Branch Davidian might do something like this, burn down their own compound, take the house down all around them?
No, it does not seem surprising when you listen to what the FBI has said every single day in every news conference when they talk about the suicide pact, when they talk about the fact that he says the end of the world is coming and that he holds the key to the 7 seals, and that once he opens that 7th seal, that will be the end of the world. FBI agents have also said that what they really believe is that David Koresh, in the end, is going to save himself. But they're quoted one day as saying They believe, he thinks it would be a marvelous accomplishment if he got a lot of his followers killed, if a lot of them died in what he would call the Armageddon. But they said they truly believe that he really is a very egotistical person and that in the end he would want to save himself. So if we believe what the FBI has told us about David Koresh, and it's very hard to tell since we have no phone communication with him, so you go on what we are told by the FBI. If you can go by that, then no, this is not surprising at all to find that they may possibly have set the fire themselves.
Vicki Mabry, we just want to break away from Waco, Texas for just a moment to try to find out a little bit more about how this fire at the Branch Davidian compound that broke out some 45 minutes ago got started. Rita Braver is standing by now in our Washington bureau. Rita, how does the FBI know that this fire was started from inside?
Well, sources are telling me here in Washington that FBI snipers who were perched all around the window and basically had views of almost every window in the compound looked in and actually saw members setting the place on fire, almost a group of them doing it simultaneously while they looked on in horror. I was also told that actually one member of the U.S. law enforcement groups, possibly a member of the FBI's hostage rescue team, which of course has been on the scene here, actually pulled a member of the compound cult out of the burning building. They are not sure at all about what has gone on in terms of the death and devastation inside, and they really don't know if there are any people in those tunnels downstairs who may be saving themselves in some way. But the word that we are hearing here in Washington was that there was no incendiary device set off by the FBI, that this was in fact a fire that was deliberately set by cult members. And they also insist that they had no indication that any kind of suicide attempt like this was planned. You heard the FBI chief on the scene down there earlier today saying that they really were pretty sure that there wasn't a mass suicide contemplated. I think there is going to be a lot of evaluation when all of this is over.
Rita, the fire seemed to happen coincidentally with the last part of the tear gassing operation, as we saw the snout of an M60 tank pointed inside the front door that was injecting more tear gas into what appeared to be an already saturated compound. Is anybody talking about the possibility that this fire was set in conjunction with that tear gassing operation to make it appear as though it was part of the FBI's operation?
No one has suggested that to me, and really what all I have are secondhand reports which have been given to the FBI here in Washington and to others around the city from those on the scene. There are a lot of, as you can imagine, telephone channels being worked between Waco and Washington. You've got to remember that this is this administration's first big law enforcement effort. And earlier today, the Attorney General, the FBI Director were all huddled in the FBI, worried exactly about this kind of disaster, because once you start moving military operations towards civilians, you are going to really be playing with fire, as was the case right here.
Let's go back to Waco, Texas now. Vicki Mabry, firefighting apparatus and emergency crews have been on the scene now for about 5 minutes. There does not appear, though, to be much left to save.
John, the fire at this point looks to be almost completely out. The fire trucks that we saw going in, we can't say for sure that those were the first ones to arrive on the scene. The FBI and the ATF have maintained much closer to the compound a staging area and kind of their headquarters up there. They may have had apparatus on the scene already, but as we talked about, the buildings apparently are so poorly constructed and made of wood that once they're set, it's entirely possible that they would just go up just like tinder. So it's really hard to say.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Vicki, but it appears as though the fire started in the same section of the Branch Davidian compound as the initial ATF assault was carried out on February 28th.
It's very hard to say. I wish I could answer that one. It's very hard to tell inside those windows. What they did that day was surround the entire building, but what happened, the TV reporters and the photographers who were on the scene first were just confined to one particular area, so we really couldn't say that it happened in that particular area. They were completely around that building, firing in on all sides.
Do you have any preliminary reports at this time of how many people have come out of that building?
As you said earlier, we have seen that one person coming out with his hands up, one being dragged away. Still no confirmation, trying to get that for you, on whether the second person being pulled out was an FBI or federal agent, or whether that was a cult member. but so far no others seen coming outside of the compound.
As Rita Braver told us from our Washington bureau just a few moments ago, she had a report of an FBI agent who had rescued somebody from the Branch Davidian compound, so perhaps that person that we saw being dragged along the ground about 15 minutes ago was a member of the Branch Davidian sect. The president was informed early this morning and had been apprised all along of plans by the FBI to launch this tear gas assault on the compound. Bill Plant is joining us now live from Washington. What is the White House saying at this point, Bill?
Well, Don, they are saying that the president was informed by the Attorney General, Janet Reno, of what she and the FBI had decided they wanted to do. And that was the assault with the tanks and the use of tear gas to end the situation. What the White House spokesman will not say is that the president ever gave his affirmative consent. They're simply saying that the president was informed. And when we pressed the White House spokesman to find out whether the president said, go ahead, it's okay with me, we never got an answer. White House spokesman George Stephanopoulos does agree that the president takes responsibility. He said that the president absolutely takes responsibility for all the actions of his government, and that obviously would have to include this. But somehow or other, he has managed to avoid giving Bill Clinton any kind of decision-making power in this instance, simply saying that the president was informed in the early hours of the morning by the Attorney General of what the FBI wished to do. Now, what the FBI wished to do is to move in with its tanks, batter down parts of the building, and put in tear gas. The preparations for that began on the overnight shift last night. Some of us were working there, heard about the movement much earlier in the evening yesterday, and it went on through the night. It was a decision that the White House was aware of, but it's not anything that the president himself personally signed off on, we're told. John?
For about 6 hours, Bill, it appeared as though that operation was going smoothly. Then shortly after 1 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time, as one of the M60 tanks was removing its snout, the one that had the tear gas injector on the end of it, we saw that fire start in the second floor window. We're going to have more from Waco, Texas in just a moment, but if I could, let's turn this special report over to my colleague, Dan Rather.
Thanks very much, Ron. Let's go to Vicki Mabry near Waco. What you're watching are live pictures from near Waco, Texas, where fire is engulfing the religious cult compound. In Washington, it is said that members of the cult set the fire. Vicki, on the basis of what you know and what you've heard there, is there any reason to doubt that the fire was started by members of the cult itself?
Dan, there's absolutely no reason to doubt that. The FBI was very clear this morning in saying what type of non-lethal tear gas they would be firing in, saying they were not using the pyrotechnic type that they could have fired in. And also, if you've listened, as we have over the last 51 days of briefings, they say that David Koresh and his followers have been prepared, that they believed and they were ready for the end of the world. It seems quite likely that if they saw the end of the world coming, the end of the world as they know it coming, and they know that coming out, many of them are going to spend an enormous amount of time in jail. Even if they don't spend time in jail, they are going to be separated. This group was not going to be together as it has been for the past 8 or 9 years. They knew that, so maybe they foresaw that as the end of the world and decided that was not the way they wanted it to be. They may have decided on this type of a suicide pact. It could have been an accident, or truly it could have been a suicide pact. As some of the former members who have come out have said, one girl who I believe is 12 years old, Kiri Jewell, said that she was taught how to put a gun in her mouth in order to kill herself, and that she was told not to put it next to the side of your head because you could survive. So according to former cult members, there was that type of Armageddon suicide kind of mentality going on in there. And if they saw that this is the end of the Branch Davidian group as it has been, they very well may have taken that action.
Vicki, we saw a helicopter again move in over the scene. We know that there are two kinds of helicopters at least operating. One, the larger Chinook kind of helicopter that can carry a lot of people, can lift a lot of equipment. This is a smaller Huey type of helicopter. Emphasizing what we know and what we don't know as we watch this helicopter move into the compound, Vicki. 95 people believed to be inside the compound, possibly as many as 25 children, at least 17 children. Let's recount what we know and what we don't know about the fate of these people. Of the 95, including at least 17 children, what do we know of them?
At this point, what we know is that one person has come out with hands up. Another one apparently has been dragged away. As you were saying, we can see the helicopters. Some of them appear to have landed. Some of them were still hovering very high. The hospitals in the area were put on alert to accept injured cult members, possibly also injured federal agents. They have been on alert. They have known about this operation. The helicopters daily have flown all different kinds of missions, going from the compound, going to the various hospitals in the area, in addition to just flying their regular reconnaissance flight. So it is very possible that they are landing now, perhaps getting people out on the rear of the compound that we are unable to see, perhaps getting some people out on that side, or at least trying to go in. Now that the fire trucks are there, the firemen may be going inside trying to rescue some of those children and some of those cult members.
For those of you who may be joining our CBS News live coverage direct from near Waco, Texas, and the cult compound there, which has been under assault by the FBI and various elements of the U.S. military under the command of the FBI. When you see tanks and helicopters, the FBI does not normally command that kind of armor nor that kind of air. The fire here started shortly after noon. That was moments after an armored vehicle rammed one of the buildings as part of the 6-hour assault. At dawn, FBI agents in an armored vehicle had begun ripping holes in the walls of the compound. Agents were met by heavy gunfire, it is reported. No injuries were reported at that time. If there have been any injuries up to now, we're not aware of them. And now you see one of the tanks with that special equipment rigged to it beginning to take another part of the compound off. And then at the other end, yet another, I think. Hard to tell whether it's a different tank or another. All of these pictures from earlier in the day. This is a montage of scenes from earlier in the day, what had happened as the FBI said, in effect, enough is enough after 51 days, and began moving in with the help of the military equipment on hand. Now, shortly after 1 o'clock, these photographs are shortly after 1 o'clock, you begin to see the flames enveloping the compound. We repeat for emphasis the fate of the estimated 95 people inside, including at least 17 children, unknown at this hour. John Roberts, as you watched this develop a little earlier on, as you and Vicki were spearheading our coverage, what were the most impressive things that you saw as this story developed?
Well, Dan, at first, related to this incident that we see on the screen right now, it wasn't clear at this point whether or not the fire was related to the tear gassing operation. Almost immediately after the M60 tank had pulled out, the fire started. We thought initially that the smoke that was rising from the roof line perhaps was tear gas, and we had thought that they're really going after it now. They're really trying to saturate the compound. But I think most impressive is the fact that at how quickly this building went up in flames. It has barely been 50 minutes since the fire started, and already the flames are almost out because there is nothing left to burn. And you really have to wonder when a structure goes out that quickly, and as Vicki Mabry pointed out earlier, this structure was built completely by the hands of the Branch Davidian sect members. You have to really wonder if you did not get out right away, if you would ever get out at all, which really brings into question the fate of what we believe to be 93 people inside, as we have seen 2 people leave the compound.
Now, we emphasize these pictures are on videotape taken not too very long ago, within the hour. Now we're live. As you can see, very little of the compound itself remains. Helicopters on the ground to take out survivors or any injured if need be. We have no reports of anybody injured thus far. You see the array of vehicles, military and otherwise, brought right to the edge of the compound, including a large bus, which you see in the middle foreground. And the helicopters come and go. The smoke hangs like a giant drapery over the whole scene, and the smoldering ruins of the compound, the fate of 95 people, including the cult leader, unknown. Worth mentioning here when you say, why is all this happening? Well, to begin with, 4 federal peace officers died and 16 were injured in the shootout which precipitated this 51-day siege near Waco. Vicki Mabry, there just outside Waco, is the fire being put out or more or less going out of its own accord?
Dan, at this point, it looks like the fire is really pretty much going out of its own accord. We saw the fire vehicles going up, and it was so late. The structure at that point was literally burning itself to the ground and really pretty much burning itself out. So it appears that the fire had just gone on, and the building, being of such poor construction, absolutely was just a tinderbox.
And we see the armored vehicles moving again, maneuvering around the periphery of the compound. As best you can find out, Vicki, what is it that they're now doing?
I was just going to mention that at our best guess, we saw the first fire vehicles come in about 30 minutes after that blaze began. We don't know, as I said before, if there were some up closer to the government staging area, but the first ones that we saw pass us on this road came in about 30 minutes after that, so it's possible that it burned itself out. We do, at this point, Dan, I want to point out, we do have what looks like some ambulances approaching up the road. We can see their lights flashing at this point, do not hear their sirens, but there are more ambulances headed this way.
And on that, Vicki, let's go to Washington and CBS News correspondent Rita Braver. Rita, any word on survivors?
Well, we are being told here in Washington that there are at least 4 people who are being taken to the burn center in San Antonio, Texas for treatment. Don't have any idea on what condition, whether they're men or women, children or adults. We are told, however, that they are cult members and not law enforcement agents. And right now, what I think most people here are focusing on is how all of this happened. As we mentioned earlier, the word here in Washington is that snipers from both the FBI and the ATF posed all around the compound, looked in, and actually say that they saw the members of the cult simultaneously setting fire to the compound in a lot of places just before the flames erupted.
So we now have these eyewitnesses confirmed saying that they saw members of the compound put the torch to it themselves.
They are the original sources, as I understand it, of this information. And you got to remember, of course, that everything is coming back over the phone wires and the teletype wires to Washington. The Attorney General herself, as well as the head of the FBI, were huddled all morning and have been in and out of the FBI command center all day. ATF officials are monitoring this, and we are getting our information sort of secondhand, but sometimes it's a little easier than the people who are actually on the scene in Waco. This is the word that is being put out here, although I'm sure that there's going to be a huge investigation. I was calling around earlier today to see what the response to this whole event was, and I find that everyone in Washington is being very careful about not second-guessing any of this, but there are already murmurs of big congressional oversight on this.
Well, certainly with the original assault on the compound, that was on February 28th, the assault that began the siege, all kinds of second-guessing has taken place on that, although Lloyd Benson, the former senator from Texas, now the Treasury Secretary, under whom the ATF, Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms operates, said that once the situation had been resolved, he would then have a full investigation. That regarded the February 28th siege, in which 4 federal agents died, 16 were injured in the shootout. Cult leaders have said that 6 of their members were killed in that shootout. Now, we keep emphasizing, because it's important that we don't know the fate of the people in the compound today. Now, asked why the agents took the action today, the FBI's answer was, and I quote, "Today's action was not a sign that our patience has run out. This was, we believe, the next logical step in a series of actions to bring this to a conclusion," quote unquote, FBI spokesman Bob Ricks.
I know they were saying that, Dan, but you know, around here in Washington earlier in the day, people said to me that one of the things that was really a last straw was this business with David Koresh demanding the word processor. And then I think that Ricks even let a little bit slip out in the news conference today that they said, you know, we had a sense that not even one of those 7 seals that he was writing was actually completed.
Excuse me, Rita, we need to go to Vicki Mabry on scene in Waco as we hear some sirens in the background. Vicki?
Dan, we have more ambulances coming in. This is 2 additional ambulances, which we hope leads us to believe that perhaps there are more who will be saved after this is all sorted out, after this fire is out. Perhaps more have come out. We have seen probably 7 or 8 ambulances going in. And as we've been talking about the children, the 17 children still inside, I'm reminded that the FBI has told us that there are 2, in their words, very pregnant women inside. One of them we know is 17-year-old Aisha Geifus, who is the sister of one cult member who left very early on, Oliver Geifus. Oliver has been in contact with the press from the McLennan County Jail. He has called a number of press people, and he has expressed each time his concern about his sister. But every time we have talked to him, he has also declared his undying and absolute love for David Koresh.
This is CBS News live coverage of the scene near Waco, Texas, when all that remains of the cult compound that has been the center of so much activity, so much concern of the last 51 days, all that remains is burning rubble, smoking ruins, where the 95 people who were reported to be in the compound, where they are, what their condition is, unknown, and it may be unknown for a while. John Roberts, this scene almost unbelievable there on the gently rolling prairie of northern central Texas, where just over 100 years ago, buffalo roamed, Indians encamped, and it was rare to see anyone of European heritage. Today, this, we see an almost incredible scene.
Dan, it's sort of reminiscent as to the pictures that we saw back on February 28th when CBS aired the exclusive coverage of the ATF raid on the Branch Davidian compound. We saw the bullets flying through the windows, the agents ducking for cover, the 4 bodies being carried out. And it seemed as though, as much as the FBI wanted to try to bring this to a non-violent end, it has indeed ended in violence, the violence of an enormous fire that has consumed the entire Branch Davidian compound. We see pictures of people walking out there. We have so far seen pictures of at least 2 people come directly out of the compound. One person walking out with his hands over his head, surrendering to federal agents. Another person being dragged away by a federal agent, believed to be, according to information that Rita Braver gave us from Washington, one of the Branch Davidian cult members. Dan, you were asking earlier about impressions of the way that this entire day has developed. I think one thing that is worth noting is restraint that federal agents used during this tear gassing operation. Upon their first encounter of the Branch Davidian compound just after 7 o'clock this morning, with one of those armored vehicles knocking a hole through the side and trying to inject tear gas into the compound, they were met with a hail of what Special Agent Bob Ricks described of it as at least 75 bullets. Every time federal agents got close to the compound building again, they were met with another hail of bullets and did not fire one shot back, though they did warn the Branch Davidian members that they would be fired upon if they continued this. It's sort of ironic to see this end so quickly after lasting for the past 51 days. And it was also raising questions this morning as we were watching this, that if the FBI was going to go in with the armored vehicles, with the tear gas, try to bring this to a peaceful end over a number of hours during a day, why it didn't take place 40 or 50 days ago.
Questions, nothing but questions, as we look at these live pictures from Waco, Texas. To bring you up to date, fire has engulfed the religious cult compound that was the center of attention near Waco. Shots were fired as the FBI moved in at dawn with U.S. Army armored vehicles. There's been all kinds of helicopter movement. Yes, you saw those people walking in the shot in amidst the smoke of just a few minutes ago. We haven't said who they are because, in fact, we don't know, and there's no way of telling. Were they people out of the compound themselves? Were they federal agents? The honest answer is we simply don't know. That's the situation up to now from near Waco. We're going to sign off our CBS News coverage, Dan Rather, with John Roberts and Vicki Mabry near Waco at this time. However, be assured that when and if there are any developments worthy of bringing to air on this story, CBS News and this CBS station will, as we have right the way through, be on the air and bring you up to date. Of course, we'll have full coverage on tonight's CBS Evening News. With John Roberts and Vicki Mabry, for the moment, Dan Rather, CBS News, New York.
This has been a CBS News special report.
Report, Dan Rather, CBS News in New York with Vicki Mabry near Waco, Texas, updating you on what's happened today with the siege, the assault and overwhelming of the compound where a cult leader and some 95 followers had been holed up for 51 days after they had killed 4 federal agents. Now, here's what's happened today very quickly. The compound has been burned to the ground. This was after FBI agents moved an armored vehicle in and with several armored vehicles smashed the buildings and then pumped in tear gas. After that, the fire started. The Justice Department said cult members set the fire. The fate of the Branch Davidian so-called leader, David Koresh, and his followers, believed to include 25 children, a number of them under the age of 10, simply is not known. One person was seen jumping off a roof. Another emerged with his hands up. There may be others who've gotten out, but if so, we do not know it. Shortly after noon Eastern Time today, smoke began pouring out of several second-floor windows. Within 10 minutes, one end of the wooden compound was completely engulfed in flames. You see from this videotape taken earlier. The flames then raced all across the building, fed by high winds. The high winds had given federal agents difficulty earlier in the day when they tried to pump tear gas into the complex. Huge clouds of smoke have been rising into the air from the complex of interlocking buildings. A watchtower that had become so familiar in television shots of the siege collapsed during the blaze. The Justice Department said 2 people were seen at the compound starting the fire at opposite ends of the complex. The Justice Department says that members of the cult clearly set the fire. Now, as the afternoon has worn on, the fire burned down, the compound burned completely to the ground. Helicopters began moving in. There was some movement seen around the compound, but we repeat for emphasis the fate of David Koresh and the estimated 95 of his followers.
Back with the FBI and ATF, and they were to follow normal procedures and use 911 to get a hold of us.
Have you been seeing pictures of the compound? And if so, at what point can you still make a difference in terms of putting out this fire and saving any of the building?
Well, the biggest problem there is there's no municipal water supply there. The compound is out in the country. They use wells. Our equipment hooks up to fire plugs, and just like they do in all the municipalities around, our engines do not have the capability to draft water. Therefore, we have contacted a satellite community, Bell Mead, and they're sending 1 or 2 units that do have the capability to draft water out of stock tanks, swimming pools, whatever the case may be. But right now, there's no difference. There's no way you can do anything with that building right now.
Well, and the building right now is about 7-8 miles outside of Waco.
Right.
When do you think your units will get on the scene?
They'll probably have about a 8 to 10 minute to 12 minute ETA.
From now, or from 2 minutes ago when you sent them off?
Yeah, probably from about 3 minutes ago. So they're probably still, probably at least a good 10 or 12 minutes away.
Mike Capps, are you able to see any more people outside?
Not from this vantage point, Bonnie. All we can see is some Chinook helicopters. If we could pan back over toward the fire, or perhaps cut to a shot over there. Could we do that, please? Thank you. From this vantage point, it'll probably be hard, Bonnie, to spot anyone coming out. Those Chinook helicopters will be used as medevac equipment, as we're told. This fire is completely out of control, and as the chief said, obviously they won't be able to do much except perhaps put out some smoldering embers there, it appears, and still no indication, no sign that anybody is coming out.
Mr. Wilson, are you still with us? Okay, I understand he's not. Still no word on whether or not any additional ambulances have been sent into the scene. Clearly, federal officials from the start were always prepared to evacuate a small number of wounded to hospitals in Waco. There's also the Fort Hood facility where we were told David Koresh and some of his others would also be taken. However, this situation has certainly changed that. Sonia, I understand you have a guest with you.
Yes, thank you, Bonnie. We're going to go now to Robert Klotz, who used to be in special operations for the D.C. police. He ran the helicopter squad, the bomb squad, and the presidential security unit. Now, Mr. Klotz, we are all watching this. We heard that this is a non-lethal form of tear gas, and the big question at the moment is, did the gas ignite this fire, or is there something else that's responsible for it?
Well, I can't say with certainty that it did not. There are certain types of tear gas that when the methodology that you use can ignite a spark or create a fire.
Now, we know this is CS gas and that
That's
it was
correct.
administered through an M5 dispenser. Tell us what that means and how that might add to the information.
Okay, an M5 dispenser is merely a larger vehicle for emitting the gas. It's usually run by a gas motor, something of that type. If that was on a tank and it was being
Let me
used...
mention to you, Mr. Klotz, if you were watching, we just saw an explosion that came from one side of this building, so obviously there are things that are igniting even as we speak.
Keep in mind there's heavy munitions and heavy arms in there.
Right,
Mike, thank you.
I understand that part of that building had a lot of munitions in it, and that may be what you have just been looking at. The rapidity in which that fire took hold and the rapidity in which it spread seems to indicate to me that there had to be some kind of fluid or liquid in there. I've been at places where, through the delivery of tear gas, a fire has broken out. I've never seen one spread as rapidly as that, engulf as many buildings and as quickly as that particular one did.
Mr. Klotz, could I ask you a question here?
Sure.
Insert this here. Bob Ricks, the FBI special agent in charge in the news conference, said that this was non-pyrotechnic CS gas.
Okay, that means...
Can you explain what that means?
All right, that means that when it's introduced, there should be no spark or nothing that could create a fire. It's merely propelled through a tube in large amounts. Some of the other methods, if you use what they call a baseball grenade or a gas gun, where there's actually a spark created, but in a non-pyrotechnic type of situation, there is no spark, so there should be no chance for fire.
Mr. Klotz, let me ask you, as you look at all these pictures, I mean, could anyone survive this if they were anywhere in the perimeter of the scene that we are seeing right now?
Well, if there are underground bunkers, etc., as I have heard, depending on what type of air system they have, if it's an independent air system, the possibility is that somebody could exist. If they're in any of those structures, smoke inhalation would have taken care of the situation quite some time ago.
What about the heat, Mr. Klotz? I mean, how far down and to what temperature would heat go in terms of people being in bunkers?
Okay, you got to understand that I'm an ex-policeman, not an ex-fireman, so I'm not totally versed in that, but from what I understand, and the reason they tell people to get low, etc., during a fire and crawl is that heat tends to rise and the smoke doesn't go down too low. So it would seem to me if they were in a bunker which had a separate ventilation system, their chances would be better. I don't know what they have there.
Let me ask you about gas masks. We understand that they have gas masks available. How long does a gas mask last?
Gas mask is merely filters out the tear gas. It doesn't contain any self-contained oxygen that would help somebody if the problem was lack of oxygen. The only thing a gas mask has is a filter to filter out the tear gas or whatever, or the smoke.
Thank you for that. Let's go back to near Waco and to CNN correspondent Mike Capps. Mike?
Sonia, there's a couple of points to make here. Keep in mind, we're a mile and a half away from this fire. Almost 2 miles, really, with an 800-millimeter lens. Smoke is billowing 150, 200 feet into the air. And also keep in mind, this is an area the size of a city block that's on fire. We are not talking about a small fire here. This is a big blaze and a hot blaze, and we've, as you pointed out a few moments ago, we've seen an explosion. So this is obviously a very dangerous situation.
Mike, as you said, that explosion came from the area in the compound where FBI officials suspected the weapons and the explosives were being held. Now, it's very clear from talking with the fire chief and also from sources within the FBI that they were not expecting this. As we had reported earlier, the scenario called for tear gas to be inserted using various tracked vehicles. And in the best case scenario was that everyone would come out within 15 minutes. The worst case scenario, the worst thing they imagined in terms of planning this operation was that it would take 2 hours for the people to come out. So clearly this was not part of the plan. They did not have fire trucks standing by. They were not expecting an explosion of this magnitude and a fire of this magnitude. And so certainly, you know, it must be, at this point, very difficult to figure out what to do next.
Plus, we're into the 7th hour of this instead of the 2nd hour.
Absolutely.
It seems like the smoke is not nowhere near as thick as it was. However, the fire is still rolling. Mentioned a moment ago about the structural unsoundness of these buildings, and it's pretty obvious both while watching the M60 vehicle back in and out, and then seeing how the fire just raced through here. And let's give the wind a little bit of blame here, because it is extremely windy, as we've pointed out repeatedly here all day long, and that just made the situation even that much worse.
Now, Mike, this has been going on, as you said, about 6.5 hours ago. For the moment now, though, some local cable operators will be cutting away for a commercial message at this time, but CNN live coverage of developments in Waco continues. As you can see, a large part of the compound, the Branch Davidians complex, known to them as Mount Carmel, is in flames. We have seen a number of explosions. The flag, however, continues to fly. Tactical officials with the FBI did tell me that one reason they never knocked down the flagpole was that it would provide information to sharpshooters. It could provide the strength of the wind and the direction of the wind should sharpshooters ever be called upon. So that is one reason why that flagpole has not been knocked down. Mike, are any of the third or fourth level floors of the compound, are they still standing?
It doesn't appear to be. None of them appear to be, Bonnie. It's I'm seeing the same picture you are, a very wide shot, and from my vantage point, it appears that everything that was above the second level is gone, except the water tower appears to be still standing. And let's keep in mind one other thing. We had mentioned some underground tunnels and the possibility of a bunker. Bob Ricks in the news conference said he believed
Mike,
that was nothing more than a crawl space. Yes, I'm sorry.
Mike, for those viewers rejoining us following a local commercial break, CNN is bringing you live coverage of developments in Waco, Texas. We also remind you that for a current update of the day's news, you can tune to Headline News. Now, let's return to CNN's live coverage of developments in Waco. Mike, can you give us an update?
Yes, what you're seeing is the Branch Davidian compound that's been under siege for the past 51 days. It is engulfed in flames. What happened was about 6 o'clock this morning, local time, the federal agents in an armored vehicle began pumping tear gas. The flag has just fallen there along the branch, in front of the Branch Davidian compound. Federal agents began poking holes in the side of the building and pumping tear gas in there. They relented for a while, and but steadily continued to pump tear gas. About 50 minutes ago, we watched this M60 armored vehicle move in and out of what appeared to be the front portion of the south portion of the building, and insert more tear gas and still more tear gas, and then we saw flames break out, and wind blew and blew and blew, and the flames steadily spread throughout the compound. And this has taken us what we've been like this in flames for the better part of an hour now.
Mike, as you mentioned, shortly before federal officials began using the tracked vehicles to poke holes into the walls and to insert the tear gas. According to Special Agent in Charge Bob Ricks, they did broadcast over the loudspeaker system a message to those people inside, the 95 people, according to Koresh, and they said, quote, "This is not an assault, do not fire. We're introducing a non-lethal tear gas. Exit the compound now and you will not be harmed. Come out and you will be provided medical attention." Of course, no one took them up on the offer, and at this point there's no word on where the 95 people, that includes some 25 people under the age of 18, where they are now, and if indeed they're in some sort of underground bunker or not.
And Bonnie, we need to point out again, the only vision of humanity we've seen outside this place has been what appeared to be 3 or 4 men dressed in black, apparently a SWAT team, FBI men, outside and that's probably been 25 minutes ago now.
As you can see on the screen now, to the left of the tracked vehicle, you can see some of the FBI agents. There are some late reports right now that one person did exit the compound with his hands up and that he has been taken into custody. But as of now, that is only one of 95 people, 94 people now. On the screen, once again, you can see one of the federal agents standing on the tracked vehicle quite close to that compound in the burning building.
Have not seen any more movement aside from that, Bonnie. You pointed out, I believe it was in the lower right-hand portion of the screen where you saw that FBI agent a moment ago.
Yes, it was. David Koresh, throughout this entire siege, has told federal authorities, and they have passed on to us, that he would not come out until he had a message from God. This was, of course, what delayed the entire process on the third day of the siege, when Koresh had promised to come out after the playing of a 58-minute message. Federal officials were at the ready. They had the hospital prepared. They were going to take in the 3 or 4 wounded members of the cult, Koresh included, but then nothing happened. David Koresh explained he had been told by God to wait, and that he would not come out until God told him to come out.
Bonnie, we are seeing the first Waco fire truck go past us even as we speak. Now this has been some 45 minutes after the fire broke out. The fire chief, led in by Department of Public Safety trooper, and here comes the first pumper truck from the Waco Fire Department. 2 pumper trucks actually, and they'll be coming past they're coming past the compound, into the compound right now. You can see them entering, but as the fire chief told us a few moments ago, there's not a whole lot his men can do, his firefighters can do at this juncture.
There is no, the compound is not hooked up to the city water supply, and indeed the only water available comes from a lake that is on the property, the 77-acre ranch. The pump, however, has been disabled. Now, with us now is CNN's Flip Spiceland, who can give us an idea of how weather would play a role in a fire like this. Flip?
Well, Bonnie, we just, here at the CNN Weather Center, just checked our computer and found that it is a very, very windy area, but you can look at the video and tell that. Wind speeds are from the south at about 17 miles an hour currently, but that is a sustained wind. The winds have actually been picking up throughout the morning hours, and we have been seeing wind gusts near 30 miles an hour all morning long. And again, indications are that it's actually getting windier rather than calming down. So we expect wind speeds of up to 30 miles an hour throughout much of the afternoon. Bonnie?
Thanks, Flip. About 4 or 5 weeks ago, Special Agent Bob Ricks did say, quote, "We own the compound." And one thing that we can tell you now is that agents, federal agents indeed, were constantly in position within 50 feet of the compound, and that federal officials were also employing a very high-tech robot of sorts that had 7 cameras and was able to peek in windows 2 or 3 stories high by elevating a pole with the cameras inside. We know from our sources that the Branch Davidians were aware of the robot, but were not sure of its capabilities and therefore did not attack it in any way. Mike, what's the latest? Have you been able to see the fire trucks get to work?
Yes, Bonnie. We have a picture of the fire trucks entering the area where the FBI agents have been, and it's still going to take them a couple of minutes to get up over to the compound itself to even begin to put what little water they have access to on that fire. If this is like a normal pumper truck, they're probably carrying 350 to 500 gallons of water on board, and that's it. And that's not much to pour on any kind of a fire, let alone one of that magnitude.
On the phone with us right now is Ken Hines, who's a fire protection specialist. Mr. Hines, as you're watching these pictures, what could you come up with? What sort of plan? Is there a plan that fire officials could use now?
Well, I'm sure that the fire department have been in contact with the federal authorities in terms of something like this occurred. As you mentioned, in terms of fire protection and try to extinguish the fire department has to bring their water with them. So in a situation like this, what they would do would be to try to find an external water source in a location that would protect their firefighters if there would be any type of gunfire involved or anything like that, and establish a water supply, what we would call a relay pump, providing water to those fire engines right at the scene to deliver the water. The buildings collapsed. The threat to the firefighters right now, I would assume, would be the tense situation in terms of is the scene secure? Is there anybody inside that may do harm not only to law enforcement but also the firefighters?
Well, as you can see in the live pictures, there's virtually very little of the building left, a drastic difference from what we saw just about an hour ago.
Right.
Given the fact that there are also explosives inside, that must also add an entirely new and different element to fighting such a fire.
Well, in a situation like this, the fire department in Waco won't send anybody in. We in the fire service call this strictly a defensive fire. They'll set up their master streams on the top of the fire trucks, much like you saw in Los Angeles a year ago during the riots, and they'll apply large volumes of water to extinguish the fire. They may leave those unmanned, move their firefighters to the opposite side of where the fire is. If there are any projectiles from explosives or ammunition catches inside the building, that would protect those firefighters. Now, the danger to firefighters comes into play when they're trying to drag hose lines or things like that. I would imagine, obviously, they're going to position their equipment upwind and do the best they can. In terms of a fire operation and tactics involved, they'd be there for a great deal of time doing the salvage and overhaul to make sure the building's out. Now, I heard you ask earlier about the bunker, and the law enforcement official was correct that the fire burns up and the heat burns up. But as the building collapses, that would prevent any escape from that bunker, at least on the top of the building.
About the underground bunker, can people survive if they were in that underground bunker underneath what is happening right now?
Well, I don't know that much. I've watched your coverage for the last 45 days, and I don't know the construction or the type of ventilation system they have. No one can survive smoke products if they're exposed to them unless they have what we call self-contained breathing apparatus, or the air bottles that the firefighters wear on their back. If there's some type of filtration system, or it has an airtight system that draws air, maybe from another location rather than around the fire, I would imagine they could survive. But nobody can survive the products of fire or smoke.
Mr. Hines, please stand by for just a moment. I'd like to ask you some more questions, but first, Cheryl Atkinson is with us with some late-breaking news.
Well, Bonnie, this report, the White House says that according to its Justice Department, the cult members apparently set that fire that is consuming the compound near Waco, Texas. Of course, there was no way to know for certain how that fire started, the speculation that it had come from inside, and now the White House is quoting its Justice Department people as saying the cult members did set that fire. Bonnie?
Mr. Hines, just judging by how quickly it spread, was it your belief as well that this was not just a fire that spread in its natural progression, but was indeed perhaps aided?
Well, the fire folks in Waco, or the county around Waco, could provide you more information as to the construction of the building, but it appeared to be ordinary wood construction, and as I saw the fire unfold, I don't know whether there was some type of an accelerant or they set the building to burn. That would be something that could be determined by the alcohol, tobacco, and firearms folks, along with the state agency down there, but it definitely was burning with a great deal of ferocity.
At this point, what kind of effect could 2 fire trucks have on this? I mean, it appears that there is virtually no building left. What steps would they take now to try to perhaps go into the bunkers?
Well, I would imagine that the strategy that the fire folks there would use, and not to put words in their mouth, I don't like to second guess anybody, but that they would start there on the upwind side and work their way back, extinguishing the fire under protection of the law enforcement folks. I can't imagine them pulling any hand lines off or getting into any type of hand line advancement until the area has been secured. That's just not good tactics for firefighters and until the scene's secured.
Mike Capps, are you on with us?
Yes, I am, Bonnie.
Mr. Hines, if you will stay with us, I'll just see if we can get an update from Mike Capps, who is in Waco on the scene.
Okay, that's fine. I also have a question for him before we go. It appears that there was a lot of heavy black smoke, and you mentioned an accelerant. If, in fact, the cult members did start this fire, what are you talking about in terms of an accelerant?
Well, as you saw the fire burn, it was very heavy black smoke. Now, that's pretty common for any type of a structure fire, because what that is, those are the products that your couches, your chairs, your nylon-based products will give off heavy black smoke. That's pretty common. Anything that's a petroleum-based fire will give off heavy black smoke also. We know whether it's diesel fuel burning or gasoline or anything like that. I don't know what the products were inside the building. I didn't see any explosions. I didn't see any type of what would give the indication of like rocket shells or anything like that exploding. So
since we've been chatting, we did have, or before you and I started chatting, there was an explosion right before the firefighters went in there. And they are in there now. We've seen the fire trucks come up and in there, so they must feel reasonably secure that the scene itself is secure.
Yeah, and I'm sure that, as I mentioned before, I'm sure that the fire department had an operational plan worked out with the federal authorities and the state authorities in the event something like this would occur. And I can see the firefighters here on the screen in front of me that they're advancing some hand lines to the area where they has to be secure.
How much manpower are you talking about to operate 2 trucks like that? That's not a very big manpower commitment.
Well, normally complement would be 3 to 4 persons per truck. Looks like a chief's car rolled in, which probably contained maybe 2 or 3 firefighters or command officers to interface and liaison with the federal authorities. And I'm sure that the fire department also has someone there at the federal command post to try to control what they do. You can see the firefighter there in front of you has the self-contained breathing apparatus on and is working along the proper safety lines to do what he needs to do.
It's an amazing scene because 2 hours ago there were buildings there, and now there are none.
Right.
And it's
well, once again, water supply is key, and being familiar with the Waco area, but not specifically where this is, I don't know where your nearest water supply is, but in order to establish this and control the fire department has to bring the water with them, as you mentioned, and those engines as you mentioned, can contain anywhere from 300, maybe even up to 750 gallons worth of water, which is not near enough water to extinguish even the fire that you see now.
Mike, on the phone with us also right now is Dr. Jeff Bott, who's a burn specialist at the Grady Hospital in Atlanta. Dr. Bott, the potential for loss of life and certainly tremendous burns exists here. What type of facilities, what kind of treatment would be necessary at this point, at least to have on standby?
They'd absolutely need a designated burn unit. Potential problems from a fire of this nature are, very serious. Potential loss of life would be great if, in fact, the victims are, indeed still inside.
Do you know if there is any type of facility like that in the Waco area?
To my knowledge, the best burn center in the Texas area is in Galveston. There's a Shriners, I believe, in Galveston, and they do a fair amount of work there at the University of Texas Health Center.
Would a facility like that, though, be able to handle a large number of people? Are these not small, confined facilities that specialize?
If there are 90 people, it would probably be nearly impossible to handle that many folks. That's a substantial problem that they would have medically. I'm sure Houston may be able to take some, and possibly San Antonio as well.
I would suspect that the agents who are near the building also face a tremendous amount of potential harm, either to smoke inhalation or to burns. What could you tell us about that kind of situation?
Well, the potential victims from a smoke inhalation would not need a specified burn unit. The injuries from smoke inhalation can mainly be managed in a different type of unit than a specialized burn care unit. But the fire victims themselves, they would, the folks that have been burned obviously need to go to a specialized burn care center.
Is there anything that can be done immediately if indeed more people come out of the compound? Is there any treatment that should be given to them immediately, something that could forestall further injury?
Well, in the immediate period on the compound grounds, probably the best thing they could do would be to, establish, once they've put the fires out, would be establish some intravenous fluids and give the patients oxygen, and then get them to the nearest facility. That's about all you can do. As long as the patients have adequate oxygen and IV fluids, they should be fine for a length of time to enable them to get to a facility.
Dr. Bott, thank you very much for joining us. Mike Capps on the scene in Waco. We've seen a lot of helicopter activity. Any visible evidence, any evidence that indeed anyone is being evacuated?
None that I've seen, Bonnie, and just to further clarify a point here, probably the closest burn center to Waco would be Brooke Army Medical Center in San Antonio, and they offer probably quicker care than they could receive in Galveston being a little further, but all great facilities. We're just seeing helicopters here. It looks like they're pouring something from the helicopter, or perhaps they're just looking over the area and seeing if there's any indication of life anywhere. It's hard to tell from this vantage point, but these helicopters have been up circling probably the last 5-6 minutes.
All right, right now CNN's Wolf Blitzer is at the White House with the latest from Washington. Wolf, what can you tell us?
Well, over here at the White House, we just had a briefing, and White House officials are saying, quoting the Justice Department, that they believe the fire was set inside, that it was not set from the outside. White House officials say they don't have any other additional specific information on the cause of the fire, but the president, of course, is closely monitoring the situation. White House Communications Director George Stephanopoulos says the president was informed of the operational plan on Sunday when he spoke by telephone with the Attorney General Janet Reno. She informed the president that the FBI did have a plan in mind. She provided, in about a 15-minute conversation, the details of the plan, most of the details. The president, according to Stephanopoulos, did not have any objections, and of course, as a result, the plan was authorized and went forward. The president, of course, because this is the responsibility of his administration, the Justice Department, which oversees the FBI, the president, of course, takes full responsibility for whatever is unfolding in Waco right now. But again, the news from the White House is that the Justice Department, which oversees the FBI, has informed the White House that the fire was set inside. And of course, we will be monitoring that situation as it unfolds over here at the White House. Bonnie?
Well, FBI agents told us early on that for the first 10 days their hands were tied because there was no attorney general. Have you heard the same thing? And if indeed you have, is this an indication then that Janet Reno has also agreed to go along with this plan?
Yes, of course. Janet Reno is in charge of the FBI because she's the Attorney General. There is an FBI Director, Judge William Sessions, and of course his plan is the one that was put into place this morning. But Janet Reno clearly authorized it. She then had this telephone conversation with the president on Sunday, and because the president did not object to it, it was automatically authorized. The president could have raised objections, could have raised questions, could have delayed this operation. We do know, though, for several weeks, White House officials, other administration officials were very concerned. They were hoping that this situation in Waco could be resolved peacefully without additional loss of life. One of the great concerns, of course, being the initial loss of life in the unsuccessful ATF raid that took place, as we know, some 50 or so days ago. But there's no doubt that the White House and other agencies here in Washington, the Justice Department, the FBI, Treasury, which oversees the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, all of these officials were losing patience, and they wanted to see this situation resolved. Once this plan was presented to the president and to Janet Reno, it got the blessing and has been put into place this morning.
One thing that we also heard repeatedly from tactical officers on the field was that they had indeed presented numerous tactical plans to Washington, and that the plans were repeatedly turned down. There was some animosity on the part of the tactical agents on the ground, saying that they didn't think that politicians should get involved in this kind of tactical operation. Had you all picked up, did you pick up on this type of animosity at all?
Yes, and that's not all that unusual, given the nature of these kinds of operations. Usually tactical operational personnel on the ground are much more eager to do something, and there's very often a political restraint that comes from Washington. We do know that Secretary of the Treasury, Lloyd Benson, spoke out publicly about 10 days or so ago on the need for patience, on the need for any of these operational plans to be fully coordinated with Washington. He did not want a repeat of the initial operation that resulted in the loss of life. There's also a sense, though, that at least here at the White House officials have consistently denied allegations coming from sources in Waco that the White House was supposedly micromanaging this operation. Officials here at the White House have repeatedly said that the president wanted to be fully informed. He wanted to know everything that was going on, but there was never a desire on the part of the president or any other senior officials at the White House to micromanage this. There was always a desire, though, at the Treasury Department and at the Justice Department to go ahead and micromanage it, and that's apparently what has been going on. But in the end, this latest plan that was put forward to Janet Reno, the Attorney General, was accepted by her. She informed the president, and he certainly gave the green light to go ahead with it.
All right, thank you. Wolf Blitzer at the White House. Cheryl Atkinson joins us now with an update. Cheryl?
Well, Bonnie, as that fire appears to be dying down somewhat since the building is practically leveled, it appears, the information coming from the White House, according to wire service reports, is that 2 people were seen at the Colt compound near Waco starting the fire at opposite ends of the complex. And federal officials have apparently told the White House they believe the 2 people who started the fire at opposite ends of the complex are Colt members. And we see a tank going by at the bottom of the screen. So again, looking for clues exactly how that fire started, what was used to make it blow up into such a huge fire as it became. And now back to Bonnie Anderson.
Thank you, Cheryl. Now, some local cable operators will be cutting away for a commercial message at this time. CNN Live coverage of the Waco developments continues. For those viewers rejoining us following a local commercial break, CNN is bringing you live coverage of developments in Waco. We also remind you that for a current update of the day's news, you can tune to Headline News. Now let's return to CNN's live continuing coverage of events in Waco, where the compound, the Mount Carmel compound, where David Koresh and his followers has been burned. We understand now that indeed the fire, at least according to federal officials in Washington, was set intentionally. Mike Capps in Waco, what can you tell us? How can you update us?
Bonnie, CNN affiliate WFAA television from Dallas is reporting that 2 people came out of the compound. One with hands up. The other person apparently an agent who went in to get that person. So it's unclear now what the circumstances were, but apparently 2 people did come out at some point. We do not know who the cult member was. Obviously, a cult member came out with his or her hands up. That all remains to be seen. That report coming from CNN affiliate WFAA. We're seeing activity. We see the M60 vehicles there alongside the fire trucks as they continue to watch the smoldering ruins of this fire. As the fire burned quickly. It began about 12:08 Central Time, and it took very little time for it to build up to a full-scale blaze and engulf what appeared to be the entire Branch Davidian compound, all the buildings in the Branch Davidian compound. All that is standing appear to be a shell of one of the buildings and perhaps the water tank, and there's the flagpole. The flag itself fell. Bonnie, from your experience, can you spot any other parts of the building that even are remotely familiar?
The only thing that I can see from the video is indeed the water tower, and that we were told was made of some sort of metal. It was dragged up. It was dragged up from the lake. We'd like to welcome everyone who's rejoining us following a local commercial break. We are continuing with our live coverage of events in Waco. Joining us now is Cheryl Atkinson with an update. Cheryl?
Bonnie, to recap for those viewers who may be just tuning into CNN, it is day 51 of the siege near Waco, Texas, and the standoff between the FBI and the Branch Davidian religious cult that now seems to be coming to an explosive and fiery end. Today's dramatic developments began shortly before dawn when the FBI apparently finally ran out of patience. CNN's Mike Capps has been closely following events and joins us now near Waco. Mike, it strikes me that we may never know, depending on the extent of this fire, exactly what happened If there are bodies inside, as we were led to believe that there may have been from the initial shootout, how those people died, exactly how many munitions were inside. This was a terribly destructive fire.
We may never learn a lot of answers. That's exactly correct. Because obviously of this fire, many questions may go unanswered. Who these people were that died, were the lists that David Koresh gave the federal government, were they correct? We knew 2 names for sure among those who were killed in the shootout. Apparently there were 2 or 3 more besides that. We may never know who those people were. There just are a lot of unanswered questions left, and the crime scene itself is gone for all intents and purposes. It'll be interesting to see if there's anything even remotely remaining that could be used as a crime scene to prosecute anybody who survives this.
Mike Capps, we are getting a report now that according to Washington, there's an official saying that FBI agents were, of course, doing everything possible to rescue the cult members from the compound, but that at least 20 people may have gotten out of this cult compound. We haven't been able to see, by looking through our cameras, people running out or being rescued, but we did see agents going near the compound, and apparently, according to at least one source, at least 20 people may have gotten out of this destructive fire. At the time the fire started, one official said the FBI had no operation underway, but that FBI snipers were able to see 2 people whom the FBI have identified as cult members at opposite ends of the compound starting this fire. It's not known exactly why the fire spread so quickly or what arrangements were possibly made by the cult members to make sure the fire would spread quickly.
Let me just say, Cheryl, from my vantage point, our vantage point here at the Satellite City, it's very difficult to see a lot of the goings-on because the brush is high or we're just so far away. So that could easily be the case. There could easily have been 20 people get out of there and then be placed on a bus on the other side of this place that we can't see, and them having been taken out. Our cameras are manning the exits to this to the compound, and we continue to monitor that.
Okay, let's go to CNN's Bonnie Anderson, who, of course, spent a lot of time near Waco, Texas, waiting for this to unfold, and she's here with us now in Atlanta.
The fire has been burning now for well over an hour. Let's take a look at some of that earlier video. It started in one corner of the compound where there is a lookout tower. It's also a reception area there, and it was very close to where the weapons cache was believed to have been stored. It spread extremely quickly throughout the compound. At times there were explosions. As you can see now, there are heavy winds blowing the smoke and adding to the spreading of the fire. And it was just a short matter of time before the vast majority of the compound had indeed been engulfed in flames. There are reports now out of Washington that FBI officials believe the fire was intentionally started. With us is Ken Hines on the phone. He is a fire specialist. Mr. Hines, from what you've seen now, the quick spreading of this fire, any doubt in your mind that this was intentionally set?
Well, it's pretty difficult to tell, at least from the information that you've been passing on, that they saw the people setting it. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good indicator that someone had it had been predetermined or pre-planned, I guess, or working within some kind of plan inside the cult location there. There's a number of things you can do to have fire spread that fast. They might have poured some type of gasoline or flammable product, diesel fuel, kerosene, anything like that, and preset the building to burn. Open the doors, piled up bedding, and I heard you mention before in terms of the crime scene and processing that, the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms is an excellent organization.
Excuse me for one quick moment. I do want to point out that we do see some agents, it appears, on the ground there, right next to the Bradley fighting vehicle that's going by now. They're right behind there. It could be as well that there are some cult members with them. We do have information that at least 20 of them have gotten out. Mr. Hines, if you would continue. I'm sorry for interrupting you.
In terms of, as a fire burns, and as you mentioned, there's nothing left, but there's products of combustion, the petroleum products, and they can determine what was used to set the fire and can go back and reconstruct the building to see where the fire started from those eyewitness accounts and how the fire progressed, and come up with a pretty good, accurate picture as to what happened inside there that nobody could see.
Well, to recap, there were 95 people inside the compound, according to David Koresh. This is information that he has provided to federal officials. 35 people have come out, plus 2 others, a total of 7. The other 2 were 2 men who snuck into the compound and were able to get past federal authorities, and they have indeed exited over the past couple of weeks. Now, among the 35 people who have come out of the compound prior to today include among them 21 children and 14 adults. Several of the adults have already been charged, indicted on charges of conspiracy to murder federal agents, murder of federal agents, the possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. Some of the other adults have been released to halfway homes. These include some of the elderly members of the Branch Davidian sect. There are also some other members who are being held as material witnesses inside the prison, inside the jail in Waco, Texas. Mike Capps?
Bonnie, a local radio station is reporting, has a reporter set up outside one of the main hospitals here in Waco, and he has seen absolutely no activity. We just saw an ambulance race by into the compound. We have seen none come out, which indicates to me that if there are people who came out injured, they have not been transported yet, and here we are. We're an hour and about 5 or 10 minutes past the time the fire started.
Now, the scope of the fire was obviously very extensive, and however, there was an underground bunker that we've all been made aware of. How complete it is was unknown. Federal authorities simply said they knew that a bunker existed. There was word that a bus, a full-size school bus, had been buried and was used as a corridor from one part of the underground bunker to the other. Whether the people inside the compound, the 95 people, are indeed inside that bunker is unknown at this point. Whether or not they could survive a fire of that magnitude, were they inside there, is also unknown. Mike, any word now on who might be to blame for something like this? Clearly, this was not anticipated by federal agents on the ground. The sources that I had been talking to and had been giving us information about the tactical elements of a raid like this had envisioned this would be over virtually within 2 hours, that there would be minimal loss of life, that the people would indeed come out with their hands up and surrender. This has surely taken off on a completely different point.
Well, Bonnie, it struck me. It struck me that during the news conference, Bob Ricks made a strong point about the loyalty and faithfulness that David Koresh's followers had to him and to his cause. And having said that, I think he even used the word fanaticism. And having said that, I think that you and I would both agree that these people would literally follow David Koresh no matter where he went, heaven or hell or wherever. And so all that to say, to place a blame right now, I guess we just have to go with what we're being told by the Justice Department, that this fire was started by cult members, and again, that remains to be seen as time goes by in this investigation.
Mike, one of the points that some members of the cult who are in jail passed on to me was that they believe very strongly that they were playing a very important role in the unfolding of biblical events in our time. That these events in Waco were prophesied in the book of Revelation, and that if they were to surrender to the FBI, they would lose their souls. They truly believed that the FBI were agents of Satan, I was told, and that their job as followers of David Koresh, whom they believed to be Jesus Christ, was to stay inside the compound until they heard from God. And that was a very powerful, powerful message. People inside the jail were saying that in a way they were sorry they could not remain inside the compound, that they were indeed sent out by David Koresh because they felt that their souls would have been in better shape had they remained with David Koresh.
Well, that's the attitudes of those people in jail and their faithfulness to the very end of this has always amazed me, Bonnie, to tell you, but be interesting to be able to talk to those people now that this has ended like it has. We had Brad Branch on just for a moment, and you heard what he had to say, a pretty nasty diatribe aimed at the FBI. And it'll be interesting to say, to see how and hear what those people have to say once the events of the day unfold here.
This is Cheryl Atkinson, Mike. To recap something that we had been reporting, the White House, of course, is getting its information from the Justice Department and has told reporters that it feels pretty certain that 2 cult members started this fire. And it said that FBI agents in sniper positions observed these 2 people, believed to be cult members, at opposite ends of the compound starting the fire. Also that 20 people, perhaps, have gotten out of this compound. There were some 95 inside, going by David Koresh's count. And so 20 of them may have been rescued, and hospitals are on standby getting ready to receive patients. Bonnie, earlier the FBI's Bob Bricks had noted that hopefully, he had said, the maternal instincts of the parents inside this compound would kick in when the tear gas started coming in and do something to protect the children, hopefully come out, in his words. But continually, these cult members have defied what others would consider rational behavior.
That's right, Cheryl. One of the main reasons for launching an attack or an assault during morning hours was that they believed the women would be with their children, certainly within arm's reach. The men generally at that hour at daybreak would be beginning their workday in construction, and this is the normal routine which has continued throughout the entire siege, and this is again according to the FBI, that they would continue doing construction work on the property, and that's why there was some concern that the underground bunkers had indeed been beefed up.
How are these people inside the cult, to your knowledge, able to get their outside information in these past few days, or even as this began to unfold? Did they have access to any radios or media that could tell them what was happening as it was going on?
The only access they have had since the second week of the standoff was a battery-powered radio, and federal authorities had been shipping in batteries for it, because authorities wanted to use the press conferences and the media briefings as a way to get a strong message to Koresh. Koresh could tell by the questions that were being asked exactly what the outside world was thinking and the impression of the standoff. So indeed, they've had the battery-powered radio. Earlier on, they also had access to television. They had a satellite dish. But on about the 12th, 13th day of the standoff, the electricity was cut off to the compound and the satellite dish was disabled.
The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, those agents are the ones, of course, involved in the original raid on the compound. Since then, of course, the FBI has come in, and it's the FBI that was responsible for today's raid totally.
That's
with
right.
ATF agents. Were they backing up on site?
The only ATF agents that have been allowed into the command center, from my understanding, and this comes from ranking officers in both agencies, were the top-level special agents in charge. All the other ATF agents have been relegated to perimeter duty, and many of them not getting closer than 2 or 3 miles. The only exception was when a person was released. The FBI would allow the ATF to drive a car in, pick up that person, and then be seen leaving the compound, taking that person to jail.
There are, we are told, some 9 or 10 ambulances standing by at the scene. Hospitals, according to some local radio reports near Waco, have reported no unusual activity, except a spokesperson for Parkland Hospital in Dallas were asked by officials how many beds they have available to accommodate patients from this incident, and they remain on standby. Of course, if there are burn victims, and we can assume that's a good possibility, there are only certain hospitals that are able to best handle those kinds of patients. We'll be checking in with people at the hospitals as soon as we can find if any patients are being taken there. Let's take a look now at the scene earlier near Waco, Texas. This started about 1 p.m. Eastern time and quickly broke out into a huge fire, as you can see. It also involved at least 1 explosion, and we have been told by the agents all along, of course, that there's been a huge cache of weapons inside the compound, and it's not clear exactly what caused the explosion we saw earlier, if that was some munitions or something else.
Federal officials have also told us, as you just mentioned, that They believe the fire was intentionally set, and so while there was some suspicion that the tremendous explosion we saw earlier was the result of the weapons cache and the munitions cache igniting, it could also have been some fuel of some sort that was left behind to create that.
Bonnie, you know, it's going to be interesting to see if any of the weapons cache is left at all. We heard such stories of what armaments they had, rockets, those sorts of things, bombs, 50 caliber machine guns, AR-15s, AK-47s, and the like, 9mm pistols. Maybe that's all gone now. It boggles the mind. It would have been so good to be able to know really how well armed they really were.
So that was the scene a little more than an hour ago, and it didn't take long to get to the situation we would see now near Waco, Texas. The building is practically leveled, and there's very little left to burn. We'll continue our news coverage after this break.
What makes the budget gourmet entrees so different?
Things that make you go.
It's a bold splash, a sweet sauté. It's more than you'd expect for less than you'd expect. It's budget, it's gourmet, it's both.
2 a.m., 36 Pine Street. Apartment 4C has a backache and can't sleep. 3C overdid her afternoon workout and is paying the price. 2C had an aching back, but fortunately she also has Tylenol PM gel caps with extra strength Tylenol pain reliever, plus a gentle ingredient to help her sleep. And a good night's sleep was all she needed to make her day a whole lot brighter. Tylenol PM, so you can rest easy.
And unto Muffy and Lucky was born Blackie, and from Blackie issued forth Jerry and Teddy and Perry, whereafter Perry begat Sugar and Spice. Then came Whitey the Meek and Samantha the Brave. The world was then graced by Bruce the Good, Flip, and Georgette the
Purina
Struggling.
Cat Chow brand cat food for cat chow care, generation after generation.
And Snookums.
Century Hardware, yes we care.
Now at Century Hardware, it's our brand name yard and home sale, where you'll save on the durable 16-inch plastic toolbox from Macro Mills with fully interlocking hinges and padlock eye, just $7.99.
Yes we can.
Get Anchor Swan's 5/8-inch by 60-foot WeatherFlex all-weather reinforced garden hose, just $9.99. Look for special savings now during our brand name yard and home sale.
Century Hardware, yes we can.
When she said I do, she didn't expect the abuse.
I told him he wasn't gonna beat me again, and I shot him.
Battered women who killed. Is it self-defense or murder? CNN presents Till Death Do Us Part, Sunday, May 2nd.
With every diet I was on, I couldn't lose weight because I was always hungry. But I lost 9 pounds, and I lost those 9 pounds because I took Dexatrim. Dexatrim just controls your appetite so you're not hungry.
Just one Dexatrim helps control your appetite from morning till bedtime, so you eat less and lose weight.
I have 3 children, and no, everybody goes, no, you can't have 3 children. But it's because of Dexatrim. I lost 9 pounds, and I feel great, and it shows.
Dexatrim. Nothing works harder to help you lose weight.
I was going over my bank statement, and I saw that my rates had never been so low. This is all I'm earning?
Common sense says you can't always depend on yesterday's solutions.
You've got to be kidding.
Fidelity Investments, America's largest mutual fund company, has the alternatives you may be looking for.
Are you sure you don't have time for lunch?
I gotta go to the bank.
Okay, I'll see you.
I was on my way to renew my CD. But when I saw those rates, well, lunch sounded pretty good. Lunch, anyone?
Fidelity Investments can offer ways to help your savings earn more.
Oh, the rates on this thing? Yeah? I couldn't afford lunch.
That's why over 3 million people come to Fidelity for a wide range of investment choices, including mutual funds and discount brokerage. So call Fidelity now for this free guide, Common Sense Alternatives to Low Bank Rates. You'll also receive everything you need to start. Call Fidelity now at 1-800-528-5667. Fidelity Investments. Common sense. Uncommon results.
Every morning, wake up to CNN Morning News and wake up to a world of news, sports, weather, and fresh ideas. Join Donna Kelly and Bob Kane for all the news and information you need. CNN Morning News, weekdays 9 Eastern.
The FBI ran out of patience on the 51st day of the siege near Waco, saying it was through negotiating. Agents this morning tried to force an end to the long standoff and the surrender of David Koresh and his followers. Despite a hail of gunfire from inside the compound, an estimated 200 rounds, the FBI agents used an armored vehicle to rip huge holes in the Branch Davidian compound and pump tear gas inside. The FBI says its agents never returned fire, that the tear gas was a non-flammable type, and because of the children inside, dosages were well below lethal levels. The idea, an FBI spokesman said, was to make the environment as uncomfortable as possible for those inside and to avoid any attempt at a mass suicide.
We thought that this was probably the best way to prevent that type of suicide pact from taking place. That is, cause this confusion inside the compound. Also, we thought that their instincts, the motherly instincts would take place and that they would want their children out of that environment. It appears they don't care that much about their children, which is unfortunate. We have continually quizzed those coming out, and they as a general rule, state that suicide, they believe, is not a possibility.
But shortly after 1 p.m. Eastern, there was a puff of black smoke, which then started billowing out of the buildings. Shortly after, flames broke out and quickly spread to the other buildings in the huge compound. The fire had burned out of control for more than an hour and has been punctuated by huge explosions. Justice Department officials now say the fire was started by cult members. 95 people were believed to have been inside, including 17 children. We are being told that 20 of them made it out, at least 20 people. Hospitals are on standby, including Hillcrest Medical Center in Waco, and Rusty Dornan is reporting to us from there. Rusty?
Hillcrest Medical Center has been on low-level alert since about 7 o'clock this morning. Officials now tell me they're implementing their disaster plan. They're not outlining exactly what the details of that are, but they say they have brought in 14 extra nurses and 4 doctors are on call. Hillcrest does not have a burn unit, so any burn victims would be taken directly to Parkland Medical Center in Dallas. But emergency personnel here say they would be able to handle any other injuries, including any tear gas. Hospital officials have not been notified yet about any of the victims, the alleged 20 victims that may be on their way, that the ambulances are standing by for. I can tell you that members of the press sat along with hospital personnel in the waiting room here and watched CNN and watched the incredible pictures that unfolded. And over the last few weeks, there has been a lot of skepticism and possibly even cynicism about this story on the part of a lot of people. But I'll tell you, it was one of shock and disbelief on the part of all of us here who watched those pictures. Meantime, ATF agents have surrounded the area in Hillcrest Medical Center. There are armed agents with binoculars that are on top of several of the roofs. We did see agents taking rifle cases and things out of cars in the parking lot of Hillcrest Medical Center, so we're prepared for any sort of security problems or anything like that right now. So we are just awaiting word on whether any of the members will be brought here. Like I said, the hospital officials have not received any word from federal officials when and if any victims will be brought here. Rusty Dornan reporting live from Hillcrest Medical Center.
And CNN's Bonnie Anderson spent many long days studying the situation near Waco, Texas. Bonnie?
Well, today's developments, I can say, are in very sharp contrast to the original raid that began the standoff 51 days ago. February 28th was a Sunday, and most people were getting ready for church. About 9:30, that tranquility was shattered by the sound of gunfire just outside of town. February 28th, the bloodiest day in the history of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. 4 agents were cut down by automatic weapons fire, 16 others wounded as they attempted to serve a federal search warrant on cult leader David Koresh, long suspected of violating gun control laws. As families mourned, an embattled agency learned that David Koresh and his Branch Davidian followers had been tipped off and had 45 minutes to prepare their deadly ambush.
And, the door was slammed in our face, and we were immediately met by gunfire from numerous places.
But in a phone interview with CNN that night, Koresh claimed agents fired first as he stood at the front door.
They started firing at me. And so what happened was is that I fell back in the door and the bullets started coming through the door. And so then what happened was some of the young men and stuff started firing on them. And I was already hollering. I was saying, go away. You know, I was hollering, go away. There's women and children here. Let's talk.
This standoff began. The ATF was joined by hundreds of FBI agents. And 3 days later, negotiators produced what they thought was a breakthrough.
Christ, he did something more than just fulfill prophecy.
In return for being allowed to air a 58-minute message on national television and radio networks, Koresh agreed to surrender. Buses were sent to the compound, and Waco hospitals went on full alert, but nothing happened.
In subsequent contacts with Koresh, he stated that he had received a message from God instructing him to wait.
While agents waited with him, they cut off access to the outside world, disabling the compound's phones and satellite dish, cutting off electricity. Little by little, Koresh released 21 children, though he kept 17 others, many fathered by him, inside the compound, angering federal agents.
He's using them as a shield, which is cowardly. We believe if he truly cared about those children, that they would be released.
14 adults were also allowed to leave. The elderly are now in halfway houses, held as material witnesses, while many of the younger members are charged with conspiracy to murder federal agents. In chains, many professed love for Koresh and his teachings.
When God decrees it so, did ATF fire first, gentlemen? Yes, they did. They did.
Still, Koresh continued to bait federal forces.
He has made such statements as, we are ready for war. Let's get it on.
As the siege entered its third week, the FBI turned up the heat, blasting loud music and chanting to the compound over powerful loudspeakers, now and then playing recorded phone negotiations with Koresh to make sure cult members knew what he was saying. Indeed, as the standoff dragged on, federal authorities worried Koresh might be planning a mass suicide.
So as he becomes more and more withdrawn and more delusional, we're still very much concerned that he may force his followers to do things that are not rational.
Agents believed Koresh's wounds might be clouding his judgment, but Koresh and one of his wives, whose hand was infected, refused to come out for medical help.
Her suggestion to the doctor was perhaps she should just cut off her finger.
After weeks of phone discussions with the leader about his beliefs, frustrated negotiators ruled Bible class was over.
We're not here to be converted. We're here to try and get this thing resolved peacefully. So to that extent, we've made it clear that we want to talk about substantive issues, not the various seals.
But several true believers from around the country were interested in Koresh's teachings. While a few were arrested attempting to sneak into the compound, 2 men made it by, to the great embarrassment of the FBI. As the 5th week began, it was evident federal forces were losing patience.
All he is a cheap thug who interprets the Bible through the barrel of a gun.
Indeed, the standoff was a series of ups and downs.
We're not talking long-term according to what he's saying.
We are cautiously optimistic.
When 2 attorneys agreed to meet with Koresh and his right-hand man, they and the FBI believed the end was near.
I'm hopeful that this is some real progress and that we can bring this thing to an end real quickly.
That effort failed, though the lawyers came out saying Koresh and his followers would surrender after Passover week. Wary agents waited once again and made alternate plans.
If it doesn't happen, we're going to have to regroup, and we'll have to decide what other measures we can take. There are other weapons in our arsenal.
From the start, FBI officials said they were prepared for any eventuality, but given the fact there were no fire trucks on the scene this morning, it is clear that they never expected David Koresh and his followers to torch their own building. The fate of those who remained inside at this point is still unknown. CNN's live coverage will continue after this.
Homeowners, when termites, ants, or other pests invade your home, call Western. You'll like our caring people, experienced professionals who will inspect your home, protect your home, and respect your home. And you'll appreciate our careful pest control solutions, guaranteed or your money back. Call today for a free inspection and $25 off an annual plan if you require treatment. Western Termite and Pest Control, caring people, careful solutions since 1928.
Right now, you can lease the fun-to-drive Nissan 240SX for only $1,000 down and just $199 a month. Who says you can't always get what you want? The 240SX lease only at your Nissan dealer, but only for a very short time. Right now, you can lease the 300ZX, the sports car of sports cars, for the payment of payments. Only $1,800 down and just $399 a month. The Z lease only at your Nissan dealer, but only for a very short time.
This is CNN.
Thanks to Smart Rate from the Discover card, interest charges now have a whole new bottom line. Smart Rate, currently as low as 14.9%. It pays to Discover.
This year, give your secretary an office with a view.
The Singer Handy Stitch is now in stores everywhere. Just thread it in seconds and away you go. The durable chain stitch assures a clean, secure job every time. Nothing could be easier. There's no bobbin to wind, fuss with, or lose. Straight stitches, curved stitches, anything's a snap with Handy Stitch. Complete with battery pack, 5 mini spools of thread, an extension spindle, and all these accessories. It's a genuine Singer, now at fine stores everywhere.
I'm Terry Keenan reporting from the New York Stock Exchange. Stocks on Wall Street are giving back some of last week's record-setting gains. Computer and airline issues are weighing down the blue chips. Right now, the Dow Jones Industrial Average is off about 15 points at 34.63. Big board volume is heavy, though, off last week's brisk pace. 183 million shares traded so far. As for the other key indexes, they're all lower as well. The U.S. dollar is off sharply against the Japanese yen following President Clinton's calls Friday for a stronger Japanese currency. The dollar is off almost 1 yen against the Japanese yen, off 1.5 cents against the British pound. It's down 1 3/4 pfennigs against the German mark. Lower interest rates also hurting the U.S. dollar. The Treasury's 30-year bond is up 6/32 in price, and that's pulling the yield down to 6.73%. And that's all the business news for this hour. I'm Terry Keenan at the New York Stock Exchange.
I'm proud to introduce Templeton's new affiliation with Franklin Mutual Funds. Together, our combined strengths will offer a variety of investments matched by few others. At Templeton, we have over 50 years of experience investing globally and research offices worldwide. Our goal for investors: consistent, superior, long-term performance.
Strategies like this have attracted over 800,000 investors to the Templeton family of funds. Call 1-800-342-FUND.
To everyone worried about the rising cost of quality health care, come in under the caring and experience of one of America's largest managed health care networks. To everyone concerned about ensuring the future or having the security to reflect on the past, come in under assets $50 billion strong. Come in where America's dreams have been protected for 129 years. The Travelers, America's umbrella.
Czar wood stain goes way beyond ordinary stains because Czar is good for more than just wood.
Czar does more than it ever could, 'cause Czar is good for more than just wood.
Czar is versatile. It gives you the rich look of wood on all kinds of surfaces.
Czar looks great on fiberglass, gives your doors a look of class.
Goes on easy, right from the can. Czar wood stain. Versatile, beautiful, fast.
Czar is good for more than just wood. Czar.
What makes the Budget Gourmet entrees so different?
Things that make you go.
It's a bold splash, a sweet sauté. It's more than you'd expect for less than you'd expect. It's budget, it's gourmet, it's both.
Go ahead, scum. Make my day.
Tough soap scum is no match for new X14 soap scum remover. It cleans soap scum better. New X14 soap scum remover.
Save up to $1.50 on X14. Look for these money-saving coupons in Sunday's paper.
This hour, we have no word still specifically on the fate of David Koresh and specific followers, only that we are now being told as many as 30 of them may have made it out of this compound before it went up in flames. Some 95 people, at least according to Koresh, were inside the compound at the time. And yet we don't yet have any word of any hospitals receiving patients. We do know that Parkland Hospital in Dallas is on standby, and Sue Mundell joins us now on the phone. What have you been told, Mrs. Mundell?
I understand there are 2 patients on their way by helicopter. They may be landing even as we speak.
And what kinds of patients? Do you specialize in treating burn victims?
I do not know that. They have not even shared that information because I understand communication lines out of Waco are very, very tight.
How early today did you know that you might be receiving patients from this situation?
The FBI called us about 12:30 to ask how many burn intensive care beds we had, and we told them 9 available.
And they're sending 2, as far as you know, right now.
That's right.
Okay, Sue Mundell, thank you, from Parkland Hospital. Some of the information that we're getting comes to us from the White House, and CNN's Wolf Blitzer is standing by there. Wolf?
Cheryl, White House officials say the president is keeping very much on top of this situation. He's being informed periodically by his senior staff, including White House Chief of Staff Mac McClarty and other officials here. The president has apparently also been told by the Justice Department that all of the indications are that the fire was set from within, presumably by some of David Koresh's followers. The officials here are being pretty categorical on that point, saying there's no evidence that the fire was even inadvertently set by the FBI forces that were on the ground and initiated this operation early this morning. We're also told that the president was informed of the tactical details of the operation yesterday on Sunday when he spoke with Attorney General Janet Reno. She authorized the operation based on all of the recommendations from the FBI, which she, of course, oversees. Judge Sessions, the FBI director, was obviously on board as well. U.S. officials are making it clear that the president did not object to any of these operational details when he was informed of them, and as a result, he at least implicitly authorized the operation, although George Stephanopoulos, the communications director, insists the president himself did not initiate the operation. All of the tactical details are being put together by experts, Stephanopoulos says, and the president does not want to interfere with the best experts the U.S. has in trying to mount this kind of an operation. Even though we don't know all of the details of what exactly happened, how the fire started, how many casualties may or may not have resulted from this fire and from the operation earlier this morning, already some questions are being raised up on Capitol Hill. Indeed, Republican Senator Arlen Specter of Pennsylvania, member of the Judiciary Committee, has already called for hearings on what exactly has occurred today and in the past 50 or so days since this incident developed. Indeed, Specter telling reporters only a short while ago, quote, "At this moment, I think it is impossible to evaluate the wisdom of what the FBI did, and I think we will have to await the events to cool off both figuratively and literally before we take a look at it. But I think the entire Waco incident is something the Judiciary Committee ought to be holding hearings on. Certainly one more problem facing an already burdened President Clinton." Wolf Blitzer, CNN, reporting live from the White House.
Wolf, Bonnie Anderson's sources had told her in the past days that an operation like this had been planned a couple of times, and yet the FBI was not able to get approval for it until obviously this day. Do you know anything about that?
We do know that officials here in Washington were extremely concerned about additional loss of life in trying to resolve this situation, and all of the indications we had here at the White House were that officials at the Justice Department, at the Treasury Department, which oversees the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, all of these officials were hoping that this matter could be resolved peacefully, but apparently a plan was put together, at least in the wisdom of those who were in charge at Justice, as well as the Treasury, which presumably officials thought would result in minimal, if any, loss of life. And as a result, they informed the president of it yesterday, Janet Reno, the Attorney General, and he said go ahead, in effect, and that's what we're seeing today. We don't know what the outcome, of course, is, that all of those pieces of information are coming out, but we do know that officials were very concerned about additional loss of life after the initial unsuccessful assault on the compound, and those were the instructions given to the FBI and to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms.
CNN's Wolf Blitzer reporting to us from the White House. Newsday continues after this break.
In the war against termites, only one company has a weapon like this. The exterminator, the Orkin Man. And now he's armed with the latest technology, the Orkin Foam System. Orkin Foam is the most effective termite treatment ever. Unlike other methods, it penetrates completely to stop termites cold, guaranteed. And only the exterminator has it, the Orkin Man. One call destroys them all.
If you suffer from an inflamed, itchy rash caused by eczema, psoriasis, or other skin irritations, you can get the relief medication formerly available only by doctor's prescription. It's the medicine in maximum strength cortisone 10. Look, cortisone 10 applied to this itchy rash gets under the itch for soothing relief and help in healing. See? The rash is gone. To relieve itchy rashes and skin irritations, use maximum strength cortisone 10 with the medicine doctors recommend most. Available without prescription.
Do you know what you need to know about managing your money? Take the Wall Street Journal Personal Finance Test and find out. How can you correct an inaccurate credit rating? Why are April and October the most popular months for buying CDs? How long is a personal check valid? You'll find the answers in this free book, The Wall Street Journal Guide to Understanding Personal Finance. The guide is filled with information, from financing your new car to refinancing your home. There's even information on how to lower your taxes. It's yours free when you subscribe to the Wall Street Journal. Every business day, the Wall Street Journal gives you the news, analysis, and insights you need to make the right decisions for your business, your career, your future. Subscribe now to the Wall Street Journal. Get 13 weeks of the journal for $37, over 20% off the newsstand price, and your free copy of the Guide to Personal Finance. Call 800-544-3800. That's 800-544-3800.
Bonnie Anderson, once the initial raid went wrong, one has to wonder if the agents were sort of in a no-win situation. They became criticized the longer this went on, seen as being manipulated by David Koresh to no avail, and yet knowing that if they moved in and tried to do anything to resolve it, that something like this was always a possibility.
Well, it's very clear that the entire situation in Waco has been under investigation and will continue to be under investigation. Within hours of the original failed raid on March 28th, the Texas Rangers launched an investigation into that raid, into the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. Specifically, one of the points they're looking at is whether or not the ATF knew that they had lost the element of surprise. And indeed, I've spoken with several sources, several agents who were on the ground the day of the raid, and they reported to me that the undercover agent who was inside the building 45 minutes prior to the raid was told by David Koresh that Koresh knew the National Guard and the ATF were on their way. The agent was allowed to leave. He immediately called the tactical commanders who were at the staging site just a few miles away and told them David Koresh is on to it. He knows what the plan is. He is prepared, and he recommended they cancel the raid. This same agent, we're told, was then stunned to hear that the raid had continued. So there is an investigation going on in the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms by the Texas Rangers, and according to what Wolf Blitzer just reported, clearly the FBI is now coming under scrutiny for the handling of today's assault. Cheryl?
Bonnie, thank you. At the time, when you're talking about that possibly an agent inside the compound knew, did the agent never knew that the ATF had a plant inside, did it, before this happened? Or is that unclear?
Koresh was clear. It was quite obvious to members inside the compound, and this comes to people I've spoken with who are now in jail, that this undercover agent was indeed an agent. They had made comments to him that were quite pointed, but they also allowed him to continue coming in. He even had weapons practice with them at times. So it was very clear that his cover had been blown, but as long as he was still allowed to go into the compound, he continued to go. Now on the line with us now is David Jewell, whose ex-wife is in the compound. Mr. Jewell's daughter was also a member, I believe a teenage daughter, and recently got out of the compound. You were very worried about your daughter before you left. Did you ever imagine something like this would happen?
Well, first of all, I was never in any way affiliated with the group. My sole connection with them has been in context of getting my daughter away from them. Had they had their will, my daughter would have been inside that fire today.
You once spoke of the conversation, or a conversation you had on the phone with David Koresh, and the power you felt he had over people. Can you recount that for us?
He is, without question, a powerful man, if in no other way than that he has or had the capacity to somehow discern what your weaknesses were, your emotional or psychological weaknesses, and capitalizing on those. I came from a very fundamentalist Christian home, was raised with religion being a very strong part of my upbringing, and as a result had very deep-seated religious viewpoints. And within 20 minutes of being on the telephone with him, he had found a way to make me question everything I had ever believed in, to the extent that my own sister, who knows me probably better than certainly most people, if not anyone, was fearful that I was going to go and join the compound for a period of a week or so thereafter. He has had an incredible ability to sort of turn your head around and make it very difficult for you to think clearly.
As you've watched the live pictures this morning, certainly there must be some very distressing moments for you. Has your daughter seen the coverage? Is she aware of what has happened at Mount Carmel today? And if so, how is she taking it?
Yes, she's very, very much aware of what has happened today. And I would have to say that, at least on the surface, she appears to be taking it much better than I am, even. She has said from the very beginning, although we have not said anything publicly because we didn't want to influence events, she has indicated from the beginning that there was no way those people were ever coming out peacefully, and that this would end in some kind of a destructive conclusion.
With her mother inside the compound, this must be then a very difficult day for her.
It is. It absolutely is.
Mr. Jewell, thank you very much for joining us. Cheryl?
Bonnie, thank you. We do have some new information to report. A spokesman for Attorney General Janet Reno says that 8 cult members are in federal custody near Waco today. The spokesperson says 2 of those cult members have admitted they are the ones who started the fire that burned down this cult compound in less than an hour. You may recall that some FBI snipers said they spotted 2 people they believed to be cult members at each end of the compound starting that fire today. Ironically, those 2 people are out safely. 6 other cult members in custody are injured, we are told, but no word on how badly. A Dallas hospital says 2 of the survivors are being flown to the hospital by military helicopter there. And we do hope to have continuing updates from the hospitals as they possibly receive patients. We are told that as many as 30 people may have made it out of this compound. There were some 95 believed inside. We'll take this opportunity to take a break and be back after this.
I think I'll make fresh dressing.
Good seasons?
Mm-hmm.
Which oil?
Pick a light one.
Dressing's great.
Good seasons. You make it fresh, you make it best. day after day, you make those glasses of thick Metamucil disappear. Why not make them all disappear with FiberCon? Doctor-recommended FiberCon gives you the same fiber regularity in tablets.
Easy-to-swallow tablets.
Get doctor-recommended FiberCon.
I was going over my bank statement, and I saw that my rates had never been so low. This is all I'm earning?
Common sense says you can't always depend on yesterday's solutions.
You've got to be kidding.
Fidelity Investments, America's largest mutual fund company, has the alternatives you may be looking for.
Are you sure you don't have time for lunch?
I gotta go to the bank.
Okay, I'll see you.
I was on my way to renew my CD. But when I saw those rates, well, lunch sounded pretty good.
Lunch, anyone?
Fidelity Investments can offer ways to help your savings earn more.
Oh, the rates on this thing?
Yeah?
I couldn't afford lunch.
That's why over 3 million people come to Fidelity for a wide range of investment choices, including mutual funds and discount brokerage. So call Fidelity now for this free guide, Common Sense Alternatives to Low Bank Rates. You'll also receive everything you need to start. Call Fidelity now at 1-800-528-5667. Fidelity Investments. Common sense. Uncommon results.
And now, briefly, 007 reasons to watch James Bond Wednesday. Thank you for your patience. It's Wednesday night double features. James Bond Wednesday. Every Wednesday on TBS.
A short recap of some of the latest developments near Waco, Texas. First of all, Associated Press is quoting a spokesperson for Attorney General Janet Reno as saying 8 cult members are now in federal custody. That 2 of them admitted starting the fire, according to the spokesperson, that consumed this cult compound in less than an hour this afternoon. And they reportedly say they used torches to start the fires. 6 other cult members in custody are reported to be injured. No word on how badly. Some 20 to 30 cult members of the 95 or so believed to have been inside made it out. CNN's Mike Capps is standing by near Waco. Mike?
Well, Cheryl, we've within the past 5 minutes, we've seen the first ambulance leave the compound. Do not know who was in it, what kind of injuries there were, but the ambulance sped away. Secondly, I can tell you that attorneys for David Koresh and Steve Schneider, Dick DeGuerin, and Jack Zimmerman from Houston are on their way to Waco, and we expect to hear from them sometime this afternoon, and they undoubtedly will have a lot to say about the events that have unfolded here in Waco over the past few hours. Of course, the ATF's move into the compound. the FBI's move into the compound, their tear gas, and then the fire that started. And now we're hearing that 2 cult members have admitted starting that fire, but Mr. DeGuerin and Mr. Zimmerman had intended to escort their clients out when this was over, and obviously that's not going to happen now, but we will expect to hear from them later on this afternoon, Cheryl.
We still have no idea yet whether David Koresh and one of his chief lieutenants, I guess, that he's been calling himself, Steve Schneider, are 2 of those who were able to have made it out among all those. And we have no idea whether many of them were children or any of them were children. And we were told by the tally from David Koresh that there were 78 adults and 17 children. Of course, his description of what a child is younger than most other people would say so.
Exactly.
Under 18 years old, there were 25 inside rather than 17. What is his, Mike Capps, his criteria is under 10?
Exactly.
Is a child, and
10
over
and
10
under.
is an adult.
Right.
So,
and those are just a few of the many questions, Cheryl, that remain unanswered here. The guns, the crime scene, lots and lots of questions left unanswered, and many of the answers may have gone up in smoke.
Once the fire started, as quickly as it spread, besides the fact that there were no fire trucks even nearby, it looked like there was really nothing fire officials could have done to put that out, didn't it?
It certainly did not appear that way. We've just seen a 2nd and 3rd ambulance go by here. Pardon me for being distracted, but we've seen the 2nd and 3rd ambulances go by, apparently headed to the hospital. No, Cheryl, the winds, as Flip Spiceland said a little while ago, we're getting gusts of 30 miles an hour out here, and once the fire started, it appeared the Branch Davidian compound was a tinderbox, and even had firemen been standing by on the scene when the fire broke out, There's no real water supply in that place, and pumper trucks carrying 350 to 750 gallons of water. Only 2 trucks, 1,500 gallons of water on a fire like that. Forget it. No way they could have made much of a difference at all, if any.
Thank you, Mike. Bonnie, can you recap, starting from a couple of hours before dawn today when this thing started to unfold for our viewers briefly, how this happened and led to the fire?
What federal officials said in the press conference this morning was that shortly before dawn, they called the compound. They said, come out. We need, this is it. We have, our patience has ended. They were indeed hung up on. They then started poking holes into the side of the building using armored vehicles and delivering tear gas under pressure. At that point, they continued to say, this is non-lethal tear gas, come out. There are proper authorities out here, surrender yourself. No one surrendered. And it was a short while after that that indeed we saw flames coming out of one of the windows, which then led to the entire fire. One of the points that we need to repeat is that while some of the people have come out, it is still not clear. We still have no idea about the fate of the other members of the religious community inside of Mount Carmel. There is an underground bunker of sorts. We do know that it is connected by a bus that had been buried. Now, federal agents, sources in the FBI had told me within the past 3 or 4 weeks that in that bus were the bodies of 4 members who were wounded the day of the original raid, February 28th, and that indeed their bodies had been buried inside that truck. So whether or not that would also be used as a shelter at this point is unknown.
In the few seconds we have left this hour, you were privy to some discussions of the planning phases of these with your sources when you were near Waco, Texas, and this was something that they really never expected to happen.
This was never foreseen. They truly believed once they delivered the tear gas that the people would be coming out no later than 2 hours.
Okay, Bonnie Anderson, thank you. The news continues on CNN. Stay with us.
A brand new Acura for less than the payment on an ordinary car? Only at Faulkner Acura. A new Acura Integra. $199 a month and only $750 down. A brand new Acura with air conditioning, AM/FM stereo cassette, and much more. $199 a month and only $750 down. An availability of 30 Integras. Faulkner Acura, Hyundai, Subaru, Route 13, DuPont Highway, just a mile south of the Wilmington Airport. Faulkner, to be sure.
College has been replaced by career. Midnight snacks are now midnight feedings. And as life changes and families grow, more and more people are carrying the card from Keystone Health Plan East, the HMO from Independence Blue Cross and Pennsylvania Blue Shield. Keystone gives them the comprehensive benefits they want and the security they trust. Maybe that's why Keystone's the fastest growing HMO in the country. The HMO you carry for life.
Honey, I'm frightened about buying our first house.
Me too. Mortgage rates, closing costs. It's going to be another sleepless night.
Maybe not. Remember when John and Nancy bought their first house and Chuck and Joan refinanced?
Yeah. They went to Pinnacle. They got custom mortgages to meet their needs. Let's call Pinnacle in the morning.
Good idea.
At Pinnacle, we'll meet your needs. We've got you covered.
Many have witnessed its awesome power. It is a strategic device of immense importance. It can bring into range an entire nation, a single neighborhood, or any segment of the populace. And most remarkable of all, it's growing even stronger as advertisers and viewers use it in record numbers from Main Street to Madison Avenue, America's sole town cable. This is CNN.
Day 51 of a dramatic standoff in Waco, Texas, a day of high tension.
The compound occupied by about 100 cult members goes up in flames. To our viewers around the world, good evening from London. I'm Hilary Bowker.
And good afternoon from Washington. I'm Frank Sesno. Charred ruins. Apparently that's all that's left of the Branch Davidian cult compound near Waco, Texas. About 2 hours ago, it went up in flames. A Clinton administration official says the fire was deliberately set by at least 2 cult members. The FBI says 25 to 30 people made it out alive, and the Associated Press quotes Attorney General Janet Reno as saying 8 of them are now in federal custody. David Koresh and about 100 followers had been holed up for 51 days. The day's events started with federal agents ramming compound walls and firing tear gas inside. CNN's Brian Jenkins is at the scene. He joins us now live. Brian?
Frank, I am here at the barricade, which was the last checkpoint for law enforcement vehicles and emergency vehicles going up to the staging area about a mile away from the compound, which burned to the ground about 2 hours ago. In the past 10 minutes, I have seen 6 ambulances coming out from the staging area heading toward the city of Waco. There may have been more ambulances that I did not see before that time. We have heard reports from the U.S. Justice Department that at least 20 people, or as many as 20 people, survived the fire. There has been another report here locally that there were 8 people who were brought into federal custody after escaping the fire, that 2 of those people were the 2 who allegedly, according to the FBI, set the fire at the complex on opposite ends of this huge series of buildings that covers a city block area. We have also heard a report, which I cannot confirm, that one of the fire survivors indicated that David Koresh had said to his followers as the fire were set, just sit back and wait until you see God. We have not been able to confirm that report, but there is a great deal of shock and I would suppose even sadness here among the journalists at what we call Satellite City, who have been covering this standoff for 51 days. No one, I believe, wanted to see it end this way. Frank?
Thanks very much, Brian. We're going to go now to WFAA's Dennis Johnson, who's just outside Parkland Hospital, outside of Dallas. Dennis, is there any sign of any injured or any activity there?
Frank, not at this point. What we have been told by the ATF down near Waco is that 3 Huey helicopters were coming this way, and one of them has 2 female burn patients. This is not from the hospital, but this is coming from ATF outside Waco. The hospital here was alerted at 11 minutes after 6 this morning, and they were being asked questions by the FBI such as, where exactly is your helipad? How many helicopters can you take? And Parkland here in Dallas, being a level 1 trauma center, can accommodate a lot. And in fact, they can take 3 helicopters on their pad, but if they're the big Chinook military style, they can only take 1. Some Hueys are coming this way again with 2 patients. We don't know how badly burned they may be. The Parkland Burn Unit is one of several in the state of Texas. It is well known throughout the country. Obviously, there are burn patients already here. The staff here at Parkland says they will do all that they can to make sure that those victims can be accommodated. We also understand that 4 patients have been taken to San Antonio, and that would presumably be to the Brooke Army Medical Center, where they have a world-famous military burn unit. Herman Hospital in Houston also has a burn unit, and there is also one in Galveston, the Shriners burn unit for children. So it's possible that every burn unit in the state of Texas may be on alert for this. The other question is that we have not had answered by the people here at Parkland. There are a lot of ATF and presumably some FBI people here as well, although they have not told Parkland officials yet exactly what they are doing here and why and how long they'll be here. That will become more evident as the afternoon goes on. So we are basically waiting for the arrival of the burn victims. Again, some people ask, well, what kind of gearing up did the hospital have to do? Because this is a level 1 trauma center, they are basically geared up all the time. If there was a huge influx of patients, they would call in extra people on what they call a disaster alert, which was similar to what happened back in 1985 with the Delta 191 crash and in 1988 with Delta 1141. But at this point, no extra people have been called in. We are just standing here waiting. This is Dennis Johnson reporting for CNN in Dallas. Frank, back to you.
Dennis, before you go away, for our viewers in the United States and especially around the world who are watching at this time and may not be familiar with the geography, how far is Dallas from Waco? What sort of distance would people be traveling? What period of time would it take?
Frank, it is 90 miles from Dallas to Waco. I know because my son goes to Baylor University there. And it is an hour and 45-minute drive by helicopter, and I'm not real good at factoring airspeeds and distances like that, but it would take a lot less than an hour and 45 minutes that you would have to travel on the ground.
Okay, WFAA's Dennis Johnson, thanks very much for your time. CNN's Bonnie Anderson has spent a great deal of time covering the standoff. She joins us now from CNN Center in Atlanta. Bonnie, any late-breaking developments that you heard of, or any poignant analysis at this time that sheds any light on the events, dramatic events we've witnessed today?
I think one of the things that strikes me as a bit odd is we're hearing that 8 people are in custody. Then we're also hearing that 25 to 30 people were able to exit the compound prior to the fire starting. It would seem to me that anybody exiting the compound would be taken into custody, so I think we have to be wary of those numbers. At the very least, every single member who has come out over the past 51 days has been held as a material witness. At the most, some have been charged with murder of federal agents. So I think we need to keep an eye on those numbers, and also keep in mind that there is no word on the remaining people, whether or not they are indeed in underground bunkers, whether they were able to survive a fire of that magnitude or not.
Bonnie, do you have any indication from the conversations you've had with your sources related to this story as to what degree of information has been provided by those who've come out of the compound and are now under arrest?
Very little. In fact, prior to leaving the compound, every single member had to meet with David Koresh in a private session. They called it a Bible study, but it was also very clear from what they were saying to reporters and to federal officials that there had been some sort of briefing going on. I spoke with a number of these people in prison and jail. We'd ask them how many people died in the original raid, and they would not comment. We asked them whether any children died. I was told that one was critically wounded in the initial conflict, but again, they wouldn't let us know if that child died. So they were very well briefed as to what to say, what areas to stay completely away from. Their main goal was to continue to preach about the 7 SEALs and to continue to insist that the FBI needed to let David Koresh get his word out.
Bonnie, there have been any number of diatribes over the past 51 days from David Koresh and his followers. Hints in there, as you've heard them, as to the final motivations of this group, that this group had no intention of coming out peacefully?
That has been made that point is made rather strongly on a number of occasions. And just last week, again, I was speaking with one member of Koresh's inner circle who is at the McLennan County Jail in Waco. He made it very clear to me that David Koresh would not come out peacefully until, they said, God told him to. But what they were also doing was expecting some very cataclysmic event to happen following Passover. That it did not was very disturbing to them. And at that point, they were saying, well, David must stay now because these are the prophecies. He has predicted this. If he comes out now and these events don't happen, then they hinted that they would know that indeed he was not who he claimed to be, that he might be a fraud. And so the concern was they would stay in there until somebody forced them out.
Okay, Bonnie, thanks very much. Well, what began with a bloody shootout 51 days ago ended roughly 2 hours ago with a wind-driven fire. CNN's Sonia Friedman was anchoring at the time, and on the phone with her, David Koresh's mother, Bonnie Haldeman.
All along they have said that they would not do anything drastic, that they would let him write his book, and he said when he got through writing the 7 SEALs, he would come out, which I figured would take a couple of weeks. And I was really surprised when I was watching the TV this morning and saw what was happening. And it scares me because those are not bad people in there.
Your son, however, though, also told federal authorities on March 2nd that as soon as a 58-minute tape speech of his was indeed aired on national radio and television, he would come out, and he didn't. And there have been other promises he's made that he has not kept. What made you believe, what led you to believe that this time he would indeed come out, would indeed surrender with his followers?
Well, he told Mr. DeGuerin that, and Mr. DeGuerin had faith that he was, and all I could do is believe because, you know, all I know is what the rest of y'all hear, hoping and believing that that's what he would do.
According to what your son has told FBI officials and negotiators, he was indeed wounded in the side and in the hand during the original raid. What kind of condition do you believe he's in now? Have they given you any additional information?
I haven't had any information. I have no idea. All I've gotten is what I hear on the radio and in the paper.
As you can see on your screen, there is a great deal of smoke coming out of the building. Let's go to Mike Capps. We can also see some flames there now. Mike, what can you tell us? What can you see?
Bonnie, for the last 15 minutes, we've watched this M60 vehicle, this combat engineering vehicle, make large holes in the side of this building and pump tear gas in there. At times, as you well know, tear gas can be incendiary, and apparently this is what's happened. And it looks like now we have a very large-scale fire breaking out on what must be the south side, right near the front side of this building. These are some amazing pictures here. A fire has broken out, and let's just stay with this and watch it for a few minutes if we can. As I said, this combat engineering vehicle has been working very diligently around the front door of the complex, and first he'd take his shovel in and scoop something out, then he'd turn around with a turret and pump tear gas in, and
Mike, it appears that this is the portion of the building that is on fire right now is part of an observation tower that is adjacent to the front door. It's also on the second floor, which is where the women's sleeping quarters are. Did you see on the other side around the other side of this building whether or not tear gas had been put in at that level?
No, I didn't, but Bob Ricks indicated that in the news conference, Bonnie, that they'd put tear gas all over the building. What that means is anybody's guess. This is a roaring fire here. And I don't know if there are any fire trucks even. I haven't seen any fire trucks come up. I don't know if there are any fire trucks at the compound even. So this fire is really burning out of control here.
Well, and we also have to remind viewers that water has been turned off. The water pump does not work at the facility. It has been disabled by the FBI about the second week of this raid.
Now, and also remember, we've had 35 to 40 mile an hour winds, and this fire is racing out of control. Black smoke would indicate some sort of perhaps tar on the roof or oil. Perhaps something burning there.
Another thing to remember is the room that FBI agents believe held the weapons cache is right in that general vicinity. So there could be the danger.
Right, we're talking about the opportunity of explosives going off at any moment, I suspect.
FBI agents have told us on several occasions that the cult was armed with grenades. They had rocket-propelled grenades, they had hand grenades, and other explosives. Indeed, that was part of the original search and arrest warrant. So it would...
This fire is really rolling now.
And what you now see is what is left of what was the Branch.
Virtually burned to the ground. Federal officials say, as we told you a moment ago, that 8 people, we believe, have escaped. An estimated 95 adults and children were believed to be inside. The Justice Department tells the White House the fire was set deliberately by cult members. Black nationalist leader Chris Hani was buried today in South Africa. More than 80,000 supporters attended the funeral at a soccer stadium. There was some violence outside. Hani was assassinated 9 days ago, allegedly by a white man. UN peacekeepers are in Srebrenica evacuating sick and wounded Muslims to Tuzla, one of the few safe havens left for them to go. A team of Canadian peacekeepers arrived yesterday. So far, about 250 people have been airlifted out.
And now a check of the day's financial news around the world with Terry Keenan of the New York Stock Exchange. Terry?
Thanks, Frank. Stock prices in the U.S. are shedding some of last week's gains. The Dow added more than 80 points last week, closing at a record high on Friday. But with a half hour left before the close today, the Dow is off more than 11 points, trading at the 3466 level. Volume is heavy, 217 million shares traded so far, while the broader and secondary markets are all lower as well. Most computer shares are lower on Wall Street following the lead of chipmaker Intel. Intel is down 11.25 points after a U.S. federal judge ruled rival Advanced Micro Devices can clone Intel's top-selling 486 computer chip. Shares of AMD are up 4 points on that news. Checking some other computer stocks, Dell is down a point, Hewlett-Packard off 1 3/4, Compaq is down 7/8. The U.S. dollar continues its plunge against the Japanese yen following Friday's suggestion by President Clinton that a stronger yen might curb Japan's trade surplus. The dollar's now trading just above the 111 yen level. It is also lower against the major European currencies. And that's the latest in U.S. financial headlines. I'm Sherry Keenan at the New York Stock Exchange. Now for a look at the day's European business news, here's Grant Perry in our London bureau.
Europe's equity markets, with the exception of Paris, posting gains today. Milan surging. The BCI holding an early celebration of the expected yes vote in the Italian referenda on electoral reform. The index rallying 12 points, more than 2%, to reach the 525 level. It was a quiet day in London, the Financial Times 100 index adding just 5.6. In Frankfurt, expectations that lower French interest rates will allow the German central bank room to maneuver sent the DAX up 14. But France's CAC 40 had expected the move. It slipped 17. The French central bank cut its key intervention rate by 35 basis points to 8.75%. It's the second cut in a week. In corporate news, Eurotunnel, the Anglo-French construction project, which is building a tunnel under the English Channel, says there are new financing problems jeopardizing its opening date. Eurotunnel says it may need to find another £850 million, that's $1.3 billion, in order to open the tunnel. It was originally due to open next month. Those are the top business stories in Europe tonight. I'm Grant Perry at the CNN Business News Desk in London.
Most investors consider things like yield or growth before they invest. But the most important consideration might be taxes. Franklin has an answer.
Yes, Franklin has a tax-free fund for every investor in every state.
Fact is, Franklin is the largest manager of tax-free municipal funds in the country.
We offer a broad range of innovative mutual funds so that investors can target their financial goals.
Call Franklin or your investment advisor today. Call 1-800-342-FUND.
Now Philips has captured some of the most educational and entertaining experiences imaginable on a new kind of compact disc called CD Interactive. With your TV, you can put your family in the center of the action. Capture the experience by calling for your free CD Interactive kit now. It's your introduction to this new world of TV entertainment. Call now and find out where to go for a free, no-obligation demonstration.
Yeah, all right.
And details about getting Compton's Interactive Encyclopedia disc free during our special offer period. So experience CD Interactive for yourself. All it takes is a call now to get big savings and more. Find out how to make your TV come alive. CD Interactive, the imagination machine. Another first from Philips. Call now for the special event date and location in your area.
Baseball is a game of numbers, but the most important numbers aren't in the box scores. They're on the balance sheets. With money as the game's dominant player, can America's favorite pastime survive? A 5-part series on Moneyline begins tonight on CNN.
Italy's voters have overwhelmingly approved a plan that could radically reshape their government. Polls conducted after the country's weekend referendum indicate Italians have voted to toss out proportional representation in favor of more direct elections and to end huge government subsidies to political parties. The referendum for change comes in the wake of a 14-month corruption scandal. It also linked several top politicians to the mafia. The vote could also mark the end of the 10-month-old government of Socialist Premier Giuliano Amato.
A U.S. presidential envoy to Vietnam says he has doubts about a document on American prisoners of war recently discovered in the former Soviet archives. This after meetings with top Vietnamese officials. The document reportedly written in 1972 by a Vietnamese general said Hanoi was holding 1,205 American POWs. That's a far cry from the 368 Americans that Vietnamese officials said they had at the time. Hanoi says the document is a fake. A UN team of nuclear experts arrived in Iraq today, but they won't be conducting more inspections this time. Their mission will be to arrange to ship almost 90 pounds of radiated material out of Iraq. The material could be equipment that was used to produce enriched uranium. An earlier UN team reportedly dismantled such equipment at a former nuclear plant last December.
In Poland today, a time for tears and painful memories, where thousands of Jews gathered to mark the anniversary of what's come to be known as the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. As CNN's Bob Reynolds reports, it was 50 years ago today that a courageous group of Polish Jews stood up to the Nazis.
By the tens of thousands, they came to Warsaw to bear witness and to remember. Some were survivors of the desperate last stand of Warsaw's Jews against the Nazis. Others came to try and heal old wounds, or simply to show respect. Yitzhak Rabin, the first Israeli prime minister ever to visit Poland, joined in ceremonies at the Umschlagplatz, the gathering place where 300,000 Jews were forced aboard trains bound for the gas chambers of Treblinka. The United States delegation was headed by Vice President Albert Gore. Despite the solemn ceremony sponsored by the Polish government, there was disturbing evidence of lingering anti-Semitism in Poland. A small group of far-right Polish skinheads gathered Sunday to shout anti-Jewish slogans. 50 years ago, the barren concrete plaza that now surrounds a monument to the heroes of the uprising was at the center of the ghetto. When the Germans invaded Poland, they packed Warsaw's 500,000 Jews into the neighborhood and surrounded it with walls and barbed wire. Hundreds of thousands died of starvation or disease, or were seized and shipped to the Nazis' death camps. In April 1943, 60,000 Jews remained. Determined not to be destroyed without a struggle, they rose up against the German army, and though hopelessly outnumbered and armed mostly with pistols and homemade bombs, they fought courageously for nearly a month. In the end, Nazi shells, tanks, and flamethrowers utterly destroyed the Warsaw Ghetto. Only a handful of Jewish resistance fighters survived.
It was one of the great turning points in the destruction of Polish Jewry. But at the same time, I think it was an unparalleled act of heroism, the way the Jewish community there, almost unarmed, fought for several weeks against the German army.
Rabbi Sachs says the fighters of the Warsaw Ghetto left an eternal legacy to the world, a plea not to stand by and let genocide happen. A plea, he says, that is once more going unheeded, this time in places like Sarajevo and Srebrenica.
50 years after the Warsaw Ghetto, we can still hear talk about and see on our television screens ethnic cleansing, attempted genocide, racial war, all the things that we thought that after the Holocaust would never happen again.
Never again. That was the vow the Jews made after the Nazis were finally crushed. But one survivor of the ghetto uprising, referring to Bosnia, Somalia, and Cambodia, said on Monday the Holocaust has not ended. Rob Reynolds, CNN, reporting.
And one last time, we want to bring you up to date in this hour of the very, very latest we have learned regarding the siege in Waco, Texas, which apparently ended earlier today in flames. Justice Department sources close to the investigation in Waco now say that only 8 people survived, 7 men and a woman. All others are presumed dead. Again, our sources tell us that all others beyond those 8 are presumed to have died. The identities of those who survived have not been revealed. However, David Koresh is not among them. Again, Koresh apparently not among the survivors. Our sources say that all of these 8 survivors are in federal custody, 4 injured, 2 of them in critical condition. One woman was said to have been grabbed by FBI agents as she attempted to run back into the burning building. And according to a Justice Department source, authorities there had to struggle with her to prevent her from running back inside. So once again, the news as we have it is that 8 apparently survived the inferno there. All others, apparently including David Koresh, are believed to have died. That is it for this edition of the International Hour. Thanks very much for joining us. I'm Frank Sesno in Washington. See you, Hillary.
Good night, Frank. And I'm Hillary Bowker in London. Now here's Ralph Wenge with CNN World Report. Ralph?
Thank you. Coming up, we'll find out how successful Israeli companies have been in replacing Palestinian workers from the occupied territories with Israeli workers. And we'll take a look at the tensions in Egypt between Muslim fundamentalists and Egyptian Christians.
This year, give your secretary an office with a view.
I say I'm too young for gum disease, but my dentist says I'm at risk. So I got the new Colgate Precision toothbrush. It removes more plaque than the leading toothbrushes, which is important at my age.
Fighting gum disease takes precision.
This pitcher holds 2.3 pounds of water. That's what's trapped in your body tissue before and during your period. It made me bloated and irritable, and my clothes felt tight until I discovered Aquaban.
Aquaban is clinically proven safe and effective.
It really helps reduce the bloating, the puffiness, and that uncomfortable swelling. So now my clothes fit again, and I feel a lot better. And Aquaban carries the Good Housekeeping seal.
Aquaban can help you get rid of the bloat every month.
You've just poured the milk on your bowl of Kellogg's Crispix when something keeps you from it. Good thing Crispix has a special shape that stands up to milk. So even if you can't get to it right away, Crispix still stays crispy and great tasting.
They're still crispy.
Kellogg's Crispix, the taste that waits for you.
I really didn't want my husband to color his gray hair.
But then I discovered this, the hair coloring called Just for Men.
And now he looks better than ever.
Simply apply Just for Men, and in 5 minutes, rinse. Just for Men blends away the gray for a totally natural look. No wonder 8 out of 10 women prefer the Just for Men look to the gray look.
It's like you took off 10 years.
And in just 5 minutes.
Just for Men. She'll love the way you look.
That our plan was correct and was conducted with professionalism and care. I applaud the restraint shown by our agents in the face of life-threatening gunfire, and I thank them for risking their lives to try to end this peacefully. I have only the greatest admiration for all those involved. I would now like to go through a reading of the events that transpired today. This morning, I gave a brief statement regarding the insertion of gas into the compound, which started at 5:55. I gave you the warnings that were given at that time. I will not repeat those unless they're needed later. After gunfire started, and actually gunfire started before we inserted any gas. We had over 75 to 80 rounds that were fired at our FBI agents before the gas was actually inserted in the building. The FBI continued broadcasting messages over the loudspeaker system for people to exit the building toward the sound of the speakers to be rescued. Non-lethal gas was inserted into the compound at approximately 6:04 a.m. It is our belief that the occupants used gas masks to protect themselves. There were enough gas masks for all of the adults in the compound. The gas used was non-pyrotechnic CS gas, which does not cause a spark or flame. Also, the delivery system utilized is also non-pyrotechnic. There were no injuries to FBI agents, and FBI agents did not return any fire throughout the entire day, in spite of being fired upon numerous times by occupants of the compound. The following events occurred since the initial use of tear gas. These are not necessarily in chronological order. Branch Davidian Renos Abram, that's spelled A-V-R-A-A-M, was picked up by agents near the compound. He was asked about the location of the children, and he stated that the children were upstairs in the bunk area. He also was asked about how the fire was started and stated that he did not know and stated he did not know and that he heard them, referring to others in the compound, saying, "The fire has been lit. The fire has been lit." An FBI hostage rescue team member observed a subject through a window
in the second floor wearing a black uniform and gas mask, undergoing a throwing motion. The person was knelt down with his hands cupped, from which a flame erupted. A man on the roof was spotted and signaled that he did not want to be rescued. This was after the fire had started. A woman in flames was seen coming out of the compound and tried to run back into the building. An FBI agent exited his armored vehicle, ran toward the building, and physically rescued the female despite her attempts to fight him off. There was no gas being inserted into the building at the time of the fire. No pyrotechnics were used at any time. Surveillance aircraft observed fire starting simultaneously at 3 separate locations. This corresponds to sightings by our snipers. A Mr. Graham Craddock was discovered at approximately 3:11 p.m. He had been bunkered near the steel water tower. When we interviewed him, he said that he heard discussions of using lantern fuel to spread it throughout the compound. He also smelled lantern fuel after it had been spread throughout the compound. The following persons have come out of the compound. This is the best information we have to date. This may change. We will give you an update tomorrow if it does change. Jaime Castillo, date of birth 6/4/68. Clive Doyle, date of birth 2/24/41. Misty Ferguson, 16 years of age. Derek Lovelock, born 8/13/1955, a citizen of the United Kingdom. David Thibodeau, born 2/13/69. Renos Abram, born 2/26/64, a citizen of the United Kingdom. Ruth Ellen Ottman Nee Riddle, born 10/24/63. There's also a black female, I did not hear the discussions earlier, who is critically wounded, unconscious, and has been hospitalized. Mr. Craddock that I mentioned is Graham Craddock. He is a citizen of Australia. That concludes my prepared remarks. Yes?
Mr. Ricks, is there any idea if David Koresh is alive at this point?
The question is, do we have any information regarding the condition of David Koresh? We have not been able to confirm whether Mr. Koresh is dead or alive. Yes, on the back row.
Given the actions of the fire and everything, do you have any regrets for using the tear gas in the M60 this morning?
The question is, do we have any regrets? We always have regrets when human life is lost. What we do not regret is that we believe that this thing had to be brought to a logical conclusion at some point. We think, ultimately, that more than likely they were preparing for an armed standoff. We believe we frustrated that efforts. We never fired one single round of ammunition. His desire, and I've stated it repeatedly, as much as I could without seeming overly dramatic, was that he wanted to have as many people killed in that compound as possible. That is why it was named the Ranch Apocalypse. All of us in the FBI, we feel very sadly for all the members of the family. This is a very tragic event. We were doing what we thought was best to try to prevent this tragedy from occurring. Yes, ma'am.
Has anyone that has come out given you any indication yet of what the mood was and what it was like in the last few hours?
Question is, have people described what the moods happened to be inside the compound and what they were the last few hours? I do not have that information. Yes, on the back row.
In the hours before the fire was set, did you have any kind of communications, either by telephone or otherwise, with anyone inside, and if so, what did they say?
Question is, what type of communication do we have inside the compound prior to the fire? Once we made the initial call shortly before 6 a.m. this morning, all communications were cut off. We had gone through a process of trying to reestablish contact inside the compound. We had never been able to reestablish that contact. Yes.
The other 80-some people who didn't read, are they assumed dead at this point, or is that what is known about them?
Question is, what about the other 80-some-odd people whose names were not read? We can only assume that there was a massive loss of life. It was truly an inferno of flames, as everyone observed. It would be very surprising if few, if any, of the names not read survived. Yes.
Your plans on going into
I'm sorry.
Right. What about the fate of the children that were inside? Any word on them? And then I have a follow-up.
The question is, what about the fate of the children? Again, unfortunately, we have to assume that the children probably are also dead. There was some statements early on that by people coming out that David indicated the children had been secured in the bunkers. It appeared that this was one final lie on the part of David's part to assure some people that the children had been taken care of. It appears once again his last final act to the American public was to go through a lie. Yes.
What about, in hindsight, everything looks so much better. Would it have been better to have fire units on the scene just as a matter of course?
Question is, in hindsight, would it have been better to have fire units? I don't think so. The fire units are not equipped to withstand the gunfire that was in that compound. As you also observed, and we had, again, information, they had high-powered explosives in there. We had at least 3 major explosions that took place, perhaps even 4. I was out there for over 2.5 hours after the fire started, and the ammunition was still being cooked off. We could not roll up fire trucks to the scene while people still were inside and had the capability of shooting those people. Firemen are not paid to go through that. Yes.
Could you explain in detail how the gunfire that your agents received was life-threatening? It was our understanding that they were in the Bradleys and the tanks and so forth, but could you talk a little bit about how exactly they were threatened, by where they were?
The question is, how was the gunfire life-threatening to our agents? There are certain vulnerabilities in those vehicles that they're not completely protected. That if you do hit certain key portions of those vehicles, you can, in fact, threaten the lives of those involved. They utilized the ultimate of restraint. They also had .50 caliber ammunition. That particularly could be damaging if it hits certain areas of vulnerability with regard to those tanks. Yes.
You said this morning, or suggested that some of the more fanatical members are holding some of the weaker members in there against their will. Can you tell us what gave you that impression, and do you think anyone was locked in there or held in there during the fire?
Question is, do we believe some of the more fanatical members held those in there? I would be speculating, but we've always suspected that to be the case. There was only one true leader in this whole operation, and that was David Koresh, who from the very beginning said that the people in there were going to be killed, and they were going to do it in an armed confrontation with law enforcement. It was to our benefit that we were able to prevent him from carrying out the second part of his prophecy, and that is that he intended to kill as many members of law enforcement as he could before his members were killed. It was to our benefit, and we're most fortunate that none of our people were injured. I believe a National Guard member did receive some injury, but none of the law enforcement members were injured. Yes, sir.
What's happening at the scene right now?
Right now at the scene, when I left, and it's been almost an hour ago, we were cooling off the scene. There was still ammunition that was being cooked. It was very difficult to go through the scene. Shortly thereafter, we will be doing a crime scene. There will be an initial sweep by the FBI to make sure there's no more booby trapping involved, to do a cursory look with regard to bodies. The crime scene will be turned over to the Texas Rangers. The FBI disaster team will also be dispatched to help in body identification. There will be an arson investigation that will also be conducted. So there will be an extensive independent crime type scene to further determine what was the cause of the fire. It will not stop with my statements. Yes, ma'am.
I have a report that the medical examiner's office out of Dallas will come in tomorrow to start removing the bodies. But why would that take so long? 24 hours, I guess, and I have to follow up as well.
The question is, why would it take so long to remove the bodies? I really can't not tell you. Other than there's a tremendous amount of rubble, there's going to be a lot of clearing that's going to have to take place, it is still a crime scene and certain things will have to be preserved. So each individual body, as I understand it, will have to be protected through the coroner's office. Following that, then the bodies themselves will be removed. Follow up. Yes, ma'am.
Obviously, there was a fulfillment of David Koresh's prophecies. As it boiled down to the very last minute, did you see any other way that this would have been resolved?
The question is, when we came down to the last, did we see any other way to have it resolved? We thought perhaps that we could stem the tide that we saw flowing here, which was ultimately leading to this catastrophic event that was taking place. We were hoping, again, as I stated this morning, by the infusion of gas into that compound, that the women in that compound would grab their children and flee out. That did not occur. Unfortunately, they bunkered down the children the best we can tell, and they allowed those children to go up in flames with them. Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned that a National Guard
I'm sorry, I do not. I was just told right when I came here that a National Guard member was slightly injured, and I have no description with regard to what the injuries might be. Yes, back here.
Could you in any way describe what happened inside that building in terms of all those people in there once this fire started, where they were? Do you know at all?
Question is, do we know where the building were, where the people were when the fire started? We believe that they probably large number were scattered throughout. What we do know, however, we believe was probably Mr. Koresh and his leadership. There's a cinder block that was right in the middle of the compound. That cinder block was totally square, and it appears that it was protecting them from the gassing. If you recall the pictures of the CEV piercing through the door, we knew that protection was in there. We believe we finally were able to make entry into that compound, and were able to insert gas inside that protective area. Once that protective area was injected with gas, it appears at that point the order was given to light it, to set it up in flames. So it appears that they had been able to protect themselves, and up until that point, then the decision was made to end it. Yes?
It had to have been a horrifying experience, not only for the adults, but especially the children. Do you know if there's any way that the children were put asleep or maybe given something before this happened, or did they have to go through this agony?
The question is, do we know what happened to the children before this agony? We've had some people report that they did have poison in there. There had been previous times when people had requested that injections be given. We do not know. There initially were reports that injections were given to some of the children. As far as I can tell, and I tried to confirm that, that's total speculation. I have no information that occurred. Yes, right here.
It's been 7 weeks now. Throughout the entire, process here, there's been talk about what you want to maintain, no loss of life, no injury. Where along the line did you decide you can't wait any longer, you have to go in? And did the possibility of fire enter into this? And what were the elements on the scale that finally shifted it to finally going in?
The question is, what changed on the scale? We never went in. We did not introduce fire into this compound. It was not our intention that this compound be burned down. I can't tell you the shock and the horror that all of us felt when we saw those flames coming out there. It was, oh my God, they're killing themselves. We did not want that to occur. Our desire was to get them out, to use non-lethal means in a systematic manner so that they would come before the bar and face justice. We did not want this to occur. At some point, we had to up the ante. He was continually fortifying. He was demanding and was seeking provocation to get into a shootout with us, which we were refusing to do. Yes?
Had a fire not broken out, what was the intent, what was the plan of the FBI, and how long do you think that the Davidians would have been able to stay inside?
Question is, if a fire had not broken out, how long could they have stayed inside? We believe that once we pierced that interior protective room that they had, that was fortified with a cinder block, that the time was really running out on them with regard to how long they could stay in there. We put massive gas in there. They made the decision that they could no longer maintain that environment. Their gas mask by that time had to be failing. It had been an extended period of time. They had to make the decision. Were they going to come out and face the charges? They were facing charges for killing 4 ATF agents, or were they going to commit suicide? David Koresh, we believe, gave the order to commit suicide, and they all followed willingly his orders. Yes, sir.
Can I ask that question? How many bodies have you accounted for?
Question is, how many bodies have we accounted for? Again, when we were told the children were in the buried bus area, we immediately doused that area. We went down with the fire department to try to rescue the children if they were there. We did observe several bodies. We think, however, those bodies were the bodies that were previously involved in the shootout that occurred on February the 28th. So far, there have only been sightings of a relatively small number of bodies. And again, I've only heard numbers of like 2, 3, something like this. Tremendous amount of rubble. So I don't put any real weight to that. Yes, back here.
Your intelligence suggest to you in any way that David Koresh's response to your actions early this morning might be to set a fire? And did you have any intelligence to...
Did we have any intelligence? We had concerns early on with regard to possible suicide. We went throughout the world and interviewed former cult members, associates of former cult members. That number that I last checked was 61 people that we had talked to that had been involved with people inside that compound. The vast bulk, the substantial majority of those inside believed that they would not commit suicide. We had intelligence reports, though, however, that David Koresh, on the day he was supposed to surrender, on March the 2nd, the plan was he was going to walk out. He had grenades attached to himself. When the FBI approached him, he was going to pull the grenades and was going to kill himself. Everybody knew this was the plan. They all reconvened back in the chapel. David Koresh kissed the kids goodbye, was going to go outside, and was going to commit suicide in front of all the TV cameras. At the last second, he chickened out. We knew that suicide was a possibility because of this previous occurrence. To say that we thought at this time he was going to burn it down, we asked him on over 4 occasions, David, do you promise us that you are not going to commit suicide? I swear, I give you my word, I am not going to commit suicide. His attorneys asked him, David, is suicide a possibility? He promised them that suicide was never in the cards. Yes, sir. Follow up. Go ahead.
Is there any way in which the gas that was sent in there this morning could have, again, in any fashion, aggravated the fire, the intensity, the temperature of the fire?
The question is, could the gas have in any way intensified the fire? Absolutely not. The gas had absolutely nothing to do with the fire that occurred in that compound. We believe that it was doused with kerosene or another lantern-type fuel. It did not just come from one source. It came from multiple sources. If you saw the monitors today, what was taking place is that thing was totally in flames in a period of about 10 minutes. Yes?
Could you give us kind of a description of the primary search as you went in? Give us what it was like, kind of a scene setter, how you would describe it if you had to do it overnight.
I'm not sure I follow your question.
Primary search. What's it looking like? Describe it.
Well, the question is, what does the primary search look like? We really have not, unless we've started since I left, we have not been able to conduct a primary search yet because we had so much ammunition still going off and other explosive material. I was out there and things were constantly popping off. So what we're trying to do is cool it down. It may take almost till tomorrow before we can make a true assessment of what is going on. I have time for one more question. Yes, ma'am.
The attorneys say that they were going to come out after they finished the manuscript. So why didn't you wait?
Question is, why did we not wait? We had information from several sources. Some of it I cannot reveal today. Some I will. Eventually it will come out, but I can say we have other sources that I can talk about that said that it was their opinion that the attorneys lied to them. Now, what that entailed, I do not know. But David Koresh said he played the game. He lied continually to the attorneys. He never intended to come out. It was all a game. Thank you.
We're still on for 10:30.
FBI spokesman Bob Ricks in Waco giving a chronology of what happened near Waco, Texas today on the Texas plain. He said, "We tried to do our best to avert this tragedy." He said, "We can only assume there was a massive loss of life." And he added, "We have to assume the children also are dead." About David Koresh and the gunfire this morning that the agents had to face in their armored vehicles, Rick said Koresh intended to kill as many law enforcement people before killing his own people. Wolf Blitzer joins us from Washington. This news conference was begun with a statement from FBI Director William Sessions, who regretted today's incident. Wolf, do we know to what extent FBI Director William Sessions was involved in the planning of this operation?
Well, Lou, we know that the FBI, of course, was the lead agency involved in planning this operation, and Director Sessions is still the director despite some of the personal problems he's had over the past several months. We also know that Janet Reno, the Attorney General, who oversees the FBI, she had briefed President Clinton on the operational details of this planned operation on Sunday. They spent, according to officials here, about 15 minutes talking about it. The president did not object to any of these operational plans, and as a result, he implicitly gave his authorization for the entire operation. We also know that over the past 50 or so days, White House officials, other senior Clinton administration officials had hoped, indeed had put the word to officials on the scene in Waco, Texas, to try to make sure that this matter could be resolved without additional loss of life. But clearly their worst nightmare has now materialized. I will say that the White House press secretary, White House communications director, that is, George Stephanopoulos, earlier today made it clear that the president was trying to support his experts on the scene.
The FBI laid out, I mean, the Attorney General for the FBI laid out the arguments, and I can't get into all of the details of the argument. It wouldn't be appropriate to do that while the situation is still going on. But the Attorney General laid out the argument, and the President made no objection.
We're also standing by over here waiting for Janet Reno's news conference, and in fact, she is about to go forward. Janet Reno.
To avoid further loss of human lives, whether those of group members or of federal agents. We could delay the terrible tragedy of today, but with no reason to think we could eliminate the risk of mass suicide at any point Koresh chose, and with increasing risk in the meantime to the life, health, and safety to all concerned, most particularly the children within the compound. I therefore approved the plan, which had been developed by the FBI after very careful study, after discussion with people in the field, after unanimous representation from the field, that this was the best way to achieve a resolution of this matter without further loss of life. The plan was designed to induce serious negotiations or the evacuation of the compound with extremely limited risk that agents would harm any of the occupants or be harmed themselves. We announced repeatedly to those within the compound that there would be no attempt to enter the compound by federal agents. We repeatedly encouraged them to resume communications with us, and were attempting to accomplish that objective when they appeared to intentionally set the compound on fire. I think the FBI acted professionally and with remarkable restraint. These are the hardest decisions in the world to make. My heart goes out to the families of the agents killed and those injured, as well as to those children and the families of those who perished in the compound today. We must all reflect on how we as a society can in the future prevent such a senseless, horrible, tragic loss of human life.
Could you talk a little bit about the authority for the operation, because the question arose because of the President's remarks. Did he approve the plan and not the timing? Did you approve the plan without his go-ahead?
I approved the plan and I'm responsible for it. I advised the President, but I did not advise him as to the details.
Did you consider in approving the plan the possibility of this outcome? And if you did, I mean, were there any particular precautions that you should or could have taken to avoid the fire?
We considered every possible potential and every possible option. We realized that we would be in the best position in this situation with everything set as it was to possibly control a mass suicide such as this. We realized that there would be other circumstances where we might not be in as much a position to take action, but we knew that in certain situations it would not be possible. We moved carefully. At first we constantly tried to shrink the perimeter around the compound. We tried to move the cars away, saw no response from them. Even bumped up against the compound with no return fire of any kind. Removed the cars yesterday with no response. Continued to move in this morning with no reaction other than to return the fire, no indication of any kind of suicide. It certainly was something that we considered because this was carefully thought out and all the risks were weighed. As I indicate, these are the hardest decisions to make.
Ms. Arena, why did you decide today to make this move? What factors went into the timing? Because for 51 days, the agents in place down there have been saying they had infinite patience. They were going to wait for as long as it took. Why move today?
We made some judgments based on the fact that experts told us that the hostage rescue team should not and could not remain in place for any permanent period of time without being relieved. We made a decision today, and there is no perfect timing, there is no perfect day, and there is no trigger, that we would increase the pressure today. But today was not meant to be D-Day or the day. We were prepared to carry it out tomorrow and the next day and do everything we could to effect a peaceful resolution of this matter. It was not today. This was just a step forward in trying to bring about a peaceful resolution by constantly exerting further pressure to shrink the perimeter.
Ms. Reno, have all of those who did survive been arrested? And if so, what will they be charged with?
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know what the circumstances are with respect to the critically injured or the circumstances, but we will review the evidence and make the best judgment possible.
Has anyone been arrested who exited today?
I don't know. They're all in.
Ms. Reno, is there any question?
The
possibility of mass suicide, or was that not thought about?
That was the question that was asked just previously, where I indicated that we reviewed all possible options, where we had heard that there might be the possibility of that. We carefully considered that. But we came to the conclusion that based on everything that we had seen, there was nothing to prevent Koresh from doing it or prompting the people who were in the compound to do it at any time in the future. Our experts, and we talked to the experts in the field, said that they were totally frustrated that they had not been able to negotiate anything with Koresh, that they did not think that he would ever come out. We were told that he had more than adequate supplies to last an extended period of time. We had thought that perhaps we could resolve the matter by water, but the water supply continued apparently to be maintained on all the inspections that we were able to make. We felt that we had to continue to move the pressure up while we were in control with a hostage rescue team in place, so that we would, to the extent we could, realizing that there were some situations such as what happened today where we could not, if he chose to persuade or force or really persuade his followers to commit this mass suicide.
You said before that you made the judgment that the hostage rescue team should not and could not stay there without being relieved. I'm not sure I understood what you meant. Are you saying there wasn't a backup to this team that could have taken its place? And why couldn't they have stayed there for a longer period of time?
The experts advised us, advised me, and I talked with them that in those situations where you had to be constantly on the alert, that it was in the best interest of everybody concerned, including the safety of the agents and others involved, to provide for really time off. And that what I was told was that there were no backups that could ensure the safety of the perimeter. I said, why can't we extend something around the perimeter, and it was pointed out to me that they had the capacity to fire weapons over an extended period of area that could endanger the safety of those that might come onto the property during the extended period of time.
Did the FBI lose its patience?
No, I think the FBI in this situation has shown remarkable restraint. I think they did not lose their patience. I think they carefully thought this out, developed it as part of a coherent and continuing plan with the certain knowledge that in some instances these issues are the hardest decisions to make in the world. I think they made the best, most informed decision they could under the circumstances.
How long ago did they make this plan? When did they bring it to you? And when did you take it to the president?
The plan has been evolving ever since it started with the effort to gradually compress the perimeter, gradually compress the people who were in the compound into a smaller and smaller area, make it more difficult for them in the compound so that we could try to effect a negotiation that produced a peaceful resolution or that prompted the people to come out. In terms of the plan that was initiated today as part of this continuing effort, that was first submitted to me approximately a week ago.
Ms. Reno, under your plan, if you were concerned about mass suicides inside, how did you think they would respond, and what was the next step under your plan after today's events?
We were going to constantly try to compress the area through the use of gas, which I had been advised again and again. I personally talked with the doctors, was non-lethal and would have no permanent effects on any of the residents of the compound. And we were going to just gradually increase the pressure day by day until we hoped that through negotiation or through them walking out, they would walk out. Obviously, if I thought the chances were great of a mass suicide, I would never have approved the plan. Everything that we were told, every indication of the reactions to the pressure up to that point was that that would not occur.
Thank you. Secretary Benson has been quoted as saying that the president told him his chief concern was that this situation would become a Jonestown-type mass suicide. In view of that, did he ask for or did you give him any assurance that this would not happen?
No, because I could not give anybody assurance that this would not happen, because this has been a prospect that could have occurred ever since this happened. We had been concerned that that might be a possibility. Nothing in the future would have prevented David Koresh from doing that and leading his followers into a mass suicide. So I could not give the president that assurance, nor could I give anybody else that assurance.
Ms. Reno, can you tell us what the president said when you advised him of the plan and what his reaction has been today?
What he said when I advised him, he said, have you carefully considered it? Have you looked at everything? Do you feel like this is the best way to go? And I said, yes, sir, it's my responsibility, and I think it's the best way to go.
Have he said anything to you today about
I have not talked to him today.
Ms. Reno, what about preparations for fire, the possibility of mass suicide through fire taken into account?
What I indicated to the FBI was that we should be prepared for all eventualities, including either accidental or specifically set explosion that could cause the serious injury or death to substantial numbers in the compound.
Are you satisfied that that occurred and that the planning was as good as it could have been in that regard?
I am told that it is absolutely as good as it could have been. I obviously was not at the scene.
Senator Specter has said that the Senate Judiciary Committee may investigate this. What's your reaction to that? And in light of how events turned out, do you think that it was mishandled?
I don't think it was mishandled. I think the FBI has acted very professionally, very ably, and with remarkable restraint. In any situation in which something like this occurs, everyone has questions, and I think the best way to address this is to be as open, candid, and as forthright as possible, and I look forward to responding to anyone and everyone who has questions, because the bottom line is there are no easy answers to a question like this that was posed in this situation, and it's something that we should carefully consider with the point of view of being accountable, and I'm the one to be accountable, and two, what do we do in the future to prevent such a senseless loss of human life?
Ms. Reno?
In the 1 week that you had this matter under consideration, did you direct that there be any changes made in the plan? Did you ask something be done differently?
I asked question after question. I met with experts. I talked with as many people as possible, asked questions, and essentially the plan was exactly as it had been presented to me. I think the FBI very, very carefully thought it out. They talked to medical experts. They talked to others. And everything we did to review their careful planning indicated that they had planned it very carefully.
What was Plan B? What would have happened if the gassing today had not brought them out, but they had not set a fire? What was going to happen tomorrow?
We were going to wait and continue to increase the pressure and be as patient as we could.
Ms. Reno, given his fascination for fire that he had mentioned in other letters and talked about, and obviously those sort of things in the Bible that he's made reference to, what was the contingency plan in case of a fire? I mean, surely that was among the range of options you considered.
My understanding was that fire engines were available. They could not be immediately available to the compound because you had the 50 caliber ammunition that was capable, I was told at the time, and had subsequently been confirmed, could fire up to 3,000 yards.
So there was really no way to stop a fire then?
I don't see how you could get a machine, a vehicle that close to the compound. Again, I don't profess to be the expert, but in terms of all the inquiries that I made concerning what we understood to be the ammunition and the capability in that compound, I think they did everything they could to be as prepared as they could.
Does that include airborne firefighting equipment, such as helicopters and fire types?
You have, again, the problem of sending a helicopter in with a 50 caliber bullet right there. I think, again, in terms of trying to protect the agents, they did everything that they could.
Are you concerned that there was a 10-minute delay, at least, between the time the flames first appeared and when the Waco Fire Department said that they received the call for assistance from the...
I'm not aware of that. We will certainly check into that.
Ms. Reno, since you said it was your responsibility to go ahead with this operation, what was your reaction, your thoughts today when you saw the compound burst into flames?
I think it's an extraordinarily tragic and horrible situation.
Ms. Reno? But did you start to second-guess yourself, think perhaps this wasn't the right decision?
One of the things that one does in this position is make the best judgment they can based on all the information that they have, take that judgment and move ahead with the understanding that I'm the person that's accountable, I'm the person that answers the questions. I always welcome reviews. If there are ways to do it better for the future, I welcome consideration of all of those.
Do you have any intelligence report as far as where the children were and what efforts were made to get them out?
We had, that's one of the first questions that we asked when the plan was submitted. What have we done to see if we could get the children out? We talked to the negotiators. We had tried to negotiate the children out, I was told, and we had been totally unable to persuade him to send the children out. We were told that they were in a certain area. We tried not to gas that area immediately.
Mr. Reno, is there any doubt in your mind? We've heard the evidence that Special Agent Ricks indicated why he thinks the fire was set from inside. Is it at this point, is there any doubt in your mind or the Justice Department's mind that the fire was set by the cult members?
I have absolutely no doubt at all that the cult members set it based on all the information that has been furnished to me.
Ms. Reno, were you presented with a set of options from which you chose one, or were you just presented with one plan? And also, did you present the president with just one or a set of options?
We were presented with a range of options, which was to do nothing, to pull back, to build walls, to go in, there were a variety of options. We considered each one, discussed it, analyzed it, thought about it, and kept coming back to the plan that had ultimately been concluded by the Bureau was the best plan on which to proceed.
Did you also present the president with just this final plan?
I presented him, I told him in general terms what the alternatives were.
Has David Koresh's death been confirmed?
When I came down here, it had not been confirmed.
General, there appears to be what looks like a studied effort to distance President Clinton from this action. The suggestion that you are accountable, that this is a department operation, is that an intentional effort on your part or on the part of the White House spin doctors to make this look like your problem and not Mr. Clinton's?
I made the decision. I'm accountable. The buck stops with me, and nobody ever accused me of running from a decision that I made based on the best information that I had. I don't do spin stuff, and I'm not distancing anybody from anything. I'm telling you exactly what happened.
My only suggestion was that Mr. Clinton sought and obtained the office, and he is the head of the executive branch. Is this not his problem also, even if you are his agent in this operation?
I think President Clinton probably feels as bad as I do about what happened, and I think he feels as I do.
Well, Ms. Reno, you said at the beginning that we should all reflect how we as a society can prevent such a senseless loss of human life in the future. What kind of reflections will you make? What do you have in mind?
I will analyze everything. I will look back to it. I will ask that we further review what can be done in other situations. I will look at what information is available in terms of other groups that might do something like this. I will carefully consider everything for the future and review it based on what was done here.
Ms. Reno, who were you dealing with at the FBI, and when did you last speak with them?
I have talked with Director Sessions, with Floyd Clark, with Larry Potts, with Doug Dow, and there are other people whose names I do not know.
In a strategy of constantly compressing the pressure and everything, how did you understand driving a tank up to a place and punching a hole in it and throwing tear gas bombs fit?
It fit in terms of what had been done up till that date of restraining people from leaving the compound to work around the area. We looked at what was the least intrusive measure possible of further limiting the compound. We talked to doctors who told us that the tear gas was not lethal, that there would not be permanent injury. I personally talked to the doctors. I talked to people who had been gassed themselves. I looked at what could be done and how the gas should best be inserted into the building. I looked at what had been done up until that point with the tank clearing cars away from the building and coming up to the building, and I made a decision that that would be the least intrusive manner possible of trying to resolve this matter without a frontal assault, without the FBI having to return fire.
Ms. Reno, you mentioned that you told the president what the options were. Did he indicate a preference, or did you say we have options 1 through 6, but we're going with number 1?
No, I told him generally what the options were. I told him that I had carefully studied it, reviewed it in detail, and that I felt that this was the best way to proceed.
When did you do this?
And he was in agreement.
He said, okay.
When did he give the okay?
Hmm?
When did he actually give the okay?
I don't know whether he gave an okay or not. His statement to me was, well, okay.
And when was that?
I do not remember.
Over the weekend?
Over the weekend.
If you had an outfit, would you like to
Oh, I'm
do more?
trying to...
Ask you about the DC Stalker case, your reaction to the arrest today?
I have not really had a chance to review the details on it, and I think it would be inappropriate of me to comment without being more fully informed.
Back on.
You committed the FBI's handling of this. Does that constitute an endorsement of Director Sessions, and what's his future now that this is over?
As I have told you on numerous occasions, this Waco is an entirely separate matter from that. I am reviewing that matter and will make a recommendation to the President as soon as I can, consistent with a thorough, objective, and fair review.
Ms. Reno, did the FBI, in discussing this plan with you, cite any precedent? Did they say this kind of thing has worked in the past? Is this standard practice?
I don't think we've ever had a situation really like this before.
I may be thick, but I really don't quite understand why you couldn't rotate people on this shift. I didn't really understand your answer to that. Why the simple fatigue of this team meant that you had to do something right now.
It was not simple fatigue, it was retraining, and what we were told was that there were no other groups as equipped to go in to maintain that perimeter, to protect the perimeter over a long period of time. Thus, we made a decision that we could delay it for 3 weeks, possibly send the people out, but this was the best time in terms of the control we had, knowing that it was not perfect control, because we could not tell over a 6-month period or a year period just what would happen. and we were advised that they had supplies sufficient to carry them on indefinitely. I asked exactly the same question, and at first I thought I didn't understand, but I talked with the experts, I talked with the head of the team, and I felt that this would be, considering everything else, the best time we could possibly begin to increase the pressure in the fashion that we did.
How long would it take to train a replacement team?
I don't know.
How many people?
Roughly 6 months, a year? Or?
I don't know.
Do you know how many people are on the team?
No, I don't.
Would you have done anything differently in hindsight?
As I said in response to the same question over there, what I do in all these situations is make the best judgment I can. I try to ask all the questions I can possibly think of. I try to consider every eventuality I possibly can. And then I try to make the best judgment I can based on all the information available. After that, I expect to be accountable for my decisions. And I expect to have my decisions reviewed, and I expect to look at them myself and try to see whether there is anything that can be done to prevent such a loss of human life in the future.
You're watching Channel 13, KTRK-TV, Houston. Live at 5 with Melanie Lawson and Alan Himberger. Now, live at 5.
For 51 days, the Davidian flag flew in defiance of an army of federal agents. But shortly after noon today, in a final act of defiance, the cult compound erupted in flames from the inside. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Live at 5. I'm Melanie Lawson. Federal authorities don't know if cult leader David Koresh was among those cult leaders who perished as that complex known as Mount Carmel went up in flames today. My colleague Alan Himberger, along with several other members of the Eyewitness News team, is on the scene covering this fiery and shocking end to that 51-day standoff. Alan, could anyone have anticipated this might have happened?
Melanie, that's a big question here this afternoon. No one could have anticipated that this would have happened. FBI told us quite a bit this afternoon about all the things that they had been going into making sure that an end like this wouldn't come about. They said they had spent many hours, hundreds of hours, talking to dozens of former cult members, making sure that a mass suicide pact was not in the plans. Unfortunately, here this afternoon, Waco is going to be remembered along with Jonestown. Exactly what happened. And let's bring in Wayne Del Ciafino, who began covering this thing from the very beginning. And Wayne, Melanie asked if anyone considered the ending that we saw here this afternoon. Some of us may have thought about it. We certainly prayed that it wouldn't come to this.
Well, for 51 days, Alan, we watched and we waited for this standoff that began with so much bloodshed to end in a quite different way. The FBI certainly wanted it to end peacefully. It was not to be. Instead, what we witnessed here this afternoon in the pasture land outside Waco was a deadly inferno fueled by lantern fuel. It was 3 minutes after high noon, the 51st day, and smoke was suddenly visible, swirling around the southwest corner of the compound. Seconds later, it was seeping through the roof of David Koresh's peach-colored throne, a prelude to the fiery Armageddon that would follow.
Here it goes, this place is going.
The flames leaped from two sides simultaneously, and what followed were dramatic inferno-like visions. There was more than one huge explosion, presumably the weapons cache the cultists were storing. For 30 minutes, it burned with ferocious intensity until the first sirens were heard. Fire trucks and ambulances were finally on their way to the compound, but it was too late. The fire was simply too large and too fast. Federal agents could only watch, like the rest of us, in helpless amazement, as the home to 96 men, women, and children, the religious temple for the Branch Davidians, was devoured by the flames. David Koresh had prophesied about a great fire, the end of the world. The FBI says it was a self-fulfilling one.
An FBI hostage rescue team member observed a subject through a window in the second floor wearing a black uniform and gas mask, undergoing a throwing motion. The person was knelt down with his hands cupped, from which a flame erupted. We always have regrets when human life is lost. What we do not regret is that we believe that this thing had to be brought to a logical conclusion at some point. He wanted to have as many people killed in that compound as possible. That is why it was named the Ranch Apocalypse.
Ranch apocalypse indeed. The FBI told us about an hour ago that the firefighters who arrived on the scene were kept back because of the fear of gunfire coming from the compound. Firemen, said the FBI spokesman Bob Ricks, are not paid to do this. Invisible from our cameras, though, Alan, apparently there was an act of heroism by one FBI agent who saw a woman, a member of the cult, run outside, engulfed in flames. He got out of his armored vehicle, not worried about taking gunfire, and struggled with her to the ground, even though she was trying to get back inside the building to save her.
Amazing stories coming out of this. What we now know is that there are 8 survivors, perhaps 9. Bob Ricks, the FBI agent in charge, was a little unclear about that in his afternoon press conference that you saw live on Channel 13 just about a half hour ago. 8 people he identified by name. He also talked about another black woman who was found, and they have not identified her yet. 4 of the injured with severe burns have been taken to San Antonio's Brooke Army Medical Center. Another 3 are up in Dallas, and there's another one here at Hillcrest Hospital. We'll get to Hillcrest Hospital in just a minute. Let's take you back to the beginning of this day, how it all began. Just around sunrise today at this satellite city, which is what the media calls its compound outside of the Branch Davidian compound out there. DPS came by and told many of the reporters and photographers that were here that perhaps that they might want to take some cover because the FBI was about to take the next step in this 51-day-long siege. The movement began at sunup. Combat engineer tanks began running into the sides of the compound buildings, poking big holes in them. What was going on? More than 4 hours later, the FBI described their activity.
The pounding of the compound that you see is really a necessary function of the insertion of gas. We're putting out 15 seconds, 15 different blasts of gas each time. That gas is dispersed over a 55-foot area. So it's not necessarily at this point one of destruction to the compound. At this point, we are gassing, and we will continue to gas.
Then we learned why the DPS had advised us to take cover.
It is estimated those inside the compound fired approximately 75 to 80 rounds during this initial volley. The FBI did not return fire.
The FBI said it would continue to gas the compound until the Davidians came out and surrendered.
At this point, we're not negotiating. We're saying come out. Come out with your hands up. This matter is over.
The question of Koresh and his followers committing mass suicide is one that has been asked of the FBI since the beginning of the siege. The FBI did not believe its tightening of the screws today would lead to that.
We thought that this was probably the best way to prevent that type of suicide pact from taking place. That is, caused confusion inside the compound. We have continually quizzed those coming out, and they, as a general rule, state that suicide, they believe, is not a possibility.
Now, we also ask about David Koresh. What has happened to David Koresh? The only thing that Bob Ricks could tell us, the FBI special agent in charge, is that they assume that David Koresh has perished in the Branch Davidian compound along with at least 80 other of his followers up there in the mass fire that we saw here live on Channel 13 just a couple of minutes after noon today. The survivors, at least 8, perhaps 9. Some have been hospitalized, at least 1 locally here in the Waco area at Hillcrest Baptist Hospital. Let's go live there right now to Channel 13 Eyewitness News reporter Chris Adams.
Well, Alan, the people here in Waco are reeling from the knowledge that scores of those who followed would-be Messiah David Koresh are dead now. But there are a number of doctors and nurses in this central Texas region who do not have the luxury of time to do that. They're trying to save those who are left. Waco's largest hospital had been on full alert for almost 2 hours before it saw its first cult casualty. She is a 30-year-old Davidian with first and second-degree burns over about 4% of her body.
I think, you know, I have to have some sense of being careful about this patient's privacy as well. But given that, I can certainly say that the burns were on her extremities, like her shoulders, her arms, her legs, and that they're not real severe burns.
It's clear those with severe burns were taken to Parkland Memorial Hospital in Dallas. This afternoon, choppers swooped over the facility and ferried at least 2 scorched Davidians to Parkland's burn center. At least 8 cult members survived, 2 critically injured and 4 others with lesser injuries. Those who lived through the infernal at Mount Carmel without injury are likely to face tough questioning by federal authorities at their command post at Texas State Technical College. On the streets of Waco, Mount Carmel is on everyone's mind.
Well, I hated it. They had to get to that point, you know, where they had the you know, with the tear gas, and then the people end up catching the place on fire.
I think the guy was insane, to tell you the truth about it. He didn't have no right to keeping them kids in there like he did.
Hillcrest Hospital has returned to normal status. They expect to get no more living Davidians. There is, however, one more grisly fact to report. The temporary morgue here is being readied. It's expected that they may yet receive the bodies of those who followed David Koresh to their deaths. Alan?
Okay, Chris Adams, thanks very much over at Hillcrest Baptist Hospital. What about the crime scene up there right now? Bob Ricks was a little ambiguous as to what the next step might be. They're still worried about some of the rounds, some of the ammunition, some of the explosives that are up at that compound still going off. That's why they're taking it very slowly and very, very meticulously. There are rounds, as he said, that are going off, firing off. They just don't, even though they're not coming through the barrel of a gun, that doesn't mean that they're not lethal if you're nearby when that round goes off. So they're being very, very cautious as they sweep their way through that compound. They indicate, Melanie, that it'll probably be tomorrow before they're able to sweep and do a real good sweep through that compound.
And Alan, at this point, of the 8 or 9 survivors, depending on how you count, none of them appear to be the children.
None appear very unfortunate. I mean, this, you know, as a parent of 5 children, all the parents out there thinking of mostly the children. The adults in there hopefully are there, you know, making up their own minds to be there. It's the children that really weighs heavily on me and a lot of other people around here tonight.
That's absolutely true. All right, Alan, we'll check back with you in just a minute. Well, watching this horrific ending to the cult standoff was certainly shocking for most people, but for those with loved ones inside, seeing that inferno was absolutely devastating. One woman who's kept a vigil throughout this standoff is Jean Hollup. She's the grandmother of David Koresh. Deborah Wrigley was with Mrs. Hollup this afternoon, and she joins us live with more on how she's feeling today. Deborah?
Melanie, we're outside the Hollup home in Northwest Houston. Mrs. Hollup, as you may recall, spent the past several weeks in Waco hoping to speak to the grandson she knew was Vernon Howell. She returned to Houston yesterday to pay some bills. The fact that she's now home with friends and family may be for the best. When Jean Hollup saw the early morning commotion at the compound, she had a bad feeling.
It certainly don't look pretty. But I hope God takes care of them.
You're hearing a lot of stuff. An hour after she said that, new hellish pictures began to be broadcast, and Koresh's grandmother and aunt began to cry.
God help them.
Throughout all this, Hollup has been an unwavering defender of a grandson she believes was misunderstood from the start. Even as reports emerged that cult members themselves set the inferno, she clung to that belief.
I don't, because he told them when he finished the 7 seals that he would bring them all out. They didn't wait till he finished them. Where are they? I've heard nothing about them finished. They've made fun of him. They've done nothing but make fun of him.
But no one's laughing now. Mrs. Hollup's attorney says that she will come outside to say something only if she receives a call that her grandson is still alive. That seems very unlikely at this point. Melanie, back to you.
All right, Deborah, thank you very much. And when we come back, how is Washington and Houston reacting to the dramatic ending in Waco? We'll talk to a religious expert about what a fiery end to the standoff meant to David Koresh. All that and more when Live at 5 continues.
We have a team of reporters at the scene near Waco. We begin now going live to reporter Wayne Dolcefino. Wayne.
Yeah, Dave and Shara, who could have imagined it would end this way on day 51? A deadly inferno, a sick mass suicide. David Koresh had called this place Ranch Apocalypse. Today, it clearly earned its name. It began with the dawn of the 51st day. Armored vehicles punching holes in David Koresh's peach-colored throne. Not to destroy the building, the FBI insisted, but to help lob canisters of tear gas through the compound's holes, to drive the cultists out. Federal agents were greeted with repeated volleys of gunfire. They did not shoot back.
At this point, we're not negotiating. We're saying come out. Come out with your hands up. This matter is over.
Then it happened, right after noon.
That place is on fire.
Smoke began pouring out of the compound. First flames leaped out a second-story window near where the children slept. Then the flames were everywhere. There were at least 3, maybe 4 explosions. An inferno. An FBI negotiator saw one of the 3 fires being set. A figure clad in black, wearing a gas mask, throwing a lantern.
We never went in. We did not introduce fire to this compound. It was not our intention that this compound be burned down. I can't tell you the shock and the horror that all of us felt when we saw those flames coming out there. It was, oh my God, they're killing themselves. David Koresh, we believe, gave the order to commit suicide, and they all followed willingly his orders.
As we watched, we wondered who could possibly live through what we were witnessing. A tragic end to a story that ended much like it began, with death.
I had hoped and prayed, as the citizens of Waco and its surrounding communities had hoped, that there would be a peaceful resolution. My prayers continue to be with the residents of the compound, both those that we have seen and whatever may have happened to the rest.
Just in the last few seconds, 2 more ambulances rolled down the farm road past the compound. An amazing day, Alan Hemberger, and I guess we could have imagined a horrible end like this, but no one would have predicted it. And we found out today from the FBI that David Koresh apparently had planned to commit suicide on March 2nd, the day he said he was going to come out. He apparently had planned to tie hand grenades to himself. He was going to come out. When the FBI was going to approach him, he was going to detonate himself, but he chickened out. Today he didn't.
That's what he said. That's what how the FBI characterizes it, as David Koresh chickening out. You know, I can remember back on the 2nd day of March, we were all gathered around the radios listening to that hour-long address in which he promised that he was going to come out afterwards. He has made many promises. A lot of the people, some of the commentators that we have heard during Live at 5 were questioning why the FBI couldn't have waited 2 or 3 more weeks, because David Koresh said he was working on the 7 seals. David Koresh said he would give himself up after he finished those 7 seals. David Koresh had no credibility with the FBI agents.
And David Koresh had told his people that this was the last Passover they would spend together, that the end of the world was coming, that many of them would have to martyr themselves in order for them to get salvation, go to paradise, and today many of them martyred themselves. Some people also question why the fire trucks took so long to get here, 30 minutes. Could the FBI have done something to get him here sooner? In fact, they said even if the fire trucks had been here, they would have not sent the firemen in because of those volleys of gunfire that the federal agents got this morning. That was not their job. So really all anyone could do was simply watch it with amazement.
And we sat right here at this location and watched it, and it was a matter of minutes. I mean, we were looking at our watch. I remember looking at the watch at about 10 minutes after 12. By 20 minutes after 12, the whole thing was gone. It was like a tinderbox there. So even if they were sitting on, you know, up the road here a little piece, they would not have been able to respond in time. It was a suicidal fire that was set. David Koresh has been talked about as a coward. I think this was a final cowardly act. He had a couple of his people set the fire. He could stay there and just, you know, say his prayers and go to the hereafter. Now, what about the injured people? We know there are at least 8 people who have gone to area hospitals, 4 in San Antonio, 3 to Dallas, and 1 to Hillcrest Baptist. And let's go right now to Chris Adams.
Well, after the flames and the smoke and the standoff, it is time to pick up the pieces. Here in Central Texas, they are trying to treat the injured and prosecute the guilty. The terrible inferno that had been the Branch Davidian stronghold seemed unsurvivable, but at least 8 cult members did survive, some against their will.
A woman in flames was seen coming out of the compound and tried to run back into the building. An FBI agent exited his armored vehicle, ran toward the building, and physically rescued the female despite her attempts to fight him off.
At Waco's largest hospital, it took hours for their lone patient from Mount Carmel to arrive. The 30-year-old white female suffered minor injuries and 1st and 2nd degree burns over 4% of her body.
The questions about her were primarily medical, and we were unable to obtain any information about the situation except what her medical condition was.
Helicopters delivered a pair of the most badly burned Davidians to Parkland Memorial Hospital in Dallas. Several cult members without injuries were taken to the Federal Command Center at Texas State Technical College for questioning. In Waco itself, people are coming to terms with what's happened.
I think he should just surrender instead of doing all this. Just let the hostages go, especially them little kids.
They had to get a message across some kind of way, you know, that enough is enough. You know, it was time.
The temporary morgue here at Hillcrest is being prepared to receive the bodies of the dead Branch Davidians. None of those bodies have arrived yet. It's likely they're still part of the crime scene. Dave, Shara.
All right.
Okay.
Incredible afternoon. Thank you, Chris. That go-ahead for today's tear gas assault on the Branch Davidian compound was given by Attorney General Janet Reno. In our nation's capital, Reno held a late afternoon news conference to provide more details of that operation.
The plan was designed to induce serious negotiations or the evacuation of the compound with extremely limited risk that agents would harm any of the occupants or be harmed themselves. We announced repeatedly to those within the compound that there would be no attempt to enter the compound by federal agents.
Reno says that she told President Clinton about the operation and what was involved, but it was entirely her decision to carry it out. The FBI submitted the plan to Reno a week ago.
Over in Austin, Governor Ann Richards is expressing her sorrow for the tragic and unexpected end to that cult standoff. The governor was briefed early this morning about the FBI's plans to use tear gas. She says it is a sad day for our state.
I feel very, very sad about the children losing their lives because I don't think they had any choice in the matter. I cannot second guess what's happened here. It seems to me that the law enforcement officers showed extraordinary patience.
The governor says the State Fire Prevention Commission has offices near Waco. They will conduct an arson investigation at the compound site.
For the Houston family, whose son, an officer, was killed in that ATF raid 51 days ago, this has been an emotional day. Lisa Willis Corbin, sister of ATF agent Steve Willis, talked to our Christy Myers today on behalf of her family. She says she feels for the children, but not for the cult member parents.
Justice always gets served. I expected it to be served in the courtroom, though.
Lisa Willis Corbin wants to know everything about the people who killed her brother, ATF agent Steve Willis. She even took a TV to work, but as it finally came to an end, she had mixed feelings.
I feel sorry for the children that were in there. Unfortunately, they don't have any choice where they are. I feel that everyone makes their own choices in life, and the people that were in there, it was their choice to be there.
For her and her parents, it isn't over yet.
I won't feel like it's over until everyone is accounted for and those who were injured are well and tried.
During the 7 weeks after Steve was killed at the compound, the family received some 400 cards and letters from people in 45 states.
What has helped you get through this?
The love of God and the constant love and support of friends and family, and many cards and letters from people you don't even know.
Even with the support, it has been difficult, in part because it took so long, and now because of how it ended.
There is not a day that does not go by that we do not think of Steve. The loss is unbearable. I hope to God that no one ever has to go through this again.
Christy Myers, 13 Eyewitness News.
And hope is fading at this hour for the grandmother of cult leader David Koresh. It has been a terrible day for Jean Holub, watching and waiting for word that the man that she knows as Vernon Howell is still alive.
Eyewitness News reporter Deborah Wrigley standing by live at Holub's home, and she joins us now. Deborah.
Dave, Jean Holub returned to Houston yesterday from Waco after finally resolving herself to the fact she would not be allowed to speak to her grandson. Then today this, and if there are tears to be shed for David Koresh, they come from his grandmother and aunts. It was not what Jean Holub had expected, but it was what she had feared, an awful ending to a lost cause.
God help me.
The man known as David Koresh was her grandson Vernon Howell, a boy she helped raise in part. Holub has been a consistent defender of him in these past few weeks when the pictures of the Inferno came across the TV screen.
They didn't want him to come out, they wanted to kill him.
Then reports cult members started the fire.
No. No, because he wouldn't done that, those children. No, not his family neither. Somebody said it.
Eventually, the FBI said cult survivors admitted to setting it, but Jean Holub isn't ready to believe the worst. The question she keeps asking is what the outcome might have been if she had been allowed to visit Koresh just once.
And we always have been trying, since a month and a half ago, to get her access to her grandson to talk to him. I believe that they did not do the right thing in that particular regard. which could have had a happier ending than what we've seen.
You think? Again, the FBI says there is no official word on the whereabouts of David Koresh, but by the process of elimination from the list of survivors, it's presumed he is dead. And given that, the family says it has no further comment. Dave, Shara, back to you.
All right, Deborah, thank you.
Well, for the past 51 days, we've all kept close tabs on that situation in Waco. Today, there was shock, surprise, even anger at the unexpected conclusion of this standoff. Eyewitness News reporter Bob Boudreau has a sampling of public reaction.
As the horrific images of flame and choking smoke jumped off the television screen, few of the thousands of Houstonians who watched what appears to be a mass self-immolation unfold as it happened could think of anything else but.
It's the kids. It's sad. Sad that it had to come to this.
He wasn't going to give up.
What were you thinking when you saw those images of that building flaming the way it was?
The children. I have a 2-year-old.
From what I understand, they did it themselves. That's pretty shameful.
Kids.
Kids. It's a shame they didn't have a chance to grow up.
I didn't want it to end that way. I kept thinking, well, maybe as it go on, that it'll be a peaceful ending, but evidently not. Like I say, it's just a tragedy. Anytime somebody loses their life, it's a tragedy. It really is. And if there are kids involved, that really hurts.
What were you thinking when you saw those flames?
I just so scared. I just said that things not happen like that, not supposed to.
But mixed with all this human concern for the terrible loss of life, there was also this feeling.
No, you never knew how it was going to come out, and you would hope that it didn't come out the way it did, but it is over. It is actually over.
I'm glad that it's going to be over.
Been long enough?
Too long.
But what will last even longer for those who watched with morbid fascination and heavy-hearted disbelief will be the image of this apocalyptic end to the standoff. Bob Boudreau, 13 Eyewitness News.
Coming up later, the question on a lot of minds at this hour, was the U.S. government within its rights to assault that cult compound?
We'll hear from an expert who says the government may have gone too far, and we'll review the events that led up to today's fire.
Today's fiery end to the 51-day siege near Waco caught many by surprise.
But the 8-week-long standoff was marked by numerous unexpected twists and turns.
Wayne Delgefino rejoining us live from the scene with a look at what led up to today's stunning conclusion to what has been a dramatic conflict, Wayne.
Yeah, certainly, Dave and Shara. We said it at the top of the show. We'll probably be saying it for weeks to come. Who could have imagined it would end this way? Of course, it all began back on the morning of February 28th, a Sunday morning, when an army of ATF agents, search and arrest warrants in hand, came to the cult compound looking for illegal weapons and for David Koresh. Instead, they found a bloody ambush, 4 agents killed, 16 wounded. The standoff lasted for weeks. It ended today. Here's a look back at the sights and sounds of the 51 days.
We were pinned down. 45 minutes of gunfire, automatic gunfire.
Our hearts go out to these brave agents who died today in the line of duty.
I told them, I said, get back. There's women and children here. Get back. I want to talk. And about that time, all of a sudden, 9mm rounds started firing at the front wall.
The main problem we had, I don't believe, is that we were outmaneuvered or outplanned. The problem we had is that we were outgunned.
Move out of the roadway. Back up. Back up.
It is believed that prior to the execution of the warrant, a phone call was received which placed the occupants on alert. There is no doubt they were expecting our arrival.
They were different than our kind of people that lived out here all our lives in this rural area, but didn't think something like this would ever happen here.
20 children, that's 20 children, 47 women, and 43 men inside.
If he is listening, we want to give him and his followers our assurance that he and everyone inside will be treated fairly and humanely if they come out. He has made such statements as, "We are ready for war. Let's get it on. Your talk is becoming in vain. I'm going to give you an opportunity to save yourself before you get blown away." He has indicated to us that he has sufficient firepower to blow up the Bradley vehicles, and in fact his words were, we can cause those vehicles to go 40 or 50 feet into the air.
See that shed? See that shed right there? And then look to your left.
Yeah, I see it.
You see that flag there flying?
Yeah, sure can.
That's all it right there. Had people come from all over the place, come here. I had some from Pennsylvania and Nevada and all that, just passing through Waco, and they decided to stop by and see the glimpse of what's happening here.
Just as straight across there as you can see, you see some tall trees, move to your left. You see a tower, move just a little bit to your left, you'll see it.
I want to talk to you, honey. Please hang out a banner and maybe I can see it if you hear me.
I know that David would like some legal counsel, and I hope that there's some way that he can get that message to us so that we can do something for him.
We're not a cult, we read the Bible. That's not a cult. You'll have to back up.
Koresh is coming out.
I think that it'd be pretty clear that were we not on the eve of Passover, that they'd be out by now.
We're not negotiating. We're saying come out. Come out with your hands up. This matter is over.
Yeah. That's fire, baby. That's fire. Here it goes. This place is going.
Armageddon for David Koresh and his followers. Criticism tonight of what the FBI did this morning, not surprisingly maybe, coming from the lawyer for David Koresh, who thought all along he could end this thing peacefully. We spoke a few moments ago with Dick DeGuerin.
I have a lot of questions. I question why they couldn't wait, why they couldn't let this standoff at least continue until David told us in writing that he was coming out. I have a lot of questions, too, and some information that I hope we'll be able to get out about the original attack on the Mount Carmel community by the ATF agents.
As you see, a van from the coroner's office is now heading toward the compound. Inside, more than 80 people are believed dead, including David Koresh, the cult leader, and as many as 17 children. Dave, Shara, back to you.
Thank you, Wayne,
Thanks,
for a long job well done. Well, with the siege now over, the legal guessing game, as you saw, begins in earnest.
Joining us now from our newsroom with his thoughts, Dr. Gerald Treese, Associate Dean of the South Texas College of Law. Oh, there are so many questions. Where do we begin, Doctor?
Well, Dave, I think the film clip we just looked at pointed out some wonderful things about this and some things that we need to ponder. This reminds me so much of a story we did here some time ago. You remember the Philadelphia police bombing case where a bombing occurred and the police department of Philadelphia later took a lot of responsibility. And the SLA shooting that occurred, the shooting at the SLA headquarters in Los Angeles that wound up with so many people dead. The thing that everyone has to remember is that every bit of information that we're getting right now comes from the government side. And I'm not even saying the government side's right or wrong. I'm just pointing out that the information is coming from the Justice Department, coming out of Washington, D.C., and that we have to really wait, just like we did in the Philadelphia police bombing case and the SLA house bombing case in Los Angeles. We have to really wait until those people that so many folks don't like, that is the lawyers and the media, do their job and come up with the truth.
Which constitutional questions, though, are really raised by the government's actions today?
Sure, I appreciate that. I think the major questions, of course, are the First and Fourth Amendments that protect citizens against unreasonable government conduct. And even if the people in the Mount Carmel facility were lawbreakers, certainly the children weren't. They could have been considered almost hostages by some. And whether or not the government's conduct is reasonable, that Fourth Amendment guards every one of us out there against unreasonable government action. And the lawyers who are going to be representing the individuals, the estates of the individuals, and the next of kin of the individuals, they together with the media will be able to flesh out what really happened. And it's only then will we get the real truth of the Mount Carmel story.
And that may be some time.
True.
Doctor, thank you for.
We're saying come out. Come out with your hands up. This matter is over.
Scenes from the end of the world of David Koresh and his fanatical followers.
David Koresh, we believe, gave the order to commit suicide, and they all followed willingly his orders.
Their compound goes up in flames after they refuse orders to surrender. Attempts to force them out fail. Here's what we know at this hour. Federal officials say the fire was started by members of the cult. They say Koresh gave orders for a mass suicide. And the loss of life is described officially as, quote, massive. More than 90 people were holed up in the compound. Only 8 are known to have gotten out alive. The rest, including Koresh, are presumed dead. On day 51, it's over. This is the CBS Evening News. Good evening, Dan Rather reporting. It lasted over 7 weeks. It ended, apparently, with many deaths. The trouble between federal agents and that religious cult in Central Texas ended today just as it began, with violence. Correspondent Vicki Mabry is on the scene in the rural area outside Waco, Texas.
5:50 a.m., just before daybreak. Negotiators called the compound to warn cult members to either come out or be gassed.
The occupants in the compound were advised, come out now and you will not be harmed. Do not subject yourself to any more discomfort.
Discomfort comes just minutes later, shortly after 6 a.m., in the form of tanks battering the compound, smashing in the front door, punching holes in the walls.
We're not negotiating. We're saying come out. Come out with your hands up. This matter is over.
As the sun comes up, it is indeed the beginning of the end. The specially equipped Abrams tanks, borrowed from the Army, maneuver into positions around the compound. And as they ram the structure, jets of tear gas are fired inside the buildings. And, agents say, each time their tanks strike, with each blast of the gas, they are met with gunfire from cult members inside.
Dozens and dozens of rounds have been fired at FBI agents. The FBI, in an effort to demonstrate its extraordinary restraint, has not returned fire thus far.
8 a.m., another tank, this one with a large battering ram, rips into the second story of the compound, again under volleys of gunfire, and tears out a huge section of the wall. 10, 10:30, 11. The tanks continue their assault, battering the buildings, reducing windows, doors, and whole sections of the compound to just so much rubble. Just after noon, 6 hours into the assault, with the tear gas continuing and no signs of surrender from the 95 cult members inside, fire shoots from an upstairs window, spreading quickly through the wooden buildings. In Houston, the grandmother of cult leader David Koresh watches the drama unfold on television.
Why aren't they trying to put the fire out?
High winds whip the fire through the frail wooden structures, sending them up in flames like a tinderbox. One cult member leaps from the roof. Another comes out with his hands up. A third is dragged to safety by federal agents. For 30 minutes, it burns unchecked. It is 12:38 when fire trucks first arrive on the scene. They were kept out until the shooting inside was over. But the trucks were too late. Within an hour, shortly after 1 p.m., the compound has burned to the ground. A fire, authorities say, that was deliberately set by cult members in a suicide pact that fulfilled David Koresh's apocalyptic prophecies.
I had hoped to report that today's careful and humane efforts by the FBI and ATF agents to bring the Branch Davidians out of their compound had resulted in the peaceful resolution of the standoff. Instead, we are faced with devastation and death.
In the aftermath of the inferno, investigators expect to find more than 80 bodies, including those of cult leader David Koresh and 17 innocent children. Some of those children, FBI agents say, may have died of lethal injections before that fire swept through the compound. Dan?
Vicki Mabry on the prairie outside Waco, thanks. From start to finish, there's been a lot of second-guessing of the way federal agencies have handled the siege at Waco. In the end, they were unsuccessful in their two main goals, to end the siege peacefully and prevent a mass suicide. The FBI, at the end, made the basic calls, but after the smoke cleared, the new U.S. Attorney General stood up, faced the heat, and took responsibility.
Attorney General Janet Reno today said that though she gave President Clinton advance notice of today's raid, the final decision was hers.
I approved the plan and I'm responsible for it. I advised the president, but I did not advise him as to the details.
Reno said every contingency was considered. She said these are the hardest decisions to make.
Obviously, if I thought the chances were great of a mass suicide, I would never have approved the plan. Everything that we were told, every indication of the reactions to the pressure up to that point was that that would not occur.
From its violent beginning on February 28th, with more than a dozen federal agents wounded and 4 killed, the confrontation with the Branch Davidian cult seemed doomed to failure. Launched by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, the bungled operation was taken over by the FBI. At first, there were claims the raid had been planned to keep cult leader David Koresh from abusing children in the compound and from inciting followers to a mass suicide. But as the standoff continued, Koresh seemed more interested in reaping publicity for himself. He let some cult members and children depart and promised to surrender if he got some radio time.
I, David Koresh, agree upon the broadcasting of this tape to come out peacefully with all the people.
But Koresh never came out. He stayed in the compound with its huge stash of weapons.
He has made such statements as, "We are ready for war. Let's get it on."
For days, the FBI tried alternately to cajole and threaten, allowing visits from cult lawyers and at the same time blasting in Tibetan chants to get on the group's nerves. Koresh promised to come out after Passover. That didn't happen. Then this weekend, he demanded a word processor so he could write his message to the world. Finally, last night, the Justice Department reached its decision that Koresh would never emerge unless forced to do so. Already, there are calls for an investigation into the whole disaster.
I think the entire Waco incident is something which the Judiciary Committee ought to be holding hearings on.
While the Waco standoff continued, lawmakers were reluctant to criticize. But now we can expect detailed dissection of what is bound to go down as one of the greatest federal law enforcement mishaps in U.S. history. Rita Braver, CBS News, Washington.
With us now live in Washington is the Attorney General of the United States, Janet Reno. Ms. Reno, thank you for being with us this evening. You said that on the FBI's recommendation, you made the call to go today. Why today and not some other day?
There was no perfect day to make such a call. There was no right day. But this was a day to increase the pressure, as we had tried to do from the beginning, to avoid violence, if at all possible, and to increase the pressure on the people who were in the compound to come out. We felt that there was going to be no perfect time, because if he were going to do something like this, he could do it in the future. We were told by the negotiators that there was no further basis for negotiation. He simply wasn't going to negotiate. They did not think he was going to come out. We had been concerned about the safety of the children from the beginning. We were concerned that at any time he could determine to take this course of action. We felt that we were in a better control at this time than any other. These are the hardest decisions that anybody can make, and we made the best decision we could based on all the information available.
Ms. Reno, how big a factor was it, or was it a factor at all? Reports that there was growing danger to FBI agents and others who would eventually have to go in, and growing danger to the children.
I think what prompted me most was the consideration for the children. We were told that sanitation facilities were deteriorating, that the children had been abused over time. We had tried to negotiate peacefully to avoid any harm to the children, because that continued to be paramount in my mind. With the recognition that something as awful as this could occur in the future, that he had the supplies to stay there indefinitely, that the negotiators had said that he wasn't coming out, this seemed to be the most appropriate time possible, although there is no particular time that can ever be the right time in something like this.
Janet Reno, Attorney General of the United States, live in Washington. Thank you for being with us. The sudden fiery end to the siege at Waco on the outskirts of town there took most of the country by surprise today. But as correspondent Bill Lagatito reports, people who know about cults will tell you this was a tragedy waiting to happen.
Enveloping the compound. The mother of one of the Waco cult members watched the siege ending on TV and said she feared this might happen.
I just had a premonition yesterday.
What was that telling you? About what?
I'd never see her again.
Robin Bunns was one of David Koresh's wives, had a child with him before she broke away 2 years ago. Her reaction?
But they felt that they were going to see God now. You know, this was the end.
If, in fact, the Branch Davidians followed their charismatic leader into death, it wouldn't surprise cult experts either. Certainly not after Jonestown, in which 900 followers of Jim Jones committed suicide. Like the Branch Davidians, they too believed the end of the world was near.
These groups have one common thread, which is that at all costs they don't want to be proven wrong. They will go to great lengths, even to taking their own life, to validate their belief.
Despite the lessons of Jonestown and now Waco, the cult business in America thrives. From longtime sects such as the Unification Church and the Hare Krishnas to lesser-known groups practicing animal sacrifice, there may be as many as 2,500 cults in operation today, members lured by a promise of paradise. Ron Lancaster belonged to a cult for 9 years.
They tell people that if they leave, they're going to lose their soul or lose all chance at heaven.
Most experts agree that almost anyone at a confused or lonely moment in life could be susceptible to a cult. And one expert said today he thinks there are 900 cults in America which believe Armageddon is just around the corner. Bill Agatuno, CBS News, Los Angeles.
CBS News will be tracking the apparent cult mass suicide story throughout the evening, and on this CBS station there will be a special...
The Waco siege ends in an inferno. Only a handful of the 95 followers of David Koresh's cult are believed to have survived. But how much blame attaches to the FBI, who assaulted the compound before the fire began? Good evening. Hard questions are being asked in America tonight about the FBI's decision, with President Clinton's approval, to stage a raid on the compound where members of a cult holed out for 51 days. The raid failed to flush out the cult members, who then, according to American officials, set light to the buildings. It seems only 8 of the 95 inside, who included 26 British people and 17 children, survived the inferno. We'll have the latest developments from Waco. We'll be talking to Andreas Georgiali, who spent 9 weeks in the Waco complex with David Koresh, and Winston Norbriga, whose daughter is free, but whose estranged wife was still feared to be in the compound today. Also tonight, with many black South Africans reacting violently to today's funeral of the murdered leader Chris Hani, we report on the explosive divisions that now rack the ANC. In Bosnia, 300 more seriously injured Muslims are evacuated from Srebrenica. It's not clear whether the United Nations can ensure that the rest can be protected from the Serbs, but the Foreign Secretary defends a sanctions blockade of Serbia rather than immediate airstrikes. And I'll be asking the former Prime Minister Sir Edward Heath whether he, like Lady Thatcher, believes the government looks like an accomplice to massacre. We can only assume, the FBI said in the past few minutes, that there's been a massive loss of life. The man who believed he was the incarnation of Jesus Christ, David Koresh, had warned that he'd devour the authorities by fire if they assaulted his stronghold. Well, tonight, it appears that he and his cult members turned the fire on themselves in a final act of self-immolation in which most have died. But tonight, the authorities say that 2 British people have survived, and they're named as Derek Lovelock, who's 37, and Renos Abram, who's 28. FBI agents had earlier attempted to flush out cult members by firing tear gas into the compound, and were confident that the inhabitants would surrender within 2 hours. Instead, after a 6-hour wait, the compound suddenly caught fire, and within minutes was engulfed by flames. The FBI seems sure to face as many questions about its handling of this last day as it has about its conduct of the 7-week siege. Just before dawn, Texas time, the murky shapes of armoured vehicles can be seen apparently assaulting the building. An FBI telephone call warns the inmates, "This is not an assault. Do not fire. You're responsible for your own actions. No one will be injured. Submit to the proper authorities." 2 hours later, a tank, America's biggest, the Abrams M1, deploys a battering ram to knock down the main door to the building. Other vehicles smash windows and pour tear gas in to flush the people out. The FBI explains the nature and aim of the raid.
At this point, we're not negotiating. We're saying come out. Come out with your hands up. This matter is over. we have slowly put the pressure upon them to come out. Each step of the way, we have announced what we are doing. We have given them various ultimatums. We are going to continue to press and press until you come out.
The main brunt of the attack is aimed at the living quarters in the compound, where the inmates have been held up for 51 days with food that could last 2 years. The nerve center of the building is the central watchtower. But the door to the living quarters is target number 1. And by 8:30, it's been knocked in by the battering ram. And 200 shots are being fired from the building at the armored vehicles. In the central watchtower, as the morning wears on and the tear gassing goes on, there are glimpses of the inmates, but they refuse the surrender demanded by the FBI. And then, suddenly, at noon, to the horror of onlookers across the fields, the fire begins, in another lower tower at a corner of the compound. It spreads quickly. It's hard to believe it's anything other than deliberately planned. The FBI denies its tear gas grenades could have started it. 15 minutes later, a figure is seen leaping off the roof. Only a handful of the other 95 are to escape the flames, if tonight's reports are confirmed. 40 minutes after the fire started, the Justice Department in Washington announces that it understands it was the inmates who set the fire. With water cut off to the compound throughout the siege, the fire trucks, now seen scuttling about, can do little. Besides, the blaze has all but devoured the buildings by now. 3/4 of an hour later, it's all over. The fire is out and the compound gutted, just an hour and a half after the flames were first spotted. And within the last half hour, the FBI have given their explanation of what happened.
We can only assume that there was a massive loss of life. It was truly an inferno of flames, as everyone observed. It would be very surprising if few, if any, of the names not read survived.
Well, now, the BBC's Chris Nuttall joins me live from Waco in Texas. Chris, any chance of any more survivors?
It doesn't seem so, no. As we've just heard from the FBI Special Agent Bob Ricks, it seems that there was a massive amount of deaths there. Only the people named, some 8 people, have survived. There was talk of some underground bunker, but the FBI has scotched that. They say there was something called crawl space, some space under floorboards. And from what they've seen at the scene, that there's nothing left there for people where people could be found alive.
And give us a sense of how onlookers there are reacting to this terrible tragedy.
Well, there's a great deal of shock. I don't know whether you saw that the FBI Special Agent, he's been briefing for the past 50 days or so, and he looked visibly shaken by how horribly wrong this had all gone. And before that, we had Waco's mayor expressing his regrets about how this had all turned out. And just now in Washington, Janet Reno, the new Attorney General, has been expressing the sorrow of the Clinton administration about what's happened.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. Well, tonight President Clinton was said by his White House staff to have been informed by the Attorney General about plans for the siege before it took place. The President is responsible, they said, but it was the Attorney General and the FBI, they said, who had operational control. So how were plans for the siege handled, and what's likely to be the weight of the case against the FBI's conduct of the whole affair? Mark Urban reports.
On the 28th of February, 100 officers of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco and Firearms, the ATF, went to storm the Branch Davidians compound. Security was sufficiently slack for television crews and the cult to be forewarned. The ATF tried to reach the armory because the toughest possible prospect for those wishing to end the siege by dialogue.
This siege has been a particularly difficult situation because of all the types of siege.
You couldn't refute that it was the truth. And that's how he captured their minds specifically.
And what do you think of the way the authorities reacted today?
I think they reacted mindlessly and very rashly.
Thank you both very much indeed.
The flames may be out, but a firestorm of controversy rages on after the assault on the Branch Davidian compound. Officials are starting to look for answers after doomsday in Waco. This morning, investigators began sifting through the embers of the Waco compound, searching for the bodies of more than 80 cult members believed killed in the fire. In Washington, President Clinton says he gives his full support to the decisions made by the Attorney General and the FBI to end the siege. But the family members of those killed in Waco have bitter words for those they say must bear the responsibility for needless death. Under the blistering Texas sun, investigators comb the smoldering remains of the Branch Davidian compound. More than 80 people are believed to have died in yesterday's fiery conclusion to the 51-day siege, 24 of them children. Today, the FBI said it's not responsible for the deaths.
Those children are dead because David Koresh had them killed. There's no question about that. He had those fires started. He had 51 days to release those children. He chose those children to die. We didn't have anything to do with their deaths.
The FBI said cult members didn't panic as tanks began to ram the compound, yet calmly, apparently under orders from Koresh, began to gather in an underground bunker and donned gas masks. Federal agents tried to help the few people they could see, including a man clinging to the roof.
And he finally fell off the roof. In exposing himself to danger, the HRT people gave out and put him out. He was on fire and saved him. Another woman came out who appeared to be disoriented. She went back into the compound. They got out and went to get her. So there was constant communication with everybody to try to get them to come out.
Only 9 people were rescued from the flames. As to why the FBI lost its patience after weeks of waiting, law enforcement officials revealed today that they had electronic listening devices inside the compound. Their eavesdropping led them to believe Koresh was becoming more violent and that intervention was necessary. This afternoon, 5 of the survivors were arraigned in court on charges stemming from the siege. Investigators hope they'll be able to provide some clues about life and death inside David Koresh's compound.
It's my impression that, from what I understand, that it was to the government's advantage that the compound either be demolished or destroyed or burned, because the physical evidence that might have some opportunity of disputing their contentions is now destroyed.
And tonight, the FBI cannot confirm reports that the children in the compound were poisoned before the fires began in an effort to ease their suffering.
Who has the ultimate responsibility for the plan that went tragically wrong? President Clinton says he does, and he is offering a strong defense of his decision of Attorney General Janet Reno and the FBI. Andy Field is live in Washington with a report. Andy.
Roz, the buck really does stop here at the White House. President Clinton finally took full responsibility for the FBI raid in Waco today in a news conference earlier this afternoon. He also says it's absurd to ask Attorney General Janet Reno to resign because they committed a mass suicide in the wake of that raid in Waco. And he says he welcomes an investigation into what went wrong.
I have a statement I would like to read.
Until today's announcement, President Clinton's Attorney General absorbed most of the blame for what happened in Waco. Today, the president said no. He gave the okay for the FBI to move in to help save the children in the cult compound.
And I take full responsibility for the implementation of the decision. Yesterday's action ended in a horrible human tragedy.
Well, the president's statement doesn't close the case. Mr. Clinton is now calling for a federal investigation into what federal police did right and wrong.
If any congressional committees want to look into that, we will fully cooperate. There's nothing to hide here. This was probably the most well-covered operation of its kind in the history of the country.
This is a very sad time in light of this terrible tragedy.
Attorney General Janet Reno told the president she wanted to tear gas the building in order to save children she thought were being abused and molested. She said experts there thought there was a possibility of mass suicide regardless of whether they moved in. But now the government will question if they could have waited longer.
I'm concerned about the hostage rescue team. I'm told they were fatigued. That opens up a lot of questions as to why replacements weren't available.
And the president warned Congress not to bash the FBI. He said the nation should put the Waco tragedy into perspective.
The FBI has done a lot of things right for this country over a long period of time. You know, this is the same FBI that found the people that bombed the World Trade Center in lickety-split record time.
The questions may continue for months. The official investigation starts on Capitol Hill this Friday. We are live at the White House. I'm Andy Field, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
It's easy to understand that Waco is a town in shock. Like all of us, the people there watched in horror as the tragic events at the Branch Davidian compound unfolded. But unlike any of us, these scars have been left on their town. J.D. Dapper is live in Waco, where people are trying to recover. J.D.?
Well, that's right, Greg. For 52 days now, the city of Waco has been inextricably linked with the standoff here, even though it is 10 miles outside of town. Now, despite this tragic conclusion, there is a sense of relief in the city that things might start getting back to normal. For this city of 100,000, life goes on, even in the shadow of the tragedy that has put this Central Texas community on the national map. Yesterday, as the 51-day siege at the Branch Davidian compound came to its infernal conclusion, the city stopped and watched and was silent. Today, Waco is talking.
Well, it's a tragic thing. It's a tragic thing, but I think our city, can come together, and I think we'll get over this.
Well, there are differences of opinion over how things were handled. People here are basically happy that it's finally over.
Everybody's yelling at this person and that person. It was this person's fault. What could they have done differently? David Koresh had it in his mind that it was going to be dead or something else. He made the decision. There's nothing we could do about it.
They stayed to themselves, and they didn't give anybody in trouble knowingly, as far as I'm concerned, because I didn't know anything about it. I don't know. That's just a tragic thing to happen. I mean,
yeah, what can you say?
That's right, what can you say?
And at a healing service at the First Presbyterian Church of Waco, Texas Governor Ann Richards spoke about the events of yesterday.
I think it's a time for us to begin to try to heal. And in that healing, to try to remember that we must love one another. We must care for each other's feelings.
As one man said, getting back to normal means getting back to being boring. And that's one thing the people of Waco are looking forward to tonight. We're live outside of Waco. J.D. Dapper, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
The agony over the Waco tragedy is being felt in Koresh's family and the pain of his grandmother. Fighting back tears during an appearance on Good Morning America, Jean Holub said she hoped to save Koresh's children from certain death at the compound. Here's what she had to say.
I was planning on telling him, let me bring his children out, I could take care of a bunch of them. But I didn't get that chance, and now I'm wondering why. It's very hurtful.
Holub said communications with Koresh were cut off recently, and the FBI refused to send tapes she had made into the compound. While investigators look for clues in the charred remains of yesterday's inferno, David Koresh's lawyer is blaming the government. He claims the battering rams that punched holes through compound walls were part of a pattern that led to the compound's fiery end.
I think you have to look at how this whole thing got started and look back to February the 28th. That's a very important part of this entire tragedy. This is not a case of child abuse, as Janet Reno seems to now, after the fact, say. This is a case of abuse of authority.
The FBI says some cult followers may have shot fellow members when they tried to escape the compound yesterday.
Many families of the Branch Davidian cult members watched in horror as the compound was leveled by fire. For the mother of one survivor, the scene was inevitable. After the fire, Belinda Ganem recalled her efforts to convince the government to allow families to intervene, but she believes agents had their minds made up.
They knew that they were going to do this. They've predicted all along, which is why we wanted family vocal voice and cult awareness intervention on a more powerful, more impacting basis.
Ganem is the mother of 24-year-old David Thibodeau, who escaped from the compound and is now being held in a Texas jail.
Douglas Wayne Martin, a lawyer from Queens, and 3 of his children are believed to have died yesterday in the compound. They are only part of the New York connection to dangerous cults. David Navarro looks at the increasing numbers of cults and their brainwashing techniques.
The apocalyptic ending at the Branch Davidian compound near Waco, Texas, has focused attention now more than ever on what some people say is an increasing number of dangerous cults in America. Not since Jonestown, where almost 1,000 followers died in a suicidal and murderous frenzy, have so many been sacrificed in the name of a charismatic cult leader.
Clearly, we've seen an increase in what we call cultic activity, along with an increase in generally speaking, sort of religious activity.
Some experts estimate there are about 30,000 followers of bona fide large cults in the United States and Canada. In fact, one of those feared to have been killed in the fire in Waco, Texas, was a Harvard-trained lawyer from St. Albans, Queens. His father is still an elder at the Seventh-day Adventist Church in Laurelton, but reportedly disapproved of his son following David Koresh. Today, the family was not available for comment. However, this woman will talk. She says she is a former member of what some call the biggest cult in America, Scientology.
What you're seeing here in Waco is the very end of the story. The beginning, they come off as very benevolent, having very benevolent world goals. They're not all religious in nature.
Cults brainwash their followers through these techniques: intense indoctrination, control of all information, destroy doubts before they can grow, reinforce fears such as God will punish you if you stray, and through public confessions where peer pressure and guilt leads to conformity. But is that enough for a mother to sacrifice her own child? It is believed about 17 children were lost in the fire near Waco.
They believe that to sacrifice their lives and their life of their children is what's important to serve God.
The director of the cult hotline believes the fact the Branch Davidians would commit suicide comes as no surprise. After all, if they believed Koresh was the Messiah, then what was there to fear? David Navarro, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
Experts say the number of cults in this country is expected to rise as we get closer to the turn of the century, and charismatic types use the end of the millennium to make doomsday prophecies.
All right, recapping the aftermath of the Waco tragedy, government agents are now looking for answers in the rubble of the compound, saying some cult members may have been killed before the fire started. An intensive search is now underway for more than 80 bodies. It was also a day in court for one survivor who claims authorities started the fire, and President Clinton blames Koresh for killing those he controlled.
He said he was the leader of God's Marines.
They come in here with a gun and they start shooting at us. What would you do? Tell me, be realistic. This is America. This is not Australia. This is not Europe.
And he led his loyal disciples into a hell on earth. Vernon Howell has proved to the world that in his cult there's a very fine line between divinity and death.
Bloodshed, inquisition, death, murder, killing.
Especially when a madman is calling the shots.
Get that camera out of here! Get out of here! I need help! I need
In Texas, religion is a way of life. This is the Bible Belt of America.
Ceasefire, we'll ceasefire. Let us get that man out, and then we'll pull back.
4 officers were killed in the battle. At least 1 member of the sect was shot dead.
He says that he did not fulfill his promise to leave immediately with his followers because God told him to wait.
We came to Waco, Texas because former followers of Vernon Howell, who also likes to be known as David Koresh, had made shocking allegations and even more terrifying predictions about this man who claimed to be the Messiah.
He has more of a Charles Manson mentality, you know, and I do see him as eventually becoming very violent if he's pushed in a corner.
I believe that they will kill for Vernon, and that is what he is. He's winding people up to that stage.
We came because the tentacles of the Branch Davidian cult had reached right across the Pacific and poisoned the lives of Australian men, women and children. And we came to do something that no one else has ever been able to achieve: to confront this self-professed Son of God face to face.
What about these people here? Well, those people here are people, well, you know what they think of me? They think I'm the Son of God.
They'd come from all over America, all over the world, drawn by one man and his message.
I mean nothing to myself. I want to know what truth is, and I'm searching for it. And if he happens to be the vehicle that shows me, I thank God for it.
Somebody here is reading the Bible and teaching me about it, which out there at all the places I've been to and I've been around, I have not found anybody that knew anything about the Bible.
Right from the outset, it was obvious that something sinister was underway. Vernon had had ordered the demolition of all the old cottages at the compound. As they came down, the walls of his fortress grew. Finally, I got an audience with the man with the fatal charm.
I failed school. I quit in 9th grade because I had other things I had to do.
Like what?
I had to learn some things. I'm a student. You see?
What did you learn?
I learned about people. That's what I do. I learn about people. I learn about myself.
What about these people here? What
Those people
what do they
here
think
are
of you?
people. Well, you know what they think of me? They think I'm the Son of God.
Do they?
Yeah.
I think he's great.
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 16.
What would I do for him? I love him as a brother.
Is he the Son of God?
I hope he is.
Revelation states that Christ has the key of David. Only he can open and none can shut. There's 150 Psalms here. Some people find it amazing that I know every one of them.
Vernon Howell, 33 years old, the same age as Christ, when he died on the cross.
Oh, this time, when Christ reveals himself, it's going to be according to the book. Because there's some statements in there that might make you a little bit happy.
Howell drifted into Mount Carmel in 1981 after being kicked out of the Seventh-day Adventist Church.
There's a madman living in Waco. He's bowing his knee to bear.
In the early days, Howell worked in the kitchen for his room and board. But it wasn't long before he claimed divine inspiration, his launching pad for taking over the cult.
Woe to the what? Wicked city who obeyed not the what? She received not what? She drew not near to who? God.
Several times a day, these people downed tools and underwent some mental hammering from Howell, hours of what he called religious instruction, but psychiatrists say was really brainwashing.
Wait on me to the day that I rise up to the... Pray. We're hunting for my determinations to what? That I may pour upon them my fierce indignation.
His followers are mostly young, aged in their 20s and 30s and from middle-class homes. They're united by a search for meaning in their lives.
I'll go to the discotheque. You'll find me in LA County. You'll find me in the pubs. It's where most of these people were found. There's ex-drug addicts here. No, it wasn't the welfare that got them off of it. It wasn't the Christian philosophies. It was some facts. You know, you got to sometimes take people and let them throw up on you. Jamie, what was the song that y'all used to do in the heavy metal band? Go ahead, hit it. On your face. Now it's time to worship God.
It's time to worship God on your face.
But if it's not hours of scripture, Vernon gets out his guitar and blasts his followers with a dose of doomsday rock and roll.
Ride on white horses, fear in the night.
The lyrics are about death and destruction, a surrounding army intent on destroying the cult. It was all so eerily prophetic.
See the armies sitting around the camps. You wonder who they are. See the armies sitting around the camps. Do you wonder who they are? Save me.
Enjoying the music was Steve Schneider, Howell's right-hand man, the man who took on the role of negotiator during talks with the FBI.
We want to give him and his followers our assurance that he and everyone inside will be treated fairly and humanely if they come out.
He pushed the right buttons with each and every one of us. Each person has got their own button, their own Achilles heel. And he was able to turn that light on.
Why did he come to Australia?
To recruit people to add to the numbers that he already had.
Bruce and Lisa became followers of Vernon Howell, and so did their twins, Peter and Nicole.
She was 19. She came down from Queensland to Melbourne right at the wrong time. Vernon was here.
He was all muscly, done bodybuilding. He was wearing a T-shirt with cut-off
He was
sleeves.
there to influence Nicole, and he admitted that too. He was there to talk Nicole around to come back to the States. And he turned Peter's head around completely. And he pushed all the right buttons with Peter, and Peter said, yeah, man, I can see that. And he was away, Peter. There was no stopping Peter.
It was a situation that was to have tragic consequences for the family. Soon, the gents were living with the cult at a property in Palestine, Texas. Conditions were primitive. Home was an old converted bus or a tent.
He basically influenced me to make the decision, well, I'll go because I wanted to do God's work for a change rather than, do my own thing.
But it wasn't long before they discovered they'd made a terrible mistake.
Why do the heathen rage? What's their problem?
It's brainwashing. And why I'm saying it's brainwashing is because it's nothing to sit in on studies of 8, 10, 12, 15-hour studies.
Do you teach them?
I show them.
Or do you brainwash them?
Doesn't Christ brainwash you, gets rid of the filth, and puts in the good?
Disillusioned, Bruce and Lisa returned to Australia in 1990, but their twins, Peter and Nicole, insisted on staying.
Nicole said, as far as she was concerned, she now did not have any family anymore and no mother and father.
Of course, by this stage, Nicole was pregnant to the man who said he was Christ.
He selects whoever he wants to go to bed with, and I know that Nicole is quite a favourite of his, or was, and all the women compete to be the best.
Your daughter has been sleeping with Vernon, has had his baby. How does that affect you?
Well, having his baby at that time we all thought that was the right thing to do because he was saying, we have to have babies to the Lord.
People say you've been sleeping with the women here. Is that true?
No, only one. And she's tired of it. Now, she's tired of the accusations.
Vernon, or David Koresh as he prefers to be called, claims to have one wife, Rachel, who was 14 when he married her.
One wife.
Have you
have I committed adultery? Is what you're fixing to ask?
Have you committed adultery?
No, I don't commit adultery.
You telling me the truth?
I'm telling you the truth. I'm after truth. And that's all I offer.
Everybody's got a bit of bullshit in them.
Well, I sometimes have to use those means, but that's also written in the book, too. I'd like to show you.
Vernon's message to his followers was simple. He'd die in a violent battle against unbelievers, and all those who died with him would join him in heaven. Together, they'd rule the world.
People would kill me.
Who?
Fanatics, people that revolve around tradition, that are not going to have their mind unsettled in regards to what they believe or how they feel.
Are you going to fight back?
Am I going to fight back? It's funny that Christ on the cross, they said he laid down there, and he just took it. But Psalms 22 doesn't say that.
Well, I believe that they will kill for Vernon. And that is what he is. He's winding people up to that stage.
When Bruce Gent made this prediction more than a year ago, nobody took any notice. In fact, a lot of people wrote him off as just another religious crank. Bruce Gent is anything but that. And he was in the perfect position to know about the extent of Vernon Howell's bloody ambitions.
Vernon put me in charge of security. I know that they're carrying sidearms now, 22s, 23s, I think. Anyhow, it's a fairly heavy caliber gun. There was quite a few of those. Handguns, police, riot shotguns, probably about 20, 30 guns in all.
Well, what happened to all the guns? Where are they now?
Oh, some of the guns are sold.
You have guns?
Yeah, we have some.
Would you use a gun if somebody came in here? If somebody trespassed?
People trespass all the time. We used a gun? No, we don't. We don't. They come in here with a gun and they start shooting at us. What would you do? Tell me. Be realistic. This is America. This is not Australia. This is not Europe.
As the world witnessed, this cult leader was as good as his word. But the real tragedy of Mount Carmel is this. It need never have happened.
We've been trying for 2.5 years to get the authorities to do something about this, and it's just hard to explain. It's the frustration of it all. We partly conditioned to 2.5 years of extreme frustration.
Former cult members say they warned no less than 5 American authorities from Waco to Washington of the impending disaster at Mount Carmel. The Australian Foreign Affairs Department was also informed. But at the end of the day, no one lifted a finger to defuse Vernon's time bomb.
FBI authorities say the situation is taking a turn for the worse, with Koresh sounding more irritable.
We have our beliefs that there are people who would willingly walk out if they were allowed to do so.
We've just travelled from Australia.
I understand.
And we're to a stage where I don't know whether I've got 2 children or not, whether they've been killed or... Can you enlighten me at all there?
Sir, we do have information from the children that we've already gotten out and the 2 elderly ladies that have been removed that there are casualties inside. Some people are dead. We do not know any names.
For the sake of the children, our song Madmen in Waco, right? This is for the little children, right? God knows how it should be. Stars and stripes are flying. Give us justice and liberty for the children's sake. You know, you might have to bear a gun one day.
We're within a few miles of our kids. We might as well stayed in Melbourne, I think.
Even worse for the gents was the knowledge that this would-be Christ was using the children of Mount Carmel, including their own grandchildren, as human shields against the military might of the US government.
He has made such statements as, "We are ready for war."
After a week in Waco and no news, the bitterly disappointed gents returned to Australia. But there was a terrible irony. The whole time they were in Texas, their son Peter was dead. He was one of the first to die in the bloody shootout.
When we got the information, it was like a sledgehammer.
And Bruce started falling apart. And then I took the phone. And then I started falling apart.
But worse was to come. The FBI had had enough.
The FBI continued broadcasting messages over the loudspeaker system for people to exit the building toward the sound of the speakers to be rescued.
At 6 o'clock, the tanks rolled in, pumping tear gas. Six hours later, the cult self-destructed after fanatical members torched the fortress.
We did not introduce fire to this compound. It was not our intention that this compound be burned down. I can't tell you the shock and the horror that all of us felt when we saw those flames coming out there. It was, oh my God, they're killing themselves.
Why the FBI decided to up the stakes on day 51 of this standoff seems vague. But one thing is certain. Once it began, it could only end one way.
Obviously, if I thought the chances were great of a mass suicide, I would never have approved the plan. Everything that we were told, every indication of the reactions to the pressure up to that point was that that would not occur.